Okay. Muito definitely those again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Brass Gasconade. We are here for a little downtime session. This is going to be over 2 sessions. We just hang with various party members and see what they do for these 2 weeks. Other people are going to be late for today, but we're going to start with this Alora for now. So, let's start this off. Alora, you and the HBC have been through quite a lot in this last time. You almost saved the life of Rica Del Ferro, but in the end, Sodero had a trick up his sleeve in the form of a sort of a mind blank device which he carried in the cavity of his right eye, the eye that always had the eye patch on it. And with that, it unfortunately failed in that mission. The HVC has been compromised by the clockmaker. There's a lot of moral disputes going on between the entire party, and for some reason you have remained silent during all these conversations, just observing for now, internalizing those feelings. And you all have now moved to a new safe house, which is subpar to say the least. It is a small underground little situation really on the outskirts of the southwestern copper district, built in a ramshackle shack essentially, but it's beneath the shack there's a trapdoor that leads to a semi-spacious basement, if it weren't for the fact that 9 people had to sleep in here on bunk beds. And so I think we're going to start off. You can jump in wherever you'd like, but I say this is the day after you had moved here. You had discovered Sodero's hideout, discovered the parchments there, spoke with some of the members of the Luftiners. You know roughly what their plan is, and Fulan and the others, you all came to a consensus that you would take these 2 weeks to prepare. And then at the end of these 2 weeks, there are 2 options for you. Either go to the Orient Parade with some new game information and stop their plans by finding their Zunda, which is probably hidden amongst the floats and carts, or potentially with the back door that you discovered to the underground temple within the sewers, return there and destroy the dead Kessel. So that is sort of like the midterm goal for these 2 weeks, but for now, it's in downtime. I'm not going to say that the rays of sun come into the windows because you're underground. There are windows here, but as you've previously discovered, when you move them, they're just for show. There's sort of like a curtain in front of them. You take the curtain away, and it's just solid wall. There's like a fake window frame to give the illusion that you're on a first floor. But when you think about that, you're just underground in a little hole. It's very dusty and damp. There is a bit of water leakage when it rains from upstairs. But what would you like to do as you wake up the next day?
I have a feeling that those 2 brothers are the loudest snorers ever.
Yes, they snore.
And
they almost sound like machine engines when they snore, but it's not actually like coming from their throats. It's like as they breathe in, it sounds normal, but as they breathe out, the machinery that most of their body is constructed of almost rumbles in their sleep. And it's now that you're all in the same sort of space, it is discernibly harder to sleep with a quiet mind.
So who is Alora sharing a bunk bed with? Was that decided yet or not?
It was not decided yet. There is a total of, I think, 6 bunk beds, so 12 spaces to sleep on. So I think Grant already claimed one for himself. He has a fixation on Sodera Delfera at the moment. He wants to revive him and put him in a cage because Sodera was the reason Greg was experimented on in the first place. So there is a embalmed corpse on his bottom bunk bed, tucked into the bed very comfortably, and Grant sleeps on the upper bunk bed. Strangely enough, the corpse does not decay and does not stink. Grant did something to it that it stays preserved with his magic.
Alora will be on the other side, the farthest away bunk bed, because I don't think she would like corpses that much, so whoever would be on the further side, I think she'll take the bottom bunk, because she's too nice for someone else to be put in the bottom bunk, so she'll just take the bottom bunk. Okay. I think she's currently laying in bed with her pillow over her ears, and she is so frustrated by these two machines that kind of just rattle the whole night long.
There's a glass of water on the singular round table in the center of this room that I think you're just fixated on it now, and each time that rumbling happens, the glass just shakes and like there's ripples in the liquid within it. And it like almost shakes towards the edge of the table, just a little bit closer each time they snore.
Alora the pillow's over her head, but she's kind of like banging her head against the mattress because she's so over this. She is not used to sharing a room at all, because even when she was living in the Steel household, she had her own room, so this is a bit too much for her, but she won't wake anyone up because she's too nice. But I think while she's laying there frustrated, she's also thinking about how they have failed their mission and the amount of danger that they are stepping into, and how much that needs to be done to be able to stop this from happening. But even though she knows there's so much to do and that it takes utmost importance to her, she can't help but wonder that if there are so many people involved that hate magic to their core and want to get rid of it, she can't help but wonder if her family, who is so vocal about hating magic, if they don't have anything to do with it, or even if she wouldn't be surprised if they were involved in a way. So she's laying there and thinking that she should investigate into this, and she doesn't really know how, especially since there's a duplicate of her probably living now as her, so she wasn't sure how she would approach this. So she's currently laying in bed just wondering and thinking about how she would approach this. And I think she would look over to her teammates who are all currently sleeping, and she would kind of go through them and be like, she looks over, let's say, Silas and Sergei first, and she thinks, no, she doesn't think they would be the best people to ask for help in this quest, as one thing sets them off and the whole mission has gone to shambles. Silas has been acting strange and Grant has been acting stranger. So she's quite skeptic of asking them for help. And then she pans to Shiloh and Vox. Vox is quite sneaky and selfie, and that's what she needs for this mission. So she's thinking of a way of how she can approach him, because he's quite... She's not scared of Vox, but he's quite intimidating, and she doesn't really know how to approach it. She knows she can ask Sylvester, but at the end of the day, it's Vox that has to say yes. And Shiloh is a yes or a no. It can be either one. She doesn't really know, but she'll ask him whenever he decides to awake. But for now, I guess she'll stand up while the others are sleeping, and she'll be as quiet as a mouse, not trying to disrupt anyone. Even though they kept her awake, she'll just walk around and trying to be very quiet.
As you stand up, you almost have to dodge, like someone's foot that's hanging from the top bunk, and now you remember. Oh wait, Fulon is bunking above you, and you just hear these clicking noises, just from the top bunk as you get up. It sounds almost like a mechanical, like Rubik's Cube sounds, like.
Interesting. She's kind of shocked for a moment because she forgot that Flulon is here. She's not used to seeing him that much, especially not sharing a sleeping quarters with him. So she kind of dodges his leg and then looks over the room, the very small room. Probably no kitchen, no nothing.
Yeah, there's like a small stove-like thing, but it's not a stove. It's like one of the. There's like this magical implement that the Orden House created, which is essentially it uses elemental fire to heat up something on top of it. So it's a mobile stove essentially with unlimited power essentially because it's magic. You have that, and there's like a small kettle on top of it. That's basically what you got here, and there's a few supplies in a cupboard, but it's like canned food that Funon stored here a while back. So it's like beans and like really like blocky sauce, and it's all dusty and yeah. So that's what you have to dispose of it.
Okay. She's gonna try and open a can, I guess, and get her something to eat.
Okay. Go ahead. Sure, let's make a roll for this to see how much noise you're gonna make. So, there's nothing to open the can with. So make a. How are you gonna approach this? How are you gonna open the can?
That's an interesting question. Personally, I was thinking Alora doesn't know how to use a can opener, so she's gonna literally take. Well, the workbench is quite nearby, and I'm assuming like Shiloh's tools are also close by. So she's probably going to take like a screwdriver or something and kind of try to jam it into the can and open it up, struggling, I think, a lot
So
while doing so.
Make a Tinker's Tools check for me. It's just intelligence plus proficiency.
Intelligence, proficiency. So. It's a 14.
14, yeah, that does it. It squeaks a little bit, but eventually the can pops open and the delicious aroma of the cans aren't labeled, by the way. So let's say it's a delicious aroma of inlaid figs.
Yeah, Alora will eat it. Probably not enjoying it, but she will eat it. Yeah. And then afterwards,
You just hear
I guess.
from Fulon's bike.
Yeah.
Can I have one of those? I'm a bit starved at the moment. And you look up, and he was kind of awake this whole time. And you see as like some sort of a steampunk Rubik's Cube. It's not an exact cube. It's almost like it's almost like a D20 maybe, and it's some sort of puzzle game. And he's just laying on his pillow, just trying to figure it out.
And Laura's gonna try and use her soft whisper voice, talk. Oh, hi, Fulon. Didn't realize you were awake. I can get you some. It might just take a while to open another can.
You ate all of it that quickly. Must be
Yeah.
quite hungry. Yeah, it's fine. I'll get myself tea just now. I was just about to get up for some tea. And he just like gets frustrated
We have
with
tea?
this. I always have tea. I've got an emergency stash in all of my safe houses. And the good thing is, tea doesn't go bad. So, gets frustrated with the thing and just tosses it onto the bed and jumps down, but it lands softly. Just you almost don't hear it. Walks over to a cupboard, pulls out a few tea bags, and puts on a kettle of water, and just sort of like sits at the table. Also, just keeping to a whisper, not to wake everyone. So, Mr. Alora, what are your...
I would also say... Sorry, you can talk.
No, go for it.
I just want to say, while he was making the tea, Alora would look him up. She looks like she wants to ask him something, but she doesn't, and she kind of looks very awkward, and I think Fulon would pick up on that very...
Yeah, so...
Yeah, quickly.
Sits there for a moment, twiddles his fingers a bit. Something on your mind?
What is that thing you're always, fiddling with?
Oh, it's just some puzzle game that I just cannot wrap my head around. Now you see, and he sort of walks over to it, gets it off on the bed, and it's got like this D20 thing. The idea is to, making this up on the spot by the way, is to sort of align all of the runes on this thing. Each rune belongs to a different law of magic in the world. See, there's the rune for Ignis, there's the rune for Glacius, and the idea is to align them in such a way that their energies complement each other, and then eventually the thing is supposed to glow. All of them must glow white at the end of the day, but I didn't study magic when I majored, so I'm just not wrapping my head around it. Perhaps you would have more luck, and he just sort of like hands it to you.
Well, I'm good at puzzles and magic. That I don't know, but I'll give it a try. I mean, what could go wrong? And then she will try to solve it.
Fulon begins pouring the tea and sort of swirling it. Any sugars for you?
Yeah, I'll take 3 spoons, please.
His eyes just like like the pupils like get smaller, and he's like, okay, and he like, there's like only a few sugar cubes left, and he like gives you 3. I'll make an Arcana check for you, please.
Okay. Oh wow, a 23.
There is something about that lecture that Horizon gave you the first time about magic. This is it's a complicated puzzle because you have to know the intricacies on how the laws of magic sort of intertwine with each other. So for example, you won't get a flow of magic if you put Ignis and Glacius together because it's direct opposite forces, then it becomes inert. Or if you put the earth rune and the air rune next to each other, they're opposite forces, so that doesn't work. So you fiddle with it for a while, and eventually you don't completely solve it. I'm going to say it's a DC 25 to solve this thing, but you get very close. Like there's a whole ring that you got like a perfect flow of magical energy through. So there's like this glowing white band that goes across the thing, but as Fulon said, the whole thing is supposed to glow, but you just fiddle with it for a moment, and Fulon just gets very interested in what you're doing, and eventually doesn't notice that he's over pouring this cup of tea, and then eventually it drops on the counter and then onto the floor. It's like, how did you do that?
What? This,
I've never got it to glow white before. This is bullshit.
Oh, I guess I've been paying attention in my magic lessons.
Yes.
Guess that helps.
Yes. Mr. Forgeson is quite wise when it comes to those things, so I suppose it's warranted. But not giving to this. I will solve it one day. But I think for now.
Me too.
I think for now.
I'll make a bet with you. I think I'll solve it before you do.
Is that so? Alright then. Let's make it interesting. If I win. Let's see. I want you to make me a de-aging potion. And his eyes blink twice.
Oh, what now? Who's now? Do you know how difficult that is?
Well, it's a bet.
Fine. But then, I want something, if I win, that is of the, same level of value.
What might that be? I don't like your tone of voice when you say that.
Oh, I don't know. If I win, I get let's say, a card that allows me to ask you, well, anything I want to know, and you can't keep it a secret from me.
He sits back in his chair.
I know you like your secrets, Flulan, but that's a bet, right?
He throws you a bombastic side eye and he's like, okay, I'll take that bet. And he stretches out a hand. Shake girls.
He shakes it back. Well, may the best intellect win, I guess.
I look forward to it. And he immediately grabs his tea. He grabs a book from off the table that's titled Arcane Mysteries, and he immediately starts reading up on it.
Alora's not phased. She has a feeling that she's going to be able to solve it faster than him, seeing that this was her first try and she almost got it perfect. And he hasn't even gotten it to glow yet, so... but she does feel quite proud of herself that she knows so much from her magic lessons and that she retained so much. So she feels a bit of more confidence in that subject, and she's quite excited now to learn more about it.
Yes.
Let's see.
Fulon is sort of busy reading, so what are your plans for the 2 weeks? Or is that also a secret? This reading his book.
I could maybe ask for your help with something, if you would be willing.
Of course.
So I want to sneak into the Steel House and figure out if they have any involvement in these matters. Do you know of where I can maybe possibly do that?
He looks around.
You're gonna wake up the others.
No, let's head upstairs. And he bonks the cup of tea in your hand. And he begins sort of creaking up the stairwell to the abandoned ruin that you live under.
She follows him.
So, Miss Alora, that is crazy, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't do anything if it doesn't have any merit to it, so why would you think the steals are involved?
Well, all of the people that are involved have a very strong opinion about magic. And we all know my family has the strongest opinion about it. And they're powerful, they're wealthy, they have influence. So if they are involved, it would make it much harder,
Well,
I guess.
many of those things do line up, actually. It's just, to be honest, in the past, and I know that you have personal experience with them, the Steels weren't that outspoken about magic, as I can recall. I mean, they do deny it, and they say that inventions are better than it, but they've never taken too much action against it, really. I think.
Yeah, just from what you can see, but my family's always worked under the shadows.
I would expect nothing less from a scheming, wealthy family. Well, you know the premises quite well, obviously. Is there some sort of target that you have in mind? Would there be a document or a room, an office, something you could potentially get correspondence in? Should we investigate?
Well, I think we should get into my daddy's office, or one of the workshops, probably. Or even if I could talk to my siblings, I don't know, maybe deceive them, trick them that I'm the duplicate, ask them about it. I don't know.
Oh yes, this is that whole story. Perhaps we could also glean more about what's up with that. Because it seems that Lord Raymond has gone through a lot of trouble to make it seem like he was still around. That image must be very important for you. Well, I imagine that a smaller group would be more fitting for this, so take your pick of those morons down there, and just be careful when you go.
Yeah. Well, who would you suggest out of those morons you call them?
Well, Vox is my most trusted individual within this group, I would say. He's a good pick and is good at espionage. He's been doing that for ever since he's worked for me, so that's the thing. Silas seems very sneaky as well, but there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes. But maybe an option.
I'm wondering about that. What the hell's going on there? He's been acting so strange. I mean, after you pulled the blade out of his chest, that snake blade.
I've actually not seen that bit. That is quite alarming. Well, he did try to hide his magic abilities from us in the beginning, and all of a sudden wasn't able to hide it anymore. And I'm with you on that one. We haven't questioned it enough. Maybe
I'm sure they have good intentions.
Yes, I'm also sure of it. I just don't like to pry into people's lives. I mean, obviously, many of us have been through a few things, and I get frustrated sometimes. I would like to know the whole truth because I'm not.
He gives him the biggest you. That's coming from you.
Okay. I omit things, but I have never lied to you before. Okay.
So how many things are you still omitting?
Well, yeah, there's quite a few things, but it's not like super dangerous. It's more like connected to the crowds that I ran with and the people that I worked with in my past. It's quite an extensive list, and there's also a few other things, but you are not.
And that's why I will win that bet. Thank you very much.
We'll see about that. But since you're going into a house of artifice, perhaps Shiloh might make a good choice to take along. He is quite handy with the mechanical side of things. Might lean a few things.
Well, that could maybe work. I mean, the Steels do often invite artificers into their home to observe and learn. So that might actually be a good idea. But my plan is to pretend I'm the duplicate. But first I need to know where the duplicate is to make sure I'm not in the same room as the duplicate, but then, because that's going to be a bit of a problem.
If the intention of Lord Raymond is to essentially mimic you with this duplicate, whatever they are, what did your daily routine look like? I mean, I imagine that the Steels are quite the sort of tight daily routine. Perhaps you could base your assumptions off of what Lord Raymond would have you do through the day, and in that way you rate them.
That's not a bad idea. Huh. Thanks, Rulon. I didn't think about that. That's very, very smart.
See?
I know exactly where they'll be.
And this big brain is exactly the reason why you are going to lose our little bet.
Yeah. I guess we'll see about that, but I am a renowned artificer, and I am quite smart, not to brag, but we'll see.
We'll see. And he slowly disappears into the trapdoor, just sipping on his tea, just not breaking eye contact with you, disappearing into the trapdoor.
Let's see. What else would Alora do while the others are asleep?
You hear a bit of voices and people starting to get up, go to work. This is sort of a more residential area, so there are a lot of trams. You like hear the ding ding of their bells and their steam engines as they sort of careen the streets. You sort of look out of the shattered and boarded out window and you can see like a bunch of people get onto a tram car and heads inward to either the industrial districts or the inner city for where these people want their work. A bunch of people are walking by the street. I think you see there's like a building that's being constructed over the street. There's a bunch of workers there hammering in a few wooden planks. Business is starting to get up. And I would say you notice not far from you there's a park actually with green grass and a bunch of trees. And I think very close by, actually on this street of yours, there's like a little tea shop situation going on there. So this is sort of like just the people waking up from their slumber of the night.
Yeah. How far is Farazan's house from here?
Question. Let me just find it. Oh, it's so you're gonna have to go into the bourgeoisie district past the Golden House to get to House Adana. So it's basically on the other side of the city, just in the bourgeoisie district. It's House Adana right over here. If you click on the map, and then down here where this icon is where you're located right now. So it's like,
okay, so to make this smoothly, how far is the Farazan's house from the Steel Castle?
I don't think we pointed this location.
I think we did. I think we did. I don't think I've noticed on the map, but I don't think we quickly discussed where it is.
We didn't put it on the map yet. Let me just check on my notes, maybe we have it there. Steel family. Nope, no notes. Shit.
Big house that has no name.
No, just pick a location and I'll just make a marker there, because I would imagine.
So where are where would you see in which district would the Steels fit in the most? So let's start there.
I wouldn't say Steels they're wealthy, but I don't think they're nobility. So there will be like on the edge of the bourgeoisie district. So like see this like river over here, like in this
Yeah.
general area
Yeah.
over here.
Okay. Let's just say it is. Let's say it's one of these houses here, and say that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Just the marker. Cool. Put that on the map, please.
Yep.
Edit the map later, but yeah.
So then, now that we know where the location is, how far is Farazan's? How long would it take to go from Farazan's to the Steels?
15 minutes, 30 minutes maybe. It's not that far.
Okay. So, what Alora is going to do is she's going to write 2 notes, one to Shiloh and one to Vox. So when they wake up, they will have a letter that says meet her at Farazan's house ASAP.
Okay.
And she's going to head to Farazan's.
Okay. So you leave them each a note, and you. Oh, by the way, each party member got paid in platinum pieces from Fulan.
Okay.
So you have 400 gold at your disposal. So if that ride would cost about, let's call it 1 gold for ferries, or if you want to take the train to make it faster,
Yeah.
call it 1 gold.
Okay. Yeah, she would spend the 1 gold.
Okay. Eventually, you arrive in the like fancier ferry. It's almost like these ivory white ferries that are slightly larger than those in the copper district that drive through these streets. It pulls up in front of House O'Donnell. Doors open. They're like, what's the conductor? It's like this very large half-orc woman with a little tiny conductor's hat on her head. Now disembarking on, we'll just call it O'Donnell Street. Mind the step and enjoy your day. I do accept tips. And you see a little tip jar next to her.
She does give her like 1 silver tip.
Oh, thanks for your generosity, ma'am. And she smiles, just this massive toothy smile with just a few skewed teeth here and there. She seems like hard on the exterior, but that smile, she's actually just a bit goofy. Enjoy your day. You know.
Okay. Yeah, she gets off and makes her way to Farazan's house.
You see the massive sort of palisade fence that's surrounded made out of like cast iron and big gate with a lock on it and the O'Donnell crest atop it, which is sort of like this bunch of gears that intertwine with each other in this ivory white logo, and underneath it, like in a ribbon, it says House O'Donnell. And I think there's like their Liesa, their slogan or whatever would be like in Celestial, it would say something like find wisdom in all things, something like that.
Okay.
And
She would, at the door, she would just knock.
so you walk to in front of the gate. There is a little gatehouse and a guard walks up to you, dressed in white apparel, with a few like golden lines here and there. I think the guy recognizes you. You recognize his face from previously, but
Yeah.
like you didn't really have like a chat or anything with him. And he goes, Miss Alora, it is good to see you again. Just a moment, I'm going to let the master know that you have arrived.
Thank you.
He quickly leads him through the guardhouse, see him walk across the lawn. And yeah, you're just looking at the city for now. There's a skyport just across the road, and you see like this massive balloon-like skyship just float next to it, and these gigantic mechanical clamps come out on this raised platform from the ground, and just sort of like clamps onto the ship, and then pulls it in and just a bunch of cranes being able to lift all these gigantic containers onto the skyport. You see a bunch of very dapperly dressed people in the streets. Make a just make a perception check real quick.
18.
18. You slowly see like a semi-elderly couple who's like on the other side of the street. They're walking. They stop for a moment, and they're like their eyes narrow at you, seemingly recognizing you, and then they wave at them, smiling, as if recognizing.
She kind of looks around and then she points to herself like, me?
They nod their heads and they just wave at you, smiling.
Alora makes her way over there very slowly.
Oh, this is Alora. The elderly lady speaks up. She has this massive coif of white hair, like it's almost like colonial judge style, but just with like an extra like massive mass of hair on top of it. And she has like those glasses that you like hold it like a stick in one hand, and it has the two glass things on the stick, and she like brings it to her eyes to see you more clearly.
Miss Alora, I was just merely wanting to greet you. Well done on the latest project for House Steel. We are quite proud of your efforts. We are expecting big things from you and the Steel family one day. Yes.
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am. There's so many projects. Would you mind refreshing my memory about which one specifically you're speaking about?
There's a bunch of things, but specifically the
Just see, I'm gonna phrase this.
the new power source that you developed by you condensed a new type of mineral that is unlike prismonium, and you managed to create a very powerful power source. And you and your family said they are going to unveil it to the world when the time comes. I'm speaking in reference to that. You'll make the Bourgeoisie district really proud, and it will surely elevate the city to new heights.
Alora's face just goes so mad that she tries to hide it. The reason her face gets so mad is because this was her idea, but her father told her it was stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden, now that she's not there anymore, now it's a smart idea. So that's why she is quite upset when she hears this. Well, that sounds like me.
There is something troubling you, Miss Alora. You must finish that sentiment. Is the device not quite complete yet, or what's happening?
Well, you see, the device is complete, and I'm sure it's running well and smooth, and definitely by my father's amazing and superior guidance.
Oh yes, Mr. Raymond is quite ingenious, but with you by his side, I think that the city should fear what you can accomplish.
The man now speaks up.
Yes, I look forward to your exploits. See you at the audit parade, I suppose. We'll also be there. We are of the Gasconade family, as you might know, and we also have our own little thingy that will be unveiling. So you watch yourself. Maybe we will win this year round. Keep on your toes, dear.
Do you maybe know if if my brother will be attending?
I assumed so. You two worked on the project together as far as I took it.
Oh, really? Yeah, so sorry, slipped my mind. I have a current project going on with my sister, and I completely forgot that my brother worked on it with me. I work so much with my family, Should I make a deception check? Though I didn't feel like that was a very good lie.
Make a deception check.
Oh wow, that's an 8.
They rolled a 3. The magic
says, all the best of luck to you, Miss Alora. Do we meet again?
And he pats you on the back, and the elderly, dapper dressed couple, you watch them go across the street to Poppy's tea house, and they go sit down by a table. You just chill there watching the airships. By this time, the guard sort of, just describing quickly, sort of has short black hair, cut very short on the sides. Look at almost grayish eyes, and you can see the half-elven ears. And he arrives and goes, Miss Alora, Master Father's on receipt now.
Well, thank you so much. What's your name?
Oh, it's Patrick. Patrick Evermeadow.
Well, it's super duper nice to meet you, Patrick. I hope you have a lovely day.
Oh, feeling is mutual, Miss Alora. Good luck with your studies.
And he sort of unlocks the chains, and the door the gate creaks open. You're allowed to enter.
Alora, when the gates open, she lets out this very defeated sigh after just having this conversation with this old couple and hearing that this project is now being put forward, but the brutality and the arguments that this project had brought her with her father, and the amount of time he told her that was stupid, and that he expected better from a steel's brain. Those words are kind of lingering in her head now, and now she kind of feels... She's a mixture of anger. She feels... How do you say it? What's the word? Minderwaardig? I don't know your English.
Feels lesser? I don't know. I get it.
Yeah. She just feels... Why is the duplicate good enough for it, but not the real her? So she feels pushed away. And... yeah, confused. So that's how she's feeling walking into Farazan's house.
As you walk up to the door, and you open it, I immediately need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, nice. Well, that's a 7.
So nothing damaging happens to you, but a bolt of fire shoots past you and ignites part of your hair, and it just flies out of the door. No! And you watch Colton run close. He's like, I didn't mean to. Wait! And he casts a spell, and he casts gust of wind, and he blows it on you, but the fire just gets bigger. It's like, no! And Farazan just bursts out of the door. What the hell is happening? Oh shit! And he clicks his fingers, prestidigitation, and or actually no. He will create water, and a perfect sphere of water forms above you, and just coats you.
Now she's just completely wet and.
Miss Alora, yes, Patrick did say you were coming in. I'm so sorry about that. Colton, what were you thinking? I told you magic is dangerous.
And he's like, I'm sorry, sir. I just got the spell right.
Go to the lecture hall. I didn't say you are on break yet. Move along.
And he runs out of the room, just panicking.
Before he leaves, she's just like, nice to see you too, Colton.
Oh, he like pokes his head back in, also running around the corner. Hello, Alora. I'm sorry, and he just disappears.
Okay, I have most of my hair left, and she kind of feels her hair.
Yeah, like the right side is just a bit singed, so that's a problem. You watch. You just hear a bit of chuckling in the corner of the room, and you see like Mel just chuckling to herself as that happened, and she just moves into the lecture hall, slowly, like subtly waving at you.
And Laura kind of just peeks up. Wait until your brother sets your hair on fire. I don't think it's gonna be very funny then now.
I won't let that happen.
And she just disappears around the corner. And Forrest goes, I'm so sorry about them. You got a little something there.
It just...
And he will, like, fiddles his fingers and precipitation, and like from down up you watch the water almost vaporize into a steam off of you, and it just congeals in a small orb of water, and you're completely dry, though the hair is still singed and doesn't look too great. I think it almost frizzes up in that corner, but yeah, you're no longer wet, and Forazon just sort of like closes his hand and the water just vanishes into nothingness.
It's alright. With the day I'm having, this is the least worst thing that's happened to me.
So, I assume that you are here to continue our little, journey into the mysterious arcane. You're still interested in that, right?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Okay.
Can you teach me what you taught them?
Oh, that's elementary. I'm sure you'll catch on very quickly. They are bright, but stupid at the same time. Colton actually has a better grasp of magic than Nell, but he can't control it yet. Hence what just happened. Nell has extreme precision with her magic, but she's still sort of messing around with cantrips. I haven't really gotten into the higher tiers with her. And also, I have gotten into the higher tiers with Colton, but yes, it almost burned down the house once. So we're taking it slow. If you'd like, I was just about to do some intermediate magic formula crafting with them, if you'd like to join for that.
Please, lead the way.
Alright, he heads into the lecture hall that he does have, which you previously sat in, and walks to the front, and you notice that Colton is trying to, like, gust of wind now to let her fall over, but instead of that happening, he is just blowing the chairs like everywhere. He's messing over the whole time, and one time he fires it, but it backfires, and he goes flying 15 feet into chairs, and Nell is just laughing at him right now, and he's like, and Horizon looks him, settle down! I really do appreciate your enthusiasm, but right now, a little bit less of that, okay? Until you can actually, comfortably do magic, none of this is allowed, okay? And they like, yeah, yes sir, and they sort of put up a few chairs to sit there, and Forazon casts telekinesis, and all of the other chairs just magically fall back into place. The next time, you are cleaning all of this up, okay? Now, and he fills his fingers, the sort of blackboard just magically floats down, and he floats a piece of chalk to his hand. Alright, so would any of you like to refresh me on what we just learned? And he looks at both of them, and Colton just wide-eyed doesn't know what to say. now puts up her hand and she basically recites the laws of magic that they've been learning. You see a diagram on the top thing, which is sort of it's a circle split in two, and then you've got the symbol for light and darkness, and then there's a secondary circle around that that's split into four, and then there's the further four laws of nature, and then there's another circle with even more disseminating laws of nature that all the.
As it looks familiar to the puzzle Flulon had.
Very much so, actually. I think
Okay, she's gonna draw that down.
Yeah, so Nell puts up her hand and she goes, okay, so we learned that Mortem is the Lord of Darkness. It presides over darkness and the element of death, which is quite scary. Then Lumine, which is the element of light and life. For Ignis, which is heat and fire. Glacius, the opposite of that, which is ice and coldness, essentially. Then we have Terrace, the law of Earth, which is the law of gravity and Earth. And then we have Ventus, the law of air and levity. And that is good enough for now. Those are the fundamental building blocks of magic. All magic originates from light or darkness, and the subtle mixtures between these powers create all of the different laws today. No law is truly weaker than another. It is only that light and darkness is sort of the origin point of them. There are many more others, but for now we are focusing on this. And now, on a point, the law of Mortem, yes, presides over darkness and death, but that is also an essential part of understanding the nature of magic. There is a balance between all of the forces of magic. So death and life are a balance, and then heat and cold is a balance, gravity and levity is a balance. And with this, the intertwining and subtle manipulation of this balance creates the more complex laws in the outer ring, which are called the primordial, prime, and secondary elements. Now, next up is magical formulas. In order having power, like some people get born with sorcerer's powers, they have an easy time gathering magical power and expressing it by merely edge thought, which is a luxury we unfortunately don't have. But the thing is, with the art of wizardry, we are able to understand more innately, strangely enough, the balance between all of these elements, and we can more accurately create spells, and we can create more spells than a sorcerer would, for example, because we can essentially craft a spell to our will with a magic formula. Every spell has a magic formula, which is a set of draconic writing, which is ancient language of the dragons, which has been adapted into essentially the magical language we know today. And a set of these runes each translates to something that magic can do. This is the manipulation of either one of the elements or one of the laws, or a few of them, to create a desired effect. For example, this is the magic formula for that ugly spell you just cast now, Colton, known as Firebolt, amongst other names. And he, with a whoosh of his finger, the chalk, the telekinesis just draws these draconic symbols by itself. And you notice that these draconic, did you speak draconic by any chance?
Mm-mm.
Notice,
Elvish, primordial, and common.
I would say you notice a bit of primordial influence in these runes. It's draconic, but there are some bit of primordial, because primordial is very close to the elements. But you notice these draconic runes are very similarly shaped to the symbol of Ignis, essentially. It's different variations of the symbol of fire. Now, first, you have to gather magical power, which anyone in this world can do. Everyone has a innate connection with magic. You just have to learn how to manipulate it for yourself. Now, this is where the spirits between sorcerers and wizards come in. Sorcerers have power within them. They merely have to imagine a way on how to extrude it. For us, we have to first gather magical power from either a focus or various ingredients that we gather that have magical power within themselves. And from that, we translate that magical power into something meaningful. Otherwise, this is what a firebolt would look like. And Forazon just holds out his hand, and you just feel a bit of heat in the room, and you notice ripples of heat coming off of his hand. Now you see that? That is pure Ignis energy. But if we want this Ignis energy to do something for us, we have to manipulate it in a way that's meaningful. Now, as you can see in the Draconic writing, which you will be learning, by the way, these are the Draconic writings for compression. This is the Draconic writing for sphere. And this is the Draconic writing for ignition. And here's another one for control. All of these, with this formula, used in conjunction with this magical power, you essentially pass the magical power through the formula, and then you create something more akin to this. And he holds out his hand again, those ripples happen again, but instead of just heat, a small flame ignites in his hand, and he has a little fireball that he's just holding in his hand now. And he chucks it across the room, and just before it hits something, he snaps his fingers and it fizzles out into nothingness. So, we are going to practice magical formulas. Eventually, you won't need the assistance of a magical formula to cast spells, because you will be able to chant the spells or imagine this formula within your head. But it is good to know the roots of every spell, and this is a way of creating spell scrolls. You can write these formulas onto scrolls, and all that it needs is someone to pass magic through it. And you can cast the spell without even having the knowledge of spellcraft should you possess one of these scrolls. So for now, we are learning the words sphere, ignition, what were the other things that I said? Control, ignition, sphere, and heat. You will be writing down these words in your papers. After you've filled an entire paper with that, then we will do some demonstrating. So, up to it, and you're eventually provided with some papers.
And while we do this, Laura's doing the class and everything and learning, I don't mind if you switch to Shiloh. If you want to. Yeah, Shiloh's here.
Oh, hello, AJ. AJ.
AJ! Nou is hy nie. Ek kom weer op WhatsApp. Hy het my gesê moet ek join, toe sê ek vir hom ja. Waar is jy? Ek is seker badkamer toe iets.
Nee, verskoon my, ek het gesukkel om te unmute op my foon. Me, I'm here.
So, record it. So, Alora, you're busy with this class, writing out the draconic runes. As far as lectures, you can ask me questions or whatever. But as we do that, we shift back to the little hovel that you'll now call home. And Shiloh, you awaken the next morning after the whole thing with the clockmaker, moving locations, going to Sidera's home. You now find yourself on whichever bunk you'd like. You wake up at your leisure. You notice Fulon is sitting there sipping on a cup of tea, or on the central round table.
I think Shiloh isn't using a bed. He's just sitting next to his desk.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, did anyone sneak out?
No, you see everything. You noticed Alora.
I do see everything. Wonderful.
You noticed Alora and Fulon had a conversation. full-on hand Alora something, and it looks like a D20, but it seems like a Rubik's Cube type puzzle. They had a few words with each other. Eventually they went upstairs and talked about a few things, and then Alora came back and placed the note in front of. Oh, actually, where did you put the note, Alora?
On his head.
Yeah, there's just a piece of paper on your head. And yeah, Alora on it.
On my head?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, since I saw you place it, the first thing I do when I wake up from my sleeping state, I remove said paper from my forehead, and I read it. And what does it say?
It just says, "Please meet me at Farzan's house ASAP."
Faruzon's. Was I there? Because I
Yeah, you
missed
were.
that session. Was Shiloh there? Okay, so I know where it is.
I think you were there.
Yeah, you would know where it is.
Okay. And Fulon is there, right?
Yes, he's sipping tea. He's side-eyeing you. You look almost like you heard his stool creak out when you suddenly woke up and took the paper off. You got a bit of a fright, but he's now just sort of sipping tea, side-eyeing you. Hello, Shiloh.
Herr Fulon. Herr Fulon, this note from Alora, did she provide any additional information as to her goals going to this location exactly?
As far as I have it, she's there for a class with Farzan, but she has a few plans afterwards. I'd rather let her fill you in on the details.
And did she mention if this is important enough for me to just drop my work?
You notice he looks across specifically the barbarians, Silas and Silas. Yes, I would say that it is important. And then he looks back at you.
I see.
You know, make just with passive insight, you would notice that he didn't want to discern information to them on wherever she's going.
Actually, I'm not gonna passive insight because I am not going to try and open D&D Beyond. I just kind of signal to him. Explain.
He signals back, damn it, why did you learn this language? He just says, she's there for a class with Farzan. Thereafter, she might want to investigate her family. And she asked for your help.
Charlotte kind of just thinks to himself, he doesn't really say it out loud, but he just thinks she's going to cause problems. And without saying anything further, he kind of packs a few things from the table into his trench coat, and he makes his way.
Yeah. Yep. And you can pay 1 gold for the tram trip to Alora, unless you want to spend the whole day walking there.
No, I do pay my dues, since we are rich now, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
with a very generous donation from my benefactor. I do take the tram to Farzan's. And maybe just I didn't technically prepare this spell, but since we're going to do this there's going to be a couple of days, I'm not really gonna. I do cost. What's the spell? Wat is die ding wat ons gesig teen goed kan verander?
Disguise self.
Yourself.
I cast disguise self while I'm in the streets because we are kind of
Fair
we
enough.
are wanted. So
Fair enough.
No, Laura didn't do that.
I think with disguise self, I kind of just turn myself into a random elven gentleman, but I give myself gorgeous golden locks.
You step out as this elven individual, and like the look on Fulon's face as you cast the spell before ending out, you like, as they're all gonna laugh, it's just like, good luck. You step out into the city. The bustle of the day is still starting to pick up. There's a tea shop close by that's opening up. There's a construction yard that people are working at, and people are getting on trams to go to their various work in the copper district or in the bourgeoisie district. Eventually you make your way on the tram, and you have to almost jump trams when you get to the bourgeoisie district. They have fancier trams, and it's sort of this ivory white larger coach situation. You get in, you drive to to House Adana, and eventually the tram stops, steam shoots from it, and the doors open, and you see this large, plump half-orc woman with a very tiny conductor's hat on, sitting in the front seat.
Welcome to House Adana, to Adana Street. Please mind the step, and we do accept tips.
And you see a tip jar next to her.
I ignore it and walk away.
You do notice there's a single silver coin in it. The doors do close, and you come to the gates of House Adana as this luscious, locked, flowing hair elven individual. The guard in front, a half-elven gentleman with short-cut black hair and grey eyes, wearing like white garments, walks up to you. Sorry, sir. Do you have an appointment with Baron Farazan?
Sorry, my thing, the cord just ripped out. Could you repeat that just quickly? Thank you.
You walk up to the gate. There's a guard that approaches you. He has short, cut black hair, grey eyes, and wearing white garments. And he walks up to you. Sorry, sir. Puts up a hand. Do you have an appointment with Baron Farazan? What is your business here?
No appointment. He's not looking at this person in the eyes. He's kind of staring at the home around him, trying to see if maybe he can spot Alora in a window or something. I was summoned by one of his guests, and he just hands him the handwritten note.
The handwriting is very, very unneat. Just this handwriting is very unneat.
I'm sure it is.
And did you sign your name on it, Alora, or not?
That would be cute.
Yeah, she would have, and she would have like written a name in cursive and then a heart at the end.
Yeah, otherwise, why did I know that it was you?
Yeah.
I didn't really know your handwriting. I just hand it to the guard and say, and I told him this. I was summoned by one of his guests.
One moment, please. And he walks into the guardhouse. You watch him walk over the grassy lawn. Alora, just for a moment, Patrick appears in the next hall. Farazan is like, yes, that's... Alora, you might want to add, there's a little edge that comes to this room right over here, and... Oh. Yes, Patrick? And he goes, my lord, there's a person here, an elf with very long golden locks, says he was invited by one of your guests. And
I followed him in.
No, he didn't let you in. He
I see.
Gate, and he shows the note. Farazan's sort of like, huh? Takes it, sees your name. Laura, this is one of your friends. I think from having gallivanting with an elf.
Yeah, me neither, but that's my note. I left a note for Shiloh this morning, and I left a note for Vox this morning. You don't think that someone killed one of them and took the note and now he's trying to kill me, right?
We cannot never take too many precautions. I'll come with you. And
Thank you.
Miss Laura, if you please, just also walk with us to see if this is in fact the person that you might know. And well, he leads you out, and eventually, Alora, you come face to face with this golden locked elf on the other side of the gate.
I'm sorry. Who are you again?
Forzon speaks up to you, Charlotte, as you're now outside.
I think Shiloh kind of takes a peek around them, and I think he drops the spell, revealing himself.
Oh, I see. I see what's happening here. Yeah, Patrick, please let him in. Of course, my lord. And the gate is opened. Shiloh,
I nonchalantly walk inside.
it's nice to see you again. Welcome.
Wat is zijn naam? Fucking Faruzan.
Horizon.
Shiloh walks in and he reaches out his hand. Guten Tag, Herr Faruzan.
Guten Tag indeed. And he shakes.
And is Alora there?
Yes, she's there.
Fraulein, what is this all about?
Okay, sorry, my earphone, my headphones decided battery done. Last thing I heard is Guten Tag.
And I greeted Faruzan and then I looked to you and I asked, Fraulein, what is this all about?
Well, do you have 5 minutes to wait? I just want to finish up this lesson and then I'll tell you what it's about.
I guess I have the whole day at this point.
Okay, good. And then she just happily walks away.
Have you ever
Wonderful.
been interested in spellcraft, Shiloh?
Not particularly, no. I choose to use my time in the more technological arts.
Well, you can sit in for the lecture if you'd like. We're almost done anyway. He leads you to the lecture hall, and Alora, you complete your lesson. And I think on this horizon, where are you standing? It's like a big amphitheater lecture hall, Shiloh. Where would you be standing?
Behind, in the very back inner corner.
Okay. Just observing.
But I am listening. I am listening intently. This is kind of my. This is kind of my jam, you know, a class, and I'm listening to. I'm waiting for him to slip up so that I can correct him.
Magic.
Unfortunately, I know a lot about a lot of things, even though I don't do magic. But unfortunately, Faruzan obviously knows his shit. So annoyingly, he's not going to put this up.
You're there, your nails are like digging into a desk at this point because he's not messing up.
I just want to correct him on something, but it's like the second nature. But it just doesn't want to. He's just right about everything.
It's a lecture on the laws of nature. It's like these 3 circles drawn around each other. Then you've got the primordial, the prime, and then the secondary laws of nature, and like that whole diagram that I drew out for you guys one day. And then,
I would say that this topic is not something that he would be extremely knowledgeable about. So I think, like, with the whole everything that he knows, he realizes Farzan already knows his shit about. But there's a lot of things that he didn't know.
Yeah.
So he's actually learning some things.
Do you just speak Draconic by any chance?
No, but I can learn it in a day, so it's fine.
We'll see about that. You do notice, I would say you're pretty smart, you do notice some Draconic runes on the blackboard. That sort of a floating, levitating piece of chalk is drawing upon it. And you didn't really have too much to do with this, but anyone that went to like university or a school, especially in the upper district, would know that this is a magical formula. It is how, for also through the lesson you pick up on this. This is how spells are formed. It's
Wonderful.
anyone can gather magical power, but it's applying that magical power to create something useful out of it. And he demonstrates this thing where he holds out his hand and like heat rays come off it, and he explains, okay, this is just magical power, but if you include a formula to that, then it makes a firebolt in his hand, then it becomes something useful. And he explains this to the class. And it seems like they're busy learning basic magical formulas, essentially. So, yeah, that's basically what it is. And then, close to the end of the lesson, all right, very good class. Alora, just make an arcana check for me, please, just to see how good you can grasp this shit.
16.
Yeah, you've got it down. Let's roll for the others. Colton got a 4, and Dal got a nat 1.
Oh no.
So, Farzan goes, okay. I feel pretty confident that we could perhaps do a little bit of a demonstration. Would anyone like to? And Colton jumps on the table. Pick me! Please, come stand in front. Farzan, with telekinesis, he just waves his hand and like a target dummy floats and assembles itself out of a bunch of mechanical parts with a target on it, and it places itself at the other side of like the platform where he teaches from, and Colton rushes forward. Please demonstrate your firebolt for me, please. Said please twice just now. Please make this work. Colton goes, you got it, boss, and he focuses really hard. It looks like he's taking a shit while he's like trying to imagine this magical formula. He takes a bit of...
Laura's holding 2 thumbs, it's like, you got this!
He takes a bit of sawdust, which is, I think it's the catalyst to this, and he puts it in his hand because, yeah, as far as I've explained, you can use like a spell focus, or you can drag the magic out of components that you have in a component pouch. Colton takes sawdust in his hand, he crushes it, and heat begins to like fizzle from it, and he doesn't open his hand quick enough, and the fire ignites within his palm, and he's running around, his hand is burning, and Farazan just, like, you just watch his entire demeanor just sink. And he's like, it's okay, we'll get it next time, and he does create water, and an orb of water forms and just splashes onto Colton, and he's like, don't do that again, please. We have to write that formula out at least 200 more times. But you're getting there. I really admire your interest in magic. And Ferdinand smiles at him. Colton, oblivious, is like, of course, I'll get it next time. And he goes, Nell steps up, and she's going to do something. You watch her sort of draw this symbol, and it looks complete. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to gather magic. She just rolled another nat 1 for that. So it just, it's like, I think it gathers a bit of energy to this little orb, and then she like, ha! She pushes her hand up, and this little faint, it looks like a little piece of ash or something that comes off of a fire. That's how small it is, and it fizzles out before reaching the target. At least you're not setting your hand ablaze. So now we will work on your magical gathering capabilities. Alright, Alora, you're up next, if you please.
Laura's eyes go wide, and you can see a hint of nervousness in her, which is quite strange because she's usually very confident in her abilities, but then she makes her way towards the front very slowly, and then she stands there kind of a bit weird. What do you want me to do?
Well, I think the one most fresh in your mind is probably the rune for Firebolt. If you please cast the spell, try to aim at that thing over there. I'll be at the ready if something goes wrong. Please, go ahead.
You see Alora kind of take a deep breath. She fiddles with her hand, kind of nods, quickly glances over to Shiloh, scared of a bit of, because she knows he's there, and she's a bit scared of the judgment if this fails now. Okay, let me just get the spell of Firebolt because I don't have it now.
If you were to look at Shiloh at the back, he's watching you intently at the moment because, I mean, he didn't expect to find you today trying to do magic. You're an artificer, so this is quite interesting to him.
So, Alora, you can just, you're not proficient with Firebolt yet because you're not a wizard. So this will be straight intelligence. Or no, actually, let's go Arcana. Just make an Arcana check for me. Well, I think that's the same.
That's the same.
No way.
20.
Hey Laura, I'm gonna hand this over to you.
Yeah.
Please explain to me.
Alora stands there. She takes a massive deep breath. She looks over to Shiloh. She takes another deep breath. You can almost see the sweat dripping off her forehead. She is so nervous. Her hands are trembling a bit. She then picks up the sawdust very slowly. And as she does this, she whispers to herself, "Alright, I got this. I got this." And then she takes the sawdust. It slowly starts warming up, and then out of nowhere, this massive ball of energy, this massive ball of fire just comes shooting out from her hands, directly hitting the target in the middle, kind of emanating this bright light for a bit, like making people have to like cover their eyes for a bit from the fire that just ignited. And when it hits, the dummy is completely on fire, and the thing I think everyone is surprised, but Alora's face is the most surprised of them all. She is in complete shock.
Shiloh has shifted his position from leaning nonchalantly to actually standing intently out of the shadows, just staring at you.
She then looks to her hands very like, what did I just do to him?
You watch Forizon, who was kind of close to the target dummy, turn towards you, and like the edges of his massive mustache and his just absolutely gigantic eyebrows is like slightly on fire, and he looks at you in a few moments of silence. You think he's about to scold you, and he just runs over. "Alora, you're a genius! Finally! And he runs over to you. "My life is not wasted! I can still teach!" And he runs over to you and he just like buries your face in his beard as he hugs you. "Oh, I see great things for you, Alora. Well done. We just might have a future wizard in this very class, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Colton and Nell, see this? This is where I want you to get at one day, okay? The road is going to be arduous, but apply yourselves, and I'm sure you can also become great wizards. But, on this note, I have a little gift for you, Miss Alora." He walks over, opens one of his drawers in his desk, and he takes out this tome. I'm not going to describe what it looks like because I'm going to give that to you. He takes out this magical tome, and he says, "Now, for those others in this class, this whole lesson was your first test on becoming a wizard. And if you succeeded, you will also get one of these. But for now, Miss Alora, you are officially a wizard in training," and he hands you the magical tome.
Alora doesn't say anything. Her eyes are just wide, and she's still like in shock. She's still every now and then looking at then she kind of looking at her hands, and then she snaps out of it like, "Oh, thank you. I don't know what to say. thank you. And then she just takes it from his hands very happily and pleased.
Okay, from this, you can level up and gain 1 level in Wizard. And basically the spells...
Wow.
The spells that you select on your first level, that is spells that are already included in the spell that Farazan wrote in for you. And he goes, okay, now fill up that tome with the whole library of spells that you can come across, all the magic formulas that you can find. Live each day to make yourself better in the art of wizardry. I'll always be here to assist you on that journey. Well, that's class for today. Much more exciting than it usually is. Well done, Miss Alora, once again. And next time we'll talk a bit about potentially what school of wizardry you might want to go in, and we'll further the understanding of the arcane. But for now, good luck and well done. All right.
Thanks.
You guys want some breakfast or something? I'm gonna let the cooks fix us something, if you'd like. I think a little bit of a celebration is in order. What you
I think me and Shiloh will join after. I just want to speak to him first about something.
All right. I will be keeping some ice cream pancakes for you for afterwards. All right, 2 of you, let's go. And Nell and Colton almost now looks a bit dismayed, but Colton is enraptured by your magical ability. He runs up to you and he just stands there, but then his smile drops into a very serious face. He's very badly trying to hide his excitement, and he goes, "I'm not gonna let you beat me, okay? I'll have my tomes soon enough. I'll become an even better wizard than you are. Watch this space."
I'm sure of it.
And then he smells something. "I'm gonna get myself a pancake," and he runs off as Farazan leads them out of the room. All right, good luck on your endeavors, and they leave, and you two are left here alone in the lecture hall.
Alora, still shell-shocked, kind of looks to Charlotte, is like, what just happened?
That, Fräulein, is something even I am not able to explain at the moment. And he starts walking down I'm assuming there's like a lecture hall that there's like stairs going down. And I think he makes his way down, goes to stand near Alora.
She looks over to the dummy that's completely incinerated. Me?
Yes, from what I could see.
Wow. Alright, this has become real.
May I ask, what is the purpose of this sudden interest in Arcana wizardry?
Well, I wouldn't say it's sudden. I mean, I always had an interest in it, but since my family is so very against it, I never even tried to pursue it. But seeing how things are now and my experiences with magic previously and seeing that people really hate it and want to get rid of it, I don't know, I've never seen magic as something as bad. I don't know. I don't think the world would be better without it.
Charlotte, if after you said, Charlotte just looks at the burning dummy, kind of, and yes, now I understand.
Used in the right hands, of course.
Well, just make sure that your hands are that in due time. And the matter of you summoning me here, I'm assuming you didn't just invite me to watch your class.
No, what is Rox with you? I also left a letter for him
Why?
because I feel like I need you both for this mission.
He's just silent for a second. Yes, but
Oh, are you disappointed that I didn't only ask you, Shiloh? Don't worry, I still believe in your capabilities to the fullest.
I'm more disappointed in the fact that you would trust him, knowing these things, but that is your choice to make, and nevertheless,
I wouldn't have
Havox
trusted him.
did not. He's just silent about that, and he just says, Havox did not join me now. I'm not sure they
Inside
is
check
at the
that,
moment.
please.
Yep, please do.
The Vox isn't with me, is he? Like,
Inside
is he behind me? Like,
Just inside checking your, like, why would you trust the box? Like, that's up to them. So
Yeah,
just-
9.
So just repeat the question, or the insight, and then Charlotte, you tell Alora what she gets with them.
I'm inciting. He said, don't trust Vox after everything. I'm like inciting if there's something that, okay, obviously, if there's something that he's not telling me, that something that I don't know that he's trying to keep from me.
no, I wouldn't say so. It's just, even with the 9, I don't think it would have mattered anyway. He's not trying to hide anything. You just once again pick up on his distrust of certain party members. Vox is obviously one of them at the moment, and yeah, if you were to recall certain things like Vox, Charlotte has complained about the Vox dropping us when we were in the sewers, but ja, ek kan nie onthou of jy by was vir daai sessions nie.
Yeah,
But Vox did, yeah, but Vox dropped us there, and also with the strange magic that he doesn't speak about, and yeah, there are certain other things that he hasn't told you, but it's not like something he's
But
trying to
there
hide.
is things, okay.
Yeah,
But then you're
it's
trying
just
to
like-
hide it.
No, I'm not trying to hide it. It's more just more things on top of more things that he notices. He doesn't really care if you know it or not. It's more like, in general, he just doesn't trust Vox. There are many reasons. And he doesn't feel that you would care about said reasons.
Well, I trust Mr. Fox. Shocker, I know. I trust everyone, unlike you. But truly, I believe we all have each other's best interests at heart.
Yes, well, we'll see about that soon enough. I am certain. But for now, I am alone. Are we going to wait for Havox here, or what is the plan?
Well, I did ask him to come here, so I guess we have to wait. But while we wait, I guess I could tell you why I asked you to come here.
Please.
So, after everything that we have learned and seeing that all of the people that hate magic is behind wanting to get rid of magic, I have this gut feeling that my family also has something to do with it. Just knowing how they are and how they operate. I have a feeling either they are financially supporting this or they have a much deeper hand in this. But I also need to know why there's a duplicate of me out there. Why is there a need for there to be another me? So I want to sneak in to the Steel Mansion, especially my daddy's study, and I want to figure out what they're hiding
You wish to sneak into yet another noble household.
Yes, that's what I said.
I don't think it's even necessary for me to explain to you why that is not a good idea, right? You're going to do it anyway. Correct?
Do you even have to ask?
No, I do not. In that case, I will join you. Make sure that you and Hevox do not mess it up.
Why would...
But it has to be quick.
Alright.
We smash cut from the scene.
Hello.
No. Okay.
Hello, Zach.
We smash cut from the scene. So you've been here quite a while. Let's do that. There's something with you. So after all of the things that have happened,
Luca moet 7 uur wees.
Ja, was Luca? Ek dink ons doen een persoon se ding op 'n slag.
Ons, I don't know, ons.
Want ek moet nog ook myne,
Hy praat van die duivel. Praat van die duivel.
I'll say. Okay.
Greetings, folks. Sorry, I was delayed.
We smash cut from this back to the HBC, or the new HBC. Vox would probably be awake before Solan, so we'll just quickly do a little thing with Vox. So Vox, after all the things that happened, the interaction with the clockmaker, going to Sidera's house, discovering all of this information, yada yada yada. It is the morning after this day. You all have slept in your bunk beds, and you wake up to find Fulon the pink tea and just reading a book on the central round table. You notice Alora and Shiloh are gone, and yeah, that's the situation.
And also a note.
Yeah, you also notice where to place the note, Alora.
I would place it next to Vox. Laura would place it next to Vox, not on him, out of fear.
Fair enough. So it's on my bed table or what?
Yeah.
There is no bed.
Yeah, let's say that. Oh yeah, put it on next to your mattress. On your mattress next to your body. Let's say that.
Like between the metal frame and the mattress itself, you just maybe slid it in.
Yeah.
Or what? Okay.
Yeah, let's say that.
Well, so this is when I wake up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think I'll just raise like a vampire from my bed, just clinically moving the pieces of fabric aside for my device.
The chair squeaks and full on. He's holding his chest, breathing heavily. Hello, Vox. That's the second time I was scared almost to death this morning. Hello, and he sips his tea.
I think my eye just flickers, and I think I'll notice a bit of a rustling, between the bed and the frame, and I'll just look down, and I'll probably see this piece of paper, and I'll be like, well, in my head at least, I'll be like, this is odd. I didn't put that there, and I think Vox will just slip it out, and he'll just examine it, and in its folded state, is there anything written on the outsides?
No, it's just a piece of paper, blank on the one side, the other side has writing on it.
Okay. So it's not folded.
No.
Okay. I think you'll just observe it, and then eventually you'll turn it around and you'll see there's a bunch of scribbling on it, and then he'll like briefly read the first log line, but then he'll just kind of look around to see if you're around, and then he'll just stuff it in his coat, and he'll get up.
So what is on the note just says, "Meet me at Farazan's mansion, please, Alora, ASAP."
Okay. Yeah, I think when he saw the Farazan thing, he like stopped. He was about to like hide it, but then he keeps reading the whole thing. So is that all that you said?
Yeah.
Very underneath handwriting in the center
Yeah.
of the page.
Okay. I think Vox just kind of confusedly looks around like that guy from Pulp Fiction, John Travolta. I think it's John Travolta. Just looking around, confused, looking to see if he can find Alora, but he'll just stuff it in his stuff and I guess go for a shower. Or the shower facilities at this place.
There is a bath.
You're kidding me.
And it's a big
Vox in a
bath.
bath.
Yep.
That's not something I pictured in the last many years. Okay, fine. I think Vox's size underneath. What he'll do is he'll walk past Fulon, and Fulon is just drinking his tea, right?
Yeah, you look over his shoulder, he's reading a book. Something about arcane, mysteries of the arcane or something. There's a bunch of like draconic writing on the pages and he's just sort of studying it.
Okay, I think you'll hear the floorboards gradually creak and become a bit louder until it stops right in front of him. All of a sudden, there's just like a silence, and Vox just stand there. He just kind of slowly turns his head, looks at the book Fulon's reading, then he looks up at him, and then his hand just pops out from underneath his cloak, and he's just like, where are the lavatories?
Underneath the stairs over there, he points, and the stairs that lead down to this place, it sort of like goes down and then almost, it's not round stairs, but it arcs around, and then if you walk into like the darkest corner of the room, there is a door there that leads to the lavatories.
Okay. I think there's a bit of a long pause, and I assume Fulon's just still reading, right?
Yes.
I think you'll hear the squeaking of the latex from my glove again, as I just signal to him. So where did you steal that book from? Question mark.
I always had it. What do you mean?
Inside check.
Make an inside check.
Oh, 21.
He's lying. You probably stole it like in the last 2 days with that inside check.
Vox is kind of... He just looks at him, but I think Fulon would be able to tell from that specific look that he knows what's up.
Fulon
And
poker faces on that. He is fully committed to this lie and he just blinks twice as he smiles at you. You don't see his teeth, it's just the beard sort of like lifts up a little.
Fox's eye just flickers and he just swings around a perfect 180, and then his boot stomps down and he makes direct way towards the pristine lavatories of our new H-core.
When you open the tap for the bath, it sounds like someone is throwing rocks down like a steel pipe. That's how noisy it is. It's just like as the warm water trickles in. The water is clean and everything.
I think what initially happens is no one has used these like drainage pipes in a whole lot of years, right? So I like squeak open the tap and just nothing happens. I just stand there like bare cheeks facing the camera, my white ass cheeks, and I just wait for something to happen. And the first thing, like after a long pause, is there's just this giant cockroach that like crawls out of the thing, and I just fucking unleash a whole storm of lightning upon that thing. And then after a while, the water finally, like, creeps out.
Yo, with all this noise happening, so then you wake up. It's about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. I think maybe when Vox originally got off the bed saying they bunk buddies, he really woke up.
Are you on the bottom bunk or the top one? I don't remember.
I think... I don't know. Vox was there first, so it depends on what Vox claimed first.
Vox is like a crow. He wants to see everyone at the same time, so he'll choose the top bunker.
Yeah, so in that case, I think when Vox got off the bed, like dust from the top mattress just like fell on Solan's face. And yeah, I think that would have woken him up. But yeah, he hasn't done much, I would say, until for the first bit.
Okay. Vox, you finish up doing your business in the bathroom, and yeah, what do you do after that? You leave for Forazon?
Just gonna have a peek in the main quarters again. Are the two barbarians still there?
Yes, and they are sleeping.
Thinks just kind of looks at them for a while. Then I think maybe his gaze would meet Solan's. I don't know. I think you'd probably notice me walking from the bathroom. I think he'll just kind of look at you and then just look at the note again, and he'll just walk out of the
I think
headquarters.
as you start walking, Solan will ask you, where are you off to? I guess Sylvester's not with you.
I think Vox will just annoyingly scramble around in his pockets, and he'll just take out this crumpled up note. No, he'll take Alora's note, and he'll just write at the back of it, Farazan's place, and he'll just show it to him. The cokie dried out halfway through, so the writing is really shit.
Okay, I think Solan will make a note where you are, but I don't think he'll immediately go with you. He maybe might have a few things he wants to do on his own. But yeah.
Okay. So Vox, you leave for Farazan's place. We will shift the camera back to Farazan's home. How long are you guys waiting here? Like, Vox, how long did you take, or did you just immediately get there?
I would say I had nothing better to do, so I just went straight for the place. I might have taken some precautions not to be seen by the public eye, though.
Yeah, of course. Alora and Shiloh, you're still in the lecture hall or wherever, and Farazan comes down the stairs.
You've been waiting quite a while for your friend. Sure you don't want ice cream covered pancakes?
Shiloh, I'm guessing he has like a plate. Does he have like a plate of the pancakes?
Yeah, just holding it out to you very easily.
Shiloh kind of stares at it and he kind of scans it, and it's, for him, it's a logical fallacy. The combination of both starch, niet starch nie, fucking, wat is brood?
Calories.
Carbs?
Carbs. Nee, stysel. Is ek reg as ek sê flapjack is stysel?
I think so, yeah.
Ja, soos 'n brood tipe ding. Alright. Ja, so whatever stysel is in Engels, the combination of stysel and fucking sugar, it's for some reason it doesn't compute. So he just stares at it, and it really freaks him out. He gets like a a small sense of fear staring into the. I don't know what the fuck I'm rambling. Kiara maak tee, so I'm just rambling at the moment.
Wow.
He's a little bit afraid of the.
Okay,
And he just says, "No, thank you."
Damn it. And so I go so we have that little bit for a moment and we shift back immediately. Just as Vox leaves, Solan, what are you going to do?
See, that's the thing. Solan has a few things he would maybe want to do. And that was like depending on how successful he is, would have been if he would then go where Vox is. But basically, like I mentioned the last session, Solan wants to go to Krishina, and basically ask her like a few things,
So,
which might help him.
So, very armorless, you walk through the streets. I'm assuming you're just trying to sort of kind of stay through the shadows and remain inconspicuous.
Yeah, I think he'll do that.
Yeah, it's would you the Sancta Spina isn't that far away, so you could walk there or you could take a tram. Tram is going to cost you 2 silver.
I think he'll do a tram.
Okay, 2 silver. The tram doors open up. Conductor says, "Please mind the step. Welcome to whatever this area is, to Church Street or Protocol." And you get off, and in front of you stands the place where you grew up. A beautiful white, almost white bleached stone church. It's not that large. It's one of the smaller churches within Chichester, but it's sort of like a almost cathedral, rectangular shape, very high ceilings. There's one point, and this is something that's true for all of the churches, that is like a central, not a central point, but there's a singular tower that is much higher than the church, and then the symbol of the twin suns on top of it, as if we're reaching for the sun. So the symbolism of that is we're ever reaching for the wisdom of the sun, but none of us can truly grasp it. That is why we try to understand. And there's no fence around the church. The church is welcome to all. It is early morning, so you see a bunch of wooden tables sort of arranged as sort of like a soup kitchen type situation. There's a big ass pot of broth, and you see now the elderly figure of Lady Krishna, with her like scrunched face and her eyes almost perpetually closed. That's how much she's squinting, and she's just like masterfully with this gigantic wooden spoon stirring this broth. And there's a bunch of other deacons, not deacons, reverends, which are basically they're like lower priests, just taking from the broth and giving it to some of the poor people that come around here completely free of charge. And you just see this happening. Like, smile. Good day to you. Enjoy your day further. May the light of the twin suns shine upon you. That type of thing as the people go by. You see Krishna there. With almost no effort, just stirring this massive pot of broth, wearing her almost like off gold and white robes. Her staff is like to the one side. Yeah.
I think Solan will almost, like with the rest of the people, go stand in like the line where they get food, and he'll like wait for his turn to get to her.
Okay.
And yeah,
you specifically stand in the line that it leads to Krishna, and you wait for a moment, and eventually she's facing her back against you, and she puts some broth in a bowl, and she says,
"Oh, thanks for coming around. May the light of the twin suns be with you." Hello there.
Krishna, it's been a while.
Good to see you again. Come for my famous broth. You know, once you try it once, You won't want to have anything else.
Here you go. And she hands it to you with a wooden spoon.
Solan nods gracefully and he says, I'm glad to see you again. You look well.
Thank you. You're keeping up with it. I am feeling quite well. How's it with you? How are things happening on that side? Gotten into any more trouble? I hope not too much, otherwise I might be liable for scolding later.
Solan thinks of his bar fight. And he says maybe a little bit of trouble, but nothing too serious. But that's a story for another day.
She squints her eyes and like raises her eyebrows, and I see her eyes just looking into your soul. She has beautiful eyes, but at this moment, they just stare into your soul, and there's just like the shadow that falls over you almost. She's just like,
Is that right?
and she just slowly scrunches her eyes again.
Can I help you with anything today? Except for, my legendary broth?
Oh, I came to seek your advice and help. You've always been there for me, and you've also been the one that teach me about Helios and the church, and I need to find a place. And you're the only person that I know who might know of something. I need to find a place where I can just be alone and connect with Helios. A place where I can just meditate and heal with him.
Oh, okay. That's another talk for the broth line. You know what? Go inside. You can sit on any of the benches, maybe one of the PlayStations. I'll be with you in just a moment. You just fix up these wonderful people, their breakfast, and then I'll be with you, of course.
Thank you very much. And Solan will leave the line. Go sit.
You walk up to the church, and there's actually there's a paladin standing guard at the door of the church. But I think you know this guy. It's like childhood friend or something. I don't think we said anything in the story, but this was like a person who grew up alongside you, and like you know him well. We'll call him. So I can just find this. Where's the Gasconade Bible? Here it is. His name is. He's a dwarven man. Also young in his years. His beard isn't grown out like dwarves traditionally do. It's sort of just a small, scruffy beard, and he stands there in his full paladin armor. You know him as but how do you say the same? Siegfried. His name is Siegfried Dawn. And he has like this most ginger-esque beard that he tries to braid, but it's not long enough yet. And he sees you approaching and goes, "Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes, let the conform to the law."
Aye, Solan. Are my eyes deceiving me, or have you returned to our church for once? It's good to see you again.
Stig, yeah, very nice to see you. Still short as always.
You still remember my name despite being away from this place for so long. I've got many questions about where you've been. A lot of stories being milling about. But Lady Christina assures me that you're a good egg, and I mean, I've known you all your life, so just keep your head about you and be careful. the inner circles are, as I said, spreading some nasty rumors about you that I'm sure are not true. Anyways, good to see you again. Here you go, and he opens the door.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Sit inside for about 20 minutes before Christina enters. Do you think of anything in those 20 minutes? As you walk into this whole large, high ceilings cathedral, is a bit on the small side, but which is sort of tradition for the churches of Twin Suns, there are massive orange, red, and yellow tinted windows just to let in as much sunlight as possible. There's like a massive circular skylight. And then at the further edge, there's a large circular window, which is supposed to represent the sun, the smaller circle inside of it, and just a miniature statue of this beautiful, powerful warrior of a man, which is obviously a visage of Helios. Yeah, what do you think about what do you do in this space? There's a bunch of benches. No.
I think Solan tries to not think too much into the past. Actually, I think in this time he'll just try to think of his goal and the present and the future. And yeah, like I say, not really think of the past.
Okay. Now, just in quiet contemplation, you'll eventually hear the door open up and sort of interrupt your meditative state. And Christina enters the door, walks up to you.
She says, "So then, what ails you, my child? How may I be of assistance?"
Like I mentioned earlier, I know the church has a few of these spots across the country, and I just need to find a secluded place, a place strong in the connection of Helios. I need to be alone for a bit, and I seek his guidance.
Now, here's a common misconception, but if it will work for you, it is fine. I can give the location of a cosmic shrine just outside of the city, but wherever the light of the twin suns shine, Helios is present. And most of the time, true strength comes from finding quiet contemplation within the chaos around you. A place like this is perfect, but you can also find quiet contemplation on the busiest street of Seashore if you're only with yourself. And with this contemplation, especially with your connection and inauguration as a person human, with enough time, Helios would come to you when the time is right. You cannot demand the attention of him, but if you devote yourself and truly believe in what it is you wish to attain, you will come to. Be it here, be it on the busiest street of Seashore, be it in the most secluded shrines of the Iron Spike Mountains. So, shall I can tell you? And it's just something I would also like to ask you. Helios has smiled upon you, and I still believe that he does. I don't know what is going on within your life, but from what I've heard through the grapevine of the church network, is that you are wanted by the Pontifex Rex. He sees you as, how can I say this, a betrayer to the cause. There was a documented incident where you apparently assaulted a paladin. And because of this, we're actually supposed to represent you on site.
But because I know you, I'd like to think I know you well. I'm told Sig not to take any rash action, so you'll have a safe place within Sanctus beyond. You don't have to talk about it, but what is going on? Would really like to have you.
I talked to him. Ilios came to me in my dreams.
Oh,
About 2 weeks ago. He told me that there's evil within the city. That I need to cleanse this evil under his word. And that also the church, I feel like they've lost their way. The way that Helios said for us to follow, and that's why I went on my own path. I can't achieve what I'm set out to achieve while following the church.
well, everyone is on their own path, and the fact that Helios spoke to you means that your path is an especially important one. In that case, I will not believe these rumors that were spreading within the church. You are on a mission of divine importance, it seems, though you may not know exactly what this evil is as of yet. This tells me that you are going to make great difference, great change in the city for good. That really soothes this old heart of mine.
And then also on top of that, I'm also conflicted by my own personal goals. You know what happened about a month ago. I'm still seeking the killers, and I still want to avenge my wife, and I feel like that conflicts with what Helios wants me to do.
Now, Helios is not necessarily against the idea of quoted on vengeance. But his vengeance is not the kind of getting anyone in on whoever wronged you. It is on giving fair and righteous judgment upon evildoers within this world. So I don't think that conflicts with what you are trying to do. It might even come across your path. So I believe you should do what you feel is best in your heart and bring to light the evil's hurries within the shadows. I can't tell you what to do in that moment, but I believe Helios' wisdom will guide your actions, guide your mind, and guide your blade. I'm not going to pretend this is some perfect city. I'm not going to pretend that everyone within the church is perfect either. No one person can be perfect. Which is why I try to help all those who come seeking help. why I just want to do the best with my abilities. I am not, as you might have noticed, not as spry as I used to be in my adventuring days, but if I can but put a bit of food in the stomach of one ailing person, at least I'm making a difference in someone's life. It seems you are on a much more important path. Take these words to heart. Trust yourself. Trust in the healers. You know if those perpetrators deserve what is coming to them. Or perhaps they might have a chance to see the light. She sort of sits there with you as the rays of the sun warm you.
I thank you for these wise words. It definitely puts me at ease. And I think Solan just starts eating the food.
As you finish that, we're gonna stay here, or what is your situation?
I think does Solan the letter? Well, I know Vox went to Shiloh. Does Solan know if it was an urgent matter or if it was just like just like a normal day type thing?
You didn't see urgent. Vox just said he's going to follow Zol's place.
I think Solan will stay behind maybe for a bit, just help Krishina maybe clean up, help around the church.
Yeah, she
do his part.
She does cover your face with a rag, and she just says to you, I am not going to be caught out for heresy today, so please just wear this. And yeah, so you just wear like one of those desert things essentially over your head as you assist. But yeah, you time of quiet contemplation, you and Krishna share a few memories of the past. It's sort of like, yeah, she's protecting you from this greater law of the church essentially that one wants to get to you. And it's sort of a thing where she believes that the light of healers is everywhere, and you find it in or outside of this institution, you are on your own she trusts. So yeah.
Yeah, I think after helping around for a bit, Solan will then just go to Vox in this case, because I guess he'll know where. You said Farazan, yeah,
yes.
His place is at.
Yeah, it's one of the noble mansions in the Bushel district. So if you want to get there, it's going to be one gold piece of tram costs.
Hey, I'll pay that.
But you head there later in the day, so we'll get to this now.
Yeah.
We now shift the camera back. Alora, Shiloh, Vox. Okay. So Alora and Shiloh, you're it's still early morning now. You're in Farazan's home, and he has just walked up to you guys and said, "Are you sure you don't want ice cream covered pancakes? You've been waiting for your friend for quite a while and you're very hungry."
Well, I wouldn't say no.
Ah, that's a yes then.
I'll take some.
He just stuffs a plate in your hand. It's like Farazan's chef is amazing at this, and it's beautiful. There's like strawberries and chocolate syrup on the pancake with ice cream, and it's amazing. And By this time, I think as you're having this conversation, Vox, you actually arrive. Do you walk up to like the front gate, or you're gonna try and just walk the fence?
At this point, I don't want to be seen in any public domain whatsoever, so I will illegally enter the premise.
Stealth check.
Oh no.
Cool. Let's see how this goes. Stealth check, right?
Yes.
Okay, not a bad start.
Yeah.
22.
You disappear. You dodge past Patrick the guard standing in front of Horizon's place, and then you head inside. The front door is unlocked, and as you enter, you see Laura and Shiloh. Laura eating some ice cream covered pancakes, and Horizon just walking away from that conversation.
I think I'm kind of relieved to see Alora there, knowing that our cover is still indeed like up, at least within the halls. But then I see Shiloh next to her, and I'm like, become a bit more skeptical. But I think after seeing Alora, Vox will just. I'm gonna slowly open the door and just close it without making a noise and just go stand behind both of them while they eat ice cream and say nothing.
Shiloh, I think after a while you notice. Behind you, who do you go stand? They're sort of facing each other.
How are you two standing? Are you like standing right next to each other?
I think we might have we were sitting maybe by on one of the chairs, one of the aisles.
Oh, in the lecture hall.
Yeah, I mean that's where we stayed.
Okay, yeah. So you watch them walk off to where the lecture hall is. So they're sort of both sitting next to each other, facing the front of the lecture hall. So you enter from behind. They're the only two people.
Yeah, Shiloh's just eerily staring at the front of the room.
Alora's just stuffing her face with ice cream pancakes.
So you guys are like sitting in the auditorium.
Yeah.
Okay, I will. Is the entrance from the top or the bottom?
From the
I can't
top.
remember.
From the top. It's like a
Excellent.
It's like an amphitheater thing. There are two doors from the top, and then a bunch of stairs that head down through the desks and things, and then the podium in the front.
Okay. I'll just silently enter from the top and go stand in the row directly behind both of them. I'm gonna make a stealth check just so that they don't realize.
Oh, we get this front shot of just Alora stuffing her face, Shiloh just staring into the camera, and just Vox slowly creeping in behind them.
Ugh. That's a 15.
It wins my passive perception, yeah.
Yeah, then may know it.
Alora,
Ow.
there's something behind you, and you don't like it.
Yeah, what? And then she turns around and then she kind of jumps up from her chair, making the ice cream covered pancakes fall on the ground, and then you can see her utmost disappointment as the pancakes are now on the floor.
Shiloh just stares down at the food.
Vox realized this might have been a mistake. And he just awkwardly looks at Alora now, just kind of looks down at the pancakes and just kind of wanting them to just appear back in her hand, like unsplattered. But obviously that isn't happening. Now it's just this weird standoff.
Mr. Vox, you made it. It's nice to see you. How did you sleep?
His eye just blinks.
I'll take that as a good. You're probably wondering why I asked you to come here in the morning.
What is going on?
Horizon comes around the corner.
Did someone spill their... Oh. Hello, Vox.
I brought an extra plate because I heard things falling and I was just assuming the worst. Welcome to my home. I realized I didn't. Did Patrick let you in? How did you get in here?
He nods his head.
Oh, okay. And Alora pours on prestidigitations that fallen pancakes away, and he just puts on another plate in front of you. There's plenty more to spare, so if any of you feel like some ice cream covered pancakes, and looks straight into your eyes, Shiloh, and into your eyes, Bobs, please don't hesitate to call. I'll be with the others, and he walks out of the room.
So, like I was saying, I asked you and Shiloh to come here today because I require your both expertise for the mission that I want to complete, you can say. I want to sneak into the Steel Mansion and find out if my family has anything to do with, you know, all of these people who want to get rid of magic because my family hates magic. And she just gives out this big smile and this awkward smile and these big, like, quickly blinking eyes when she tells it to Volk. You can see the fear behind her eyes when she says it.
Vox just looks at Shiloh, just wanting him to say something.
Shiloh doesn't say anything, he just stares back at you.
Ah, wonderlijk. Alora, you are with two awkward stares instead of one.
Well,
Just shrugs his shoulders.
since you're good at sneaking, Mr. Rocks, I thought you would be good at this, and I don't know, I trust you both. I know you both the most, and well, I consider you to be my friends, and I trust y'all, so please, would y'all help me?
I think
Shiloh.
I meet glances with Shiloh again.
I think I think Shiloh signals to you in Thieves' Cant. So what about it?
He just answers, more information isn't bad.
Laura's just awkwardly sitting between these two, like looking from left to right, like what are they saying? But when the Shiloh says that, she's yay! All right. So the Steele family has a very strict routine, right? And well, they follow it to the T. So I will know. I have like a 90% chance of knowing where they'll be in the mansion during a specific time. And I'm hoping that the duplicate of me will also be following that schedule. So, between 12 and 1, I believe that we have a window to sneak into the Steel Mansion, as it is the time where I usually had my private lessons with the tutor, and my brother and sister were up in the study hall. My father's out most of the time, so I don't think he'll be an issue. Same with my mother. Mostly, the only problem we would have is running into my duplicate. If we run into my brother or sister, I mean, I could still play it off like nothing is wrong. I mean, I am me.
You could pretend like you're a duplicate.
Yes.
As long as they don't see you and the duplicate in the same room,
Yes.
maybe it would make things easier. If I could make a suggestion, perhaps something we should focus on is probably using our tall masked friend over here's talents in kidnapping to maybe give us an upper hand.
You want to get rid of the duplicate?
I want to keep the duplicate away from the eyes of your family. Then you can roam freely. Pretend you are the duplicate.
Objection! You hear muffled under Vox's cloak appears your good old friend once more. The big S. And
Sir.
Oh, hello, dear. It's always nice hearing your voice again.
Likewise.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if this is the best idea, especially with everything that's going on, like...
I know this isn't the best
clockmaker.
idea. Trust me. I've already considered it. It's not going to help trying to talk sense into her.
Well, have you considered the point that we most certainly have to be fully staffed in order to take on whatever plans the clockmaker has in 2 weeks, and if anything happens to us, it will significantly impede our ability to, potentially stop him.
But what if my family does have an involvement in this? Then we're one
I
step
don't
ahead.
know, Alora. They seemed pretty adamant on being against the nobles. As much as I want to believe you, I highly doubt they would employ the likes of your father, considering
Well, there's one thing they hate more than nobles, Sylvester, and that's magic. And that's one thing my family and them have in common. And if they need the finances and they need someone with the power to be able to get them where they need, who else would they ask than the Steele family?
She does have a point, Sylvester. It seems like the hatred of magic seems to be a common denominator in our latest range of enemies. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to believe that a wealthy family who hates magic would also be in line to give themselves more power and eliminate a certain enemy all at the same time.
Well, I suppose, but I'm not sure if they know this clockmaker fellow that well. I don't see what's in it for them.
Power. My father would do anything to get higher up in the ranks. Especially take over the ones that have the noble families that have a higher rank than him and possess magic.
Well, no, the funny thing is, Alora, I would have considered that horrible if it were not for the fact that that accounts for every single noble currently in power, except for maybe Farazan. But you do have a point. They do hate magic, and just maybe we might get some insight. Just be careful, alright? I don't want any of you to do something stupid or get very hurt,
And even if they do not have involvement, I must know why my father made a duplicate of me. And how.
Yes, that is rather peculiar. Maybe it wouldn't be so crazy to assume that perhaps the clockmaker has something to do with your duplicate. I mean, it looked exactly like you, and the only technology I can possibly discern to be so advanced is clockwork.
Well, if we can prove that...
And by the way, just has a realization.
If we can prove that, then we can prove their involvement with the clockmaker.
Clockmaker, yes.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose it's not a horrible idea. We should just be careful, that's what I'm saying.
Well, so what's the plan? Would you both
I am
say?
going to suggest my plan again, and that is that we locate this seeming duplicate of yourself, and you are free to roam the halls of your old home to whichever room you please. And we, in the meantime, might even find a way to figure out what exactly is being used to duplicate your likeness, whether it's a certain form of magic, perhaps even technology more like myself, which I would dread if I could feel dread.
So, question, why exactly are we gathered here at Mr. Faruzan?
Oh, I had a magic lesson, and I completely blew up a dummy, and she points to a dummy who's, a training dummy that's completely incinerated, which was very cool, and, I just thought it might be easier to meet here if you both were asleep, and I didn't want to wake y'all.
Vox, your passive perception, you notice a spell tome at Alora's side.
I think midway through Sylvester's conversation, Vox just kind of points at that thing. I think after you say you had your magic lesson, I think Vox will just point at your tome.
I'm officially a wizard in training, and she puts jazz hands up.
A wizard? My, getting smarter by the day, eh? Oh. Well, that most certainly isn't going to bode well with your family, nor the clockmaker. But it's not like we were friends with them in the first place, is it?
Yeah, definitely not. Right, but back to the kidnapping. But we just need to make sure that if we do kidnap my duplicate, that it can be traced to us.
Well, we can't make sure if we break into your home that it would also not be traced back to us.
Yeah, but I look like me,
That's true.
and I can make a reason for y'all to be there. 'Cause technically, it's my home.
This is concerning because we don't know what your duplicate can do exactly. So we also don't really know how easy it might be to incapacitate such a thing.
Well,
For we know your duplicate could have a Gatling gun in her mouth or something. You know, it's good to be skeptic.
yeah, and we can just avoid her if she is following the schedule that is set out for us. She will be in the study room, and she's busy with the lesson, and we can just avoid her entirely.
Yes, we should. We can only hope that the eyes of the rest of your family doesn't lay upon her as they do with yours.
Well, Keegan, DM, is there a this is a real, I just want to show the logistics of this. Is there a window leading, this is your building technically, so is there a window leading to the room where the tutor and the supposed duplicate would be?
Of course there would be windows, it's a noble house.
Okay.
There's got windows fucking everywhere.
Well, we could always look through the window first to make sure she's in there. Or it's in there.
How big is your house exactly?
You
How many
know,
windows do we have to look through exactly?
well, I have a good idea of where it is. You see, I sneaked out of a couple of lessons in my lifetime, so I have a good idea which window it is.
Well, I suppose you're right, but you know, what if the robot feels the need to grab a drink, you know, and he heads down the garage to steal some oil from the automaton, you know, we can't be too sure. I don't
Am I
know.
supposed to be offended by this? It feels like I should.
Oh, Shiloh, have some humor, please. Come now.
And he just kind of tries to slap you, but it's just like dink.
Ouch.
Humor has not been integrated into my motherboard.
I see.
Well, should we walk and talk?
Please. I also have things to do, mind you, before we head on our mission.
No, I mean, you have 2 weeks now. This is the first day, so you imagine
Yeah, but
that's-
Shiloh is impatient. He wants to start with the things now.
So the steel mansion is quite close to here, so we head over there as you have this discussion.
Wonderful.
Oh, wait, are we going now?
We're already there.
Shouldn't we have some tea and biscuits first? Maybe, you know, talk it through. Do we have a contingency? How many walls do we have to go through? How many guards are there? You know, the list goes on and on.
There's about 10 guards, I would say.
Oh. Well, do we have a rendezvous point? Do we have a plan for if things go south? I think we should just take a bit more time just to...
Sylvester, when did we ever have a plan for when things go south?
That's true.
Well, that's exactly why we need one now, you know?
Yes,
Not to
where
repeat
was
mistakes of
this
the past.
attitude when we went on our previous missions, huh? When these idiots just decided to do their own thing and bugger everything up. You just
Do you
kept
really
quiet.
think Vox wants to listen to me?
Exactly. So why do you think he wants to listen to you now?
Well, maybe just it would save us. And considering that we haven't had many high-profile outings, this one might pose a higher degree of risk than the rest might have. For example, when you went to the Atway mansion, and Sergei died as a result of that, I think it would be wise just to consider the possibility of a plan B. Call me crazy.
I suppose most of the level-headed of us, and he just looks at Vox, are here. Doesn't believe Vox to be level-headed.
Fox kind of looks at me.
Do you have any entrances or exits in the mansions that you know of where there will not be many bodies to discover us if we were
Yes.
to have to make a quick escape?
Well, between 12 and 1, most of the guards are also on lunch. So there's a gap in between the fence on the left-hand side of the mansion where I usually also climbed over when I wanted to escape lectures.
Well, there's your plan B, Sylvester. We have an escape route.
Well, let's just hope they didn't buy it up.
Yes.
But oh well, who listens to me anyway?
It'll be fine, Sylvester. We work the best when we improvise.
Charlotte disagrees.
Well, I suppose you do have a point. Albeit a coin flip.
Okay, so you all walk and eventually arrive across the street from the steel mansion. It's this beautiful, ornate building with all the latest gadgets and things, almost technological detailing all over it. It has a cast iron fence around it, but Alora, that escape route that you just spoke of, upon observation, it still seems to be well intact there. And how are you approaching this?
So as we make our way to the manor, she's firstly going to look over the manor to see if the guards are, like she said, not all of them are gone, but they're less in numbers because most of them are on break now. So she's gonna check to see if this is true or not.
Can make a perception check.
20, dirty 20.
Like the it's pretty normal. It's actually scary how precisely the Steels have kept to that routine that you have described. The lunch breaks, like, and everything that happened within the house. It's especially apparent with the guards. Like, the routine is almost to the T. Perfect. Trademark of your father.
Well, it's like I said, most of them are on lunch currently. So that means we can slip to the side.
There's 2 guards in front of the gate and 1 patrolling at the moment. But like, that's better than the 10 that's usually out.
There's currently only 1 guard patrolling, so we just have to make sure he's not around when we sneak in. Is it okay if I make up details of this house? Because I'm just making up the details as I go along now.
Or anything, just please do that. But ask me rather, if there's something like game changing, just ask me, listen, is this perhaps there? And it will like resolve that with a dice roll.
Is the study where the tutor is lecturing on the first, second, or third floor?
Let's call this perception or investigation.
Okay. It's the same, say... 10.
It's unfortunately, I'm going to call it, it's on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
Which you clearly identified like the large glass window that isn't through.
Yeah. Is there like a trellis or anything next to it that you can climb? Because I'm just thinking of how would I have escaped. I could jump off, but I don't know. I don't necessarily would have ever like climbed back up.
Perception or investigation.
Yeah. That's a 23.
Most certainly, you have control over that, so you know precisely how that escape route works. It still seems to be intact.
She looks to Shiloh and walks. So, the lecture room with the tutor is on the 2nd floor, but there's a trellis next to it, which I always use to climb. So you're able to escape it. So we just need to reach there, climb up, peek into the window, see if they're there, quickly make our way back down, hide, and then discuss our plan further. Good?
Or perhaps we could send something that has little chance of getting caught. Clockwork, for example. He can confirm to us that your double is situated in that room.
You know, that's actually true. We can actually send Gidget. Gidget knows how to do it. I mean, he's done it a couple of times with me. And you just see Gidget's tail wagging.
Fair enough.
Alright, boy. You know what to do. Go get him. And then Gidget runs off into closer to the building. Do I need to make make an athletics check for him to climb?
They can fly.
You can
They have a
fly,
flying
but-
They can fly,
but,
yeah.
But if you'd like, we can like sub the flying for like climbing or something like that. Then it like I don't know. How would it even look like? Do you imagine Gidget?
I thought this
Yeah.
tail turns into a propeller.
He did his fly, yeah, his tail's a propeller.
Okay, I will note that would probably easily be recognizable by the guards. The
Yeah.
flying thing. So yeah, if you're gonna
Let's do make a climb.
yeah. So
Good. Straight D20. Oh, not 20.
Let's go.
Gidget knows his way around. He easily makes it up the trellis and is able to and passes the guards. Like the thing is, there's one guard patrolling, so there's no real risk of stealth checks here. It's just you wait for the guard and then you run across. So Gidget runs across in that moment. You watch him go up, and he stares into the. Don't remember. Can you see through his eyes, or?
That's an interesting question. I don't know. Charlotte, do you know?
Well, I just like roleplay it as we have like a connection, as if it's a familiar.
Yeah.
To me,
It's
it makes
DM
sense. 'Cause
discretion.
I'm also mechanical, so we have like a.
Yeah. I think.
Because it is, in a sense, it is magical. It's not purely mechanical, so
Yeah.
it makes sense that there's some magical traits
Yeah.
towards it.
I imagine, Laura, you have like a little console or like a crystal
Yeah,
or something that projects,
device,
yeah,
yeah.
that projects his sight to you. So yeah, sure, we can have that then be scouts. So you send each up and you prepare the device. And as Gidget looks upon it, this projection of what he sees comes, and you all see the following. A large lecture hall. It's not like amphitheater or something, but this is a class complex with just a few seats. It's a private tutor room. There's a blackboard in front with a podium. There's no one in this room. The door is closed. There's no one in this room except for one figure. The door is closed, and sitting in the central table, Alora, the table you used to sit at. There you sit at the table, staring, completely motionless, both of your arms on the table, upright in your chair, just staring in front of you.
Creepy. Yeah. Anything else in the room that would look out of place than normal, or does everything just look like copy and paste from the last time she was there?
Okay, perception check. So it is.
Yeah, I just want to check. Is my homunculus? Homunculus. Where is it now? Man, where is it?
Yeah, I continue. So that's that now.
Where's my homunculus? Why is it not here? It's always here, LA.
It'll be in your inventory.
Yeah, it's not for some reason. I didn't change anything. Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry, I'm just blind. Okay. So, wisdom +0. Okay, straight roll. Nice, a 7.
Everything kind of looks out of place. No, the situation looks out of place. Like, you're supposed to be here in your normal schedule for classes. There's no one teaching a class. But your duplicate is just sitting there motionless on this desk. You do see Gidget is also next to your duplicate. Just same, sitting on the table, staring out in front of him, completely motionless.
So there's also a Gidget duplicate. Okay, good to know.
There is a Gidget duplicate. That is what.
Interesting. Well, Shiloh and Vox can also see this. Alora's gonna speak up and she's gonna, that's strange. Why is it just sitting there like that?
All that matters is that it is there. Perhaps we make a move now.
Yeah, I agree. Fox?
Sylvester just creeps from under Vox's cloak again.
Alora, when you said it's supposed to be your study time now, right?
Yeah,
When does it end exactly?
in an hour.
So if my logic flows through, then she should be sitting there for at least another hour, which gives us enough time, theoretically.
Yeah, we can avoid her.
Alright.
But my question is, where's she?
Where's who?
No one. Don't worry about it, it's just the teacher.
So oh, yeah, never mind.
Well, I suppose when you're robots, you don't really need a teacher. So I guess that guy got fired. Poor bloke.
No. She wouldn't get fired. Trust me.
Alright then. Shall we go?
Actually, I will inside that though.
Okay.
That is a natural 20. Tell me your fears. Tell me your secrets.
Yeah, no, you could see she is scared. And you can see there's a lot of suppressed emotions that when she's speaking of this woman, this teacher, there's a lot of suppressed emotions. But what you can pick up is that there's mostly fear and dread when talking about this person.
I see.
But not like, oh, she was a mean teacher. It's much more deeper than that. That's all I'll tell you for that 20.
What?
Well, for assurance, I'm certain we're not planning on running into anybody here. So, theoretically, we shouldn't run into her either, correct?
Yeah. Well, hopefully. But let's
Alright.
get into it.
Yes, the clock is ticking.
Let's get to it then.
Okay.
I think Vox will lead.
Okay.
Where are we heading? Front door, window? We didn't say.
Oh, that's a very good point. We're not just gonna. We're gonna try. Okay. Let's just think. Okay, there's only one guard, correct? Because we don't have a map now. So there's only one guard, right?
Yeah.
There's one patrolling and there's two by the gate. But it's easy to
we
avoid the patrolling one.
Okay, so we need to get through the gate. Okay. If we can find a way to relieve those two guards of their duties for just a minute, we would be able to access the gate. And then we can worry about the other one.
If we are able to incapacitate the one patrolling guard, would there be any other ways to enter the premise?
do I know of any other ways to enter the premise?
Let's call it a history check with advantage.
First one's a 17. Second one is a 30-20.
Okay. You know of other places to enter. So there's a bunch of these trellises that lead to many of these second story piers. It's sort of like a And there's not like plants and shit growing on them. It's made out of metal, and it's supposed to look really gold and things. It's really, I think it's coated with like silver or something just to be pretentious. There's a bunch of them, so you could access majority of the windows through these. So I would say there's one that goes to the lecture place that Egypt just was. There's definitely one going to your room because you've escaped from there before. There's others that lead to like your siblings' rooms, things like that, but none lead to like your father's office.
But the gate specifically we can climb over it? Is it too high?
You're on the outside of the fence.
Yeah.
I think with a dirty 20, there is a place where there's like a little platform or something built next to this fence. But even you had difficulty climbing over that, so there might be some risk involved with that. So it's either two options: take the risk, maybe get hurt by trying to climb over the cast iron fence, or going towards the front gate.
Well, we could always try to climb it. I mean, we can climb easily into windows. There's lots of trellises and things. That won't be a problem, but we either need to go to the gate and have a plan there to convince the guards, or we can climb over the gate, but we're gonna risk getting hurt.
You don't think the guards, or do you feel that the guards would be asking questions that your double is outside of the premises? Or would they not just believe you to be who you are and let you in?
Well,
You were famous for sneaking out.
yeah, that's what I just thought. If only we could get y'all some guard uniforms, we could pretend that y'all were guards and you found me outside and you bringing me back home, but...
Would they be suspicious of you bringing friends?
If I was sneaking out and not supposed to be in class, yes.
That is fair. Well, I can change my appearance. I don't know about our friends over here. Gesture at Vox.
Me and Vox are accounted for, don't you worry.
Ah, of course. Invisibility.
So is the plan y'all tend to be guards and new hires or something, and...
I will be a guard. Vox has perhaps another idea.
He looks to Vox.
Well, I suppose we don't have to do anything fancy. Me and Vox can just walk right next to you. We still wouldn't be seen.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah. Alright. Well, get your pretty guard get up on. Shiloh?
Shiloh just stares at one of the guards in the distance for a moment and memorizes the exact details of the armor and whatever they're wearing on their faces, and he replicates it basically perfectly with a disguise self.
Okay, you turn to a guard and Vox, you're going invisible.
I warp out of the visible spectrum.
You bend the light, or cancel out the light reflecting off of you. And yeah, good to go.
Right, we approach the gate, assuming Shiloh's like holding me with my...
Yeah, I think
yeah.
Shiloh just awkwardly stares at you for a moment. And how exactly would one of these guards be taking you back home?
He just grabbed me by the arm, that's what they always used to do.
Well, come. And he grabs you by the forearm. I
Well, defenders.
You walk up to the gate, and two guards notice you, and Shiloh will be up. Shiloh, you being perfectly disguised. What's going on here? Hey, Miss Alora, aren't you supposed to be in class? What's the meaning of this, soldier?
Hail, comrades. You see, I have found Miss Alora outside the premises as she is not meant to be, and I brought her back due to the rules and such. Yes. I have a
You're such a buzzkill, Xavier.
Shut up! Your finger, your schnitzel! No, I don't say that. You remember, like a Phineas and Ferb, what the first was his dad keeps yelling at him when he wants to move.
Oh yeah.
Something like that. Just fucking little. I don't do that. I just say, you know good and well, Miss Alora, that you are not allowed outside the premises at the moment. I may be new here, but I know that rule very well.
Okay, since Alora
Face bomb behind you.
name dropped probably a guard that she knew from her home, Shiloh, I'm gonna ask you to make a deception check, a straight deception check. It would have been a disadvantage if Alora didn't keep now.
Did she call me something? Oh no.
Xavier.
I have a -1 in deception.
Oh no.
So this is what's gonna happen. At the gate, so the guards are sort of behind the gate. The one guard opens up the gate, leaves it ajar, and walks forward. He squints his eyes to you, Alora. Then he looks over at you, Shiloh. Xavier was retrenched 3 weeks ago. What's going on here?
Yes, Miss Alora. What do you mean, Xavier?
Okay.
I'm gonna go on anyway. Yes, Miss Alora. Why do you call me Xavier? I am obviously Gunther.
The law doesn't employ a Gunther, and they go to reach for guns. I'm assuming
Fine.
Fox,
We already failed this fuck.
Fox, you drop your invisibility and you force choke both of them. Let's do them wisdom saves. What should you see?
15.
It's a natural 2 and a natural 1, both of them.
Yeah, but
Both, the one is like, we don't employ a Gunther, and they just go stuff and can't speak anymore. And
I just not business between you with my body and I just grab them both and drag them back to
there's like a guardhouse where you can like chuck them or somewhere. Or actually make a perception check if you're looking for a place to stow them.
I get an advantage because I know maybe a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's a 15.
There's a manhole cover like just there by the road.
Well.
you called me name as always.
Fox is always going to get in front of me and ask both of you. And he just angrily looks at you. And he drops them about 4 places.
It's a four drop and there's a ladder that goes dum, 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 and each time they take damage it crits. It's just like a dum, 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 dum. It's just sliding.
Does this mean that they're going to be floating away as well? So that if they come back, they're not a big deal. Okay, that's wonderful.
It sounds like a little and I was going to stand. I just stop my hands and
Just like one of these missions to go smoothly.
Well, not on. Apparently, when we do a mission, something has to go wrong. So let's just
Yes,
give it that.
evidently.
Fox. I must actually just write your passive perceptions down. Alora, what's your passive perception?
14.
Charlotte.
13.
Fox.
14.
Laura and Vox, from the corner of your eye, you notice the patrolling guard is coming around the corner.
Black.
Oh, I just
Somewhere, I
stayed in the
don't
same
know.
position.
The gate is open. The gate is ajar,
Yeah,
right?
the gate is ajar.
Yeah.
I slip through and I go stand under a shadow and I'm going to attempt to hide it.
Okay. Stealth check from you, Vox. Charlotte, you're just standing there, so make a performance check for me. And Laura, you're hiding.
Yeah,
Once
I'm
again with
hiding.
the fucking performance check for standing. Just see. If I stealth check, holy shit.
Blaksem.
Mine is a 9. Shit.
Myne was amper 2, but it is a 16 now.
Okay.
Ja.
So you're sort of standing around there. Laura, you can't find a hiding place. And everything.
She doesn't need to hide.
Yeah, she's fine. If I get caught, I'm the least bad
I'm
one.
grabbing her by the arm. I still have her by the arm.
Okay.
Oh.
Laura, that's why your stealth check is so bad. You go to hide and Charlotte just pulls you out.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't let you go. You think you're going, young lady?
Charlotte, what's your performance check?
What are you doing?
That is a 16.
The guard walks, stops for a moment, looks over at you. Let's make a perception check. Horrible. He looks over, assumes you have the situation under control, and he just walks past.
I cannot just nod to him.
He nods back.
Well, that was surprisingly easy, which I am very uncomfortable with. No matter. Let's get moving.
Yeah,
Vox?
come on.
Wait,
Vox just appears from behind the
Oh.
shadow of the guardhouse with a knife in his hand, like looking at the gun. I need to smack down. Just
ja, hy was gereed om net as ons weer ons deception checks verloor. Alright. Let's get in.
Alright. Let's go. And then, where are we going? Are we entering the window or are we going through the front door?
we do be going through the front door because there
Yeah.
are no longer guards to
Okay.
guard.
We've gone through too much to not go through a front door.
Let's hope they don't have CCTV.
Yeah. Yeah.
I proceed to the door.
Yeah.
You walk to the door, massive, ornate, wooden, pompous door of a noble house. But you enter, and you are. Laura, you can put some flavor in this, but it's high ceilings, very clean. There's a lot of like metal plating for decoration, that's almost like suspended a few inches off of the walls. It's like these strips of metal that accompany the walls just to make them look almost technological. It serves no purpose, it just looks cool. And yeah, the walls are pretty empty. Vox, so Shadow is still disguised, Alora's there. Vox, are you attempting to like hide or something once you get in, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna burn a spell slot and become invisible again.
You go invisible as you enter. Good thing you did that, because as you enter, two guards walk past and they look over at this whole situation, and they go see what's sort of happening, and it's just they look and they just honestly a confused look on their face when they see Alora, but then they just continue
Yeah.
on.
I would assume
Just-
but I would also assume that they won't be asking any questions.
Just a flare in this room. You see this. In my head, how this hall looks is there is a grand staircase kind of almost in a V shape, so there's two sets of stairs that lead up into one. And then in the middle of the staircase is this giant family portrait of, obviously, the Raymond Steele and the rest of the family. So one male with older male and older female, a younger male, a younger female, and then Alora in the middle. But you can see that even the picture, it kind of looks a bit morbid. Like, no one really wanted to take that picture, wanted to be there for that portrait. And also lining the walls, you can see individual portraits of, which I think Vox and Shiloh can assume is the members of the family. So one of each kid and one of each parent. So
in the portrait you see, would you recognize it as Baron Raymond Steele? There's a woman next to him, probably his wife. There's like the middle son, the older daughter, and then Alora is the youngest. That's what you see in the portraits.
Well, we're here now. Where are you going to start?
Well, my father's study is just down here, to the right. Hopefully it's not locked, but if we can get in there, see what we can find, that would be good. And then we also need to go up into the laboratory, see what we can find there, maybe some information. So let's go this way. And then she leads them to the right.
Okay. You head off. A few guards pass you, but they don't ask too many questions. I think there's like one who almost wants to ask why Alora is here. The guard just like stops you for a moment.
Miss Alora, shouldn't you be in your artificer study class right now?
Yes, she should be, shouldn't she?
I'm just getting pens from my father's study because I've run out of some, and I've asked this guard to accompany me.
Yeah.
Am I really going to be questioned in my own home?
Okay. This is going to be deception with advantage or intimidation with advantage.
Okay, let's see. I don't think it's more a deception. It's 18.
Right, mistress. And she just passes you.
I hate being mean.
Well, you should consider being more like that sometimes. Gives you a bit more character.
Right, my father's study is just here. And then she makes her way to the door. Is the door locked or open?
You fiddle with the handle. Immediately you arrive at your father's study, something is off.
Oh no.
There is no longer a handle for the door. Instead, there is a large metal plate with extremely intricate mechanics that seems to be some sort of lock on this door. And I would say the door is even made out of solid steel now. That is definitely.
Well, this wasn't over here. Why in the world would he change his door, reinforce his door like this? If y'all were ever doubting me if he's hiding something, this is proof.
Indeed. Can I want to investigate the lock, or should I make a technology check on the lock?
Make a technology check on the lock.
I will do so. Ooh, that is a 24.
Damn it. Okay.
Okay.
I'll be keeping an eye just behind them, just to see if someone's coming.
You're unsure what this device is. It is some sort of security device. It looks like this large brass metal plate that is where like the handle of the door should be. and there's like these rings on it, and almost these ruffles that look almost like gears. They're constantly slowly shifting. And it almost seems like there's like a gyroscope inside it, extremely complex, and there's this circular glass thing with the symbol of like an eye on it. With that technology check, I'm gonna give you this. You can make your own assumptions. This is technology so advanced, you haven't seen it before. It's very akin.
It's not even clockwork. It's not even clockwork.
It gives you the same feeling when you discovered clockwork for the first time.
Yeah, but I already know what clockwork is. So.
Let me reiterate. It's very akin to clockwork, if not clockwork itself. Alora, this is also something that you're worried about. Because you've never seen something this advanced.
Well, does Vox? I knew something was wrong. See, Shiloh? You agree with me, don't you? This has to be the it has to
How
be.
would your family get a hold of such technology?
I don't know. I've never seen it before.
It's very reminiscent of clockwork. But but it's not
It
clockwork.
is clockwork. Let me just so I wanted to give you the feeling of like I phrased that first sentence wrong, but I was like wanted to give you like, oh shit, it's clockwork. I'm getting that same feeling, but it is clockwork.
Oh, we haven't seen a clockwork lock before.
Yeah.
Okay, then let me rephrase this. It's not very reminiscent. Okay. This is clockwork. If there was ever confirmation that your father was working with the clockmakers, this is it.
Now we need to get in there, and now we need answers. This isn't a what if anymore, this is a definite.
Yes, indeed. Can I maybe... Is there a way for me to kind of investigate it, maybe make another technology check or something to see if it's pickable, like to lockpick it?
I think you like wave your hand in front of it, and you notice that symbol of the eye sort of closed. It's like almost like holographically projecting on that glass. It opens up, and when you remove your hand, and then it shoots out like a few like laser lights onto your hand, but then seems to not be able to find something. Then the eye closes again.
And if I put my face in front of it, does it do the same thing? Or is it just when I put my hand in front of it?
You put your face in front of it, the laser lights try to focus on something, but they're just reflecting off of your goggles, and then the eye just closes again.
Okay. So it was more focused when I put my hand to it. It was more focused on that.
No, it was the same. Almost. It's just like, even with your hand, the lasers were looking for something, couldn't find it, and it just closed.
Laura's gonna stand in front of it. What does it do? Lasers.
You get like closer to it. So if you're,
I don't think, as Alora does this, Shiloh is just going to say, Fräulein, I don't think that is going to work. This is obviously, fucking, what do you call it? It's obviously a biometric lock that is only going to be able to open with the presence of your father.
by the way, Shiloh,
What if?
Shiloh, like the word biometric lock does not exist in this world. Like, you wouldn't know to say that, I would say.
I would know the term biometric,
yeah, okay, fair enough.
and I know the word
fair
lock.
Enough. Yeah, fair enough. You just invented.
I think
I just gave it the name.
Yeah.
you both are gonna feel like wide brooding shoulders scrape against you both as Bok just squeezes between you in his state of invisibility. and he's carefully gonna approach the door, and you just hear a piece of like he's got lots of sticky notes on his person, right? So you just hear a sticky note like, and I think all objects that I hold are invisible,
Yeah, once
right?
you put it down,
Yeah.
it fade away. So
Okay,
the sticky
okay.
note just appears
Well.
on the wall or something.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't. I don't put it on the wall. I put the adhesive part directly on the lock, very carefully.
Okay.
And what do you
In
write
areas
on the
In areas where a hand would envelop it, in that area,
Okay.
and I take it off again,
Okay.
I see.
and I turn around the note, and I kind of hold it against the light to see if there's any fingerprints ingrained on the adhesive part of that thing, by any chance.
Make an investigation check for me.
Come on!
No.
Wow.
It's an 8.
Unfortunately, no fingerprint is left in the adhesive. But this, you discern that a fingerprint lock, it's not what this thing is. It's
Yeah, because
something
it
else.
scans. It's lasers.
Nice.
Yeah. What happens? Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. So what happens if when Alora just?
So just like standing in front of it, Laura.
Yeah, because maybe the duplicate is allowed in, so maybe Laura can be allowed in.
So you stand in front of it. It scans a small area of your body that's now currently against it, and the eye just closes again.
Shiloh just like stares at Alora that's just standing there as the thing awkwardly scans her, and he just sighs and he just grabs her hand and flops it onto the lock.
The eye closes again. It opens, tries to scan something, closes again.
Shite.
What are the odds of the window also being reinforced?
Wait, we haven't tried everything yet. Why don't you take a closer look at the lock? What do you see? Trying to get her to just stare into the lock.
You guys hear another sticky note. This time it goes against the wall, and you just hear the cap of a highlighter pop off, and you just hear and this very haphazard scribbling just manifests onto the sticky note, and it just says, "Shadow, do you still have the eye?" Question mark.
I do, but I don't see how that would be of any help here.
It is clockwork, right? Maybe it corresponds.
Well, yes, perhaps, but it wouldn't make any sense if this was not his study, it's someone else's. Why would he allow anyone with clockwork technology inside of him to... You know what? I will give it a try. Let's just give Alora a chance.
So, Alora, what are you doing? You look into it, or what?
Then I don't know, because it's not
Do you want me to
working.
push your head onto the thing?
I did do that. That's why
Oh,
I thought I already
No,
tried
No,
that.
No, you did for it to
You said you
stun.
were
You just...
standing-
What I meant like scan.
Because the thing is like at our
My
waist, it's like down, it's like in the bottom side.
So,
We have to-
Oh,
yeah, so,
oh no, I meant like scan the correct part of my
Okay,
body
so-
that it wants.
so you go, you look into it. The eye opens up, a few lasers scan over your face, but then they focus on your eye that is currently open. And then the glass, it's sort of like a bluish color, but the glass flashes red and the eye closes.
I think we're gonna need my father's eye. Yeah. The other option is check if the window is reinforced or go to the laboratory, see if we can find anything there. But at least we know now that there is involvement here. And I was right. I was right.
Wait, I'm gonna try something stupid now. Okay, so
Oh no.
Oh no.
you said there was a portrait of Raymond, right?
I said it, yeah, there is.
Yeah.
There is.
Okay, you're gonna hear Boots walk along
How it works.
hallway. And you're just gonna see the portrait
Shiloh and
slowly
Alora.
disable itself, and it starts flitting towards you. Just Raymond's face ever getting closer to you.
Wait, I kind of want to send a picture of how it looks.
It's gonna levitate all the way
Fox.
towards the lock,
What are you doing?
and the eye is going to be attempted to be perfectly aligned with the apparatus.
The thing, lasers come out, they focus on the eye. It flickers for a moment, but then goes red and closes.
Wait.
You can just hear a
Shiloh is going to stare, taking the portrait, just say, "You idiot! That is not how this type of technology is going to work. We need a physical sample, a real eye, not a painted one." And Shiloh is
Fox
going
just shoves the painting into Shiloh's arms.
to. And as Shiloh grabs it, he kind of stares into the face of Raymond Steele. Thank you. And I hope this is going to work. And I think as he lowers the portrait, I'm just gonna burn another first level spell. He has now disguised self into Raymond.
So,
I wanted to try that, but I wasn't sure if it
I don't
was
think you
gonna
have to.
work.
Do you have disguise self available to you?
I do, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. You know what? Then
Wait, let me just see.
this is
Let me
going to
make
give
sure.
you. Yeah, just
I
make
do,
sure.
I
Okay,
do.
Charlotte, okay, cool. Fraulein, perhaps if you were to change yourself into the form of your father, it would give you access.
Well, I mean, I could try. And then she disguises herself to look like her father. And then she tries it.
The painting at the same time starts floating back towards the hallway.
the scanner shoots out its lasers, scans, and it flickers once again more than before. Try to make a technology check for me, please.
I shall do so for you. 13.
Okay, so... Well, actually, no, this would be Arcana. Sorry, just make an Arcana check for me.
Ugh.
I know.
Okay.
It's for the disguise self.
Can I make one?
17.
So, Shadow, illusions are essentially a refraction of luminate energy, which makes you seem like something else. It seems that this device uses not magic but light lasers in order to scan like a three-dimensional object. The thing is, it's
I
passing through the illusion. It's a very good idea, but unfortunately it is passing through the illusion.
I think, disappointingly, Charlotte kind of just sighs and says, "Scheisse."
But
I'm sorry.
them, like noticing that the thing is flickering and not giving a clear result, sees that it is confused. It is almost recognizing this as the actual thing, but yeah, it needs that three-dimensional space along with the like retinal information. So there might be something you can do, which is not sure.
Wait, just repeat that again. It needs that three-dimensional space along with.
Like the colors and the retina information.
Yeah.
So basically, you have the color and the retina information. It's just it doesn't have something to shine on right now. It's shining on Alora's actual face, passing through the illusion. So it's a bit confused right now. Maybe.
I see. Does anyone have like a shard of glass or something that's just lying around?
Do you ask that to us?
No, I just, yeah. The first, I think Shadow just. Like, so it needs. I understand it needs something physical to shine on.
Yes.
Right.
Can't you use Gidget because he's metallic?
Yeah, but I think we need something clear, something Gasconade, so it can also see the eye at the same time.
Well, I'm not sure if this guy self changes your voice or not, but I'm gonna do my man voice now. Well, I suppose the laboratory, which, well, I even have a accent. This is gonna be interesting. Well, I suppose the laboratory would have some.
Well,
I suppose the laboratory would have some glass materials if we want to use it.
Perhaps some spectacles. Would your father have some spectacles lying around? Of course he would, but it would be in his study.
Can we use your glasses?
These are goggles. I mean, if the scanner is strong enough to scan through it, I suppose we could give it a shot. And Shiloh is going to just take off his goggles, revealing the two lights shining from where his eyes should be. Oh wait, no, he closes his eyes
That's
because
creepy.
that's going to hurt like fuck. So he just tightly closes his eyes, and he hands you the goggles. See if it works.
So Alora,
Otherwise, we're going to need some spectacles.
Alora, make an intelligence check with advantage in order to trick this thing. The idea is essentially to put the goggles like just behind or almost in line with the illusion in order to sort of trick it.
23.
Okay.
I have a feeling Keegan doesn't want us to get into this
No,
door.
he doesn't.
Okay.
We will find a way, whether you like it or not.
The eye on the door flickers, and it flickers green for a moment. And Alora, you try to like adjust the angle to get it like reflecting through the illusion light and onto the three-dimensional surface of the goggles, and eventually silence for a moment. It glows green, the eye closes, and you all hear and a cool air, almost like a mist, emanates from inside this dark room. The room is lit with like a rim light all around the sides that is almost this bluish, light bluish color, and it illuminates just like the silhouettes of a few tables, and it's like a humanoid figure inside, but it's draped in clothes, but it's standing completely still, and there's like a bunch of other things in here. That's all with the silhouette.
Did it work? Shiloh says with his eyes still tightly closed.
Well, I think it did.
Then can I please have my goggles back?
Here you go. Come on, quickly. Box, come on.
Shiloh just adjusts his goggles. Well. And I don't know where Vox is, so I just stare into where I think he is, and I think I'm just staring into the opposite direction and say, perhaps next time, Herr Vox, you leave the ideas to the professionals, okay?
He's already in the room.
He just waits for your response or for something to happen, and then
You just feel Laura dragging you into the room.
he just walks. He just walks inside.
As you walk in, the room automatically lights up. Charlie, you feel something almost vibrating in your back holding. And
Dat was mijn Nokia, geef mij een seconde. Die reaches.
Your phone ringing! Your phone ringing!
His trench coat of holding, by the way, and he reaches into it. I think his arm he's almost elbow deep into the bag. And what do I find? What is vibrating?
pull out Sidera Delphera's eye, and it's glowing. And do you hear?
Wait,
Yeah.
what?
You hear?
So actually,
You hear? You hear?
This is smart ass now.
You hear?
I think Shiloh kind of looks at it. He makes the conclusion that maybe the eye would have worked, and he just chooses to not let you guys see. And he just turns around. What does? Okay, in secret, I look at the eye. What happens?
And then it just subtly glows and then goes alert. You hear a voice. Welcome, 1st Division Raymond Steele. And welcome, 1st Division Sidero Del Ferro.
Interesting.
Okay, well, I placed the eye.
I don't think y'all need more proof.
And Alora,
Yes.
just
No.
for the cherry on the cake, you see a clothes stand with just these thick robes thrown over it. It's almost priestly in a way. It's this deep black robe with a royal purple draped over its shoulders, run with gold, and a pure golden chrome mask at its head.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Well, what do we see in this room? What is this room? Because I'm imagining it's much bigger than the study was previously. Am I correct?
It is not, but there's a lot of new things in this room. First of all, you find a bunch of papers neatly organized on a desk. There is a bunch of gadgets here and there, a bunch of drawings that your father probably made of his own sort of inventions and things. You see, actually, at the desk, there's a large drafting paper, and there's something drawn on it, and there's just a stack of crumpled up other drafting papers in a like a trash basket that has fallen over, and there's just a bunch of these crumpled papers on the floor. And there's also sort of like a cabinet, a glass cabinet with a few drawers just behind like this desk. It's the same size, but it's seemingly technologically improved in some way.
Okay.
Well, where do we start? I'm assuming the desk.
Yeah. I think that
think-
would be sufficient.
I think you can.
Top
You can
drawer slowly opens
drop
up.
the stuff. Yeah, I want to make actually. I'm gonna leave the desk to them. I want to make a general investigation check on the room.
Go for it.
I make an investigation check for the desk.
Yes, go for it.
Fuck off.
At 21.
Laura, looking at the desk, previously we spoke about that power core thing that you developed a while back. You notice your original drawings next to the large drafting paper. And on the larger drafting paper is a variation of that. It seems like your father was trying to perfect whatever idea you came up with. And it seems like this drafting paper is a perfected version of that power generator thing that you developed. And looking over the other couple of drafting papers, it's all of his attempts to try and develop this thing further, but it seems like he has come to a conclusion within that drafting paper that's currently on his desk. There's written final on it. And looking through some of the notes, this stack of paper, looking through some of them, this is not your father's handwriting in this stack of paper. It is technology that, it's drawings and drafts of technology that is above your understanding. And it seems very apparent that your father tried to incorporate some of that technology into this final design of your device, and did so, but he seemed to be almost frustrated by trying to grasp this corporate technology, essentially.
Can I sketch this note down on another piece of paper, copy it down?
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, my investigation was trash.
Well,
So I'm going to join the rest
You
of
just
the...
look around through the glass, nothing seems important.
Oh, I am also going to investigate.
Okay,
Thank you for reminding.
investigation check glass.
24.
Okay, so Vox, you look through some of the drawers, most of them are just neatly packed documents. There's a tax document and a bunch of other things. And
I'm going to see if he commits tax fraud.
yes,
I'm going through it.
yes, he does commit tax fraud.
Well, Keegan, just a note.
Yeah.
I told Clockwork just jumps out of my trench coat and he runs out of the room. I think he flew to a dark corner of the ceiling and he's keeping a lookout for us.
Okay, make a stealth check for me, please.
Kom aan uit, dit 20. Oh,
Interesting question, Keegan. Did I see Gadget anywhere in the house?
Gadget was. Just check it's the other thing, right?
Gadget is like the golden retriever mechanical dog of the house.
Yeah, but just remind me, is it your invention or of
No, he was the family's.
Okay.
He was I think one of my parents' inventions.
No, you have seen.
the monkey's stealth is a 19.
So, Vox, continuing your thing, you check if he commits tax fraud. He definitely does. There's a lot of. There's
I'm stashing that paper, by the way. Blackmail.
there's a lot of and you look at some delivery documents and things. The stewards have ordered an ungodly amount of brass over the last few months. Which
How many Gasconades did they order?
they ordered 7 Gasconades of brass. And it's a lot. There's enough brass that they ordered. They could build a small city out of that brass.
I think that paper with I don't know, what do you call it? It's not stock take, it's mass.
It's a it's
bulk
an
order.
inventory paper or something. I don't know.
So it's already here then, in that case.
Yeah, that paper,
Those materials.
that already went through. But you notice that it's not all bought from the same place. It's all these large-ish transactions from almost every single brass foundry within the city.
So it's like an invoice basically,
Yes,
like a massive,
yes.
or like a compilation of
You find
invoices.
a bunch of invoices, and in each of them there's at least a large amount of brass.
Okay. I think But Shiloh, if you're looking in that direction, or Alora, you just see this clump of papers just like lift up out of the thing, and it just like floats towards one of you. And no, it's just it just lands on the desk from which it was taken out of, like almost to like grab your attention.
Well, Charlotte will go through it, I guess.
Yeah, Laura will also go through it.
As you're going through it,
Now what?
Vox,
Yeah.
just another thing. I think as you do it, there was like a paperweight or something on the papers that you didn't notice. And as you sort of move it away, the paperweight accidentally falls into the drawer and boom, sounds hollow.
Oh. That's interesting.
Now that is peculiar. Why would your father, or your family for that matter, need this much brass? It's...
I have no idea.
I'm gonna while they are dissecting the information, I'm gonna attempt to very discreetly lift the corners of the plank at the bottom of the drawer.
You do so, and you reveal a hidden compartment beneath it, and another one of those biometric scanning devices. This one has the shape of a fingerprint on it, inside the door. Oh, inside the bottom of the drawer.
I think you just hear a thump on the
Oh,
table,
no.
the frustration. And you know what, Vox is gonna drop the invisibility. It's probably gonna come back to bite me. But Vox just nudges for Shiloh and Alora to come closer, and he points at the thing.
See it there, ticking with the gyroscope. Yeah, I would say, by the way, like all the drawer, like the whole cabinet and the drawers, they're all metal. And yeah, when you pull it out, it's clearly like ingrained into this drawer.
Well, I'm sure this place should be riddled with fingerprints.
Yes, what were you trying to do with those sticky notes again, Vox? Perhaps
Vox
now would be a time to execute that plan?
He takes out the... I'm gonna call it a red sticky note. That's the one with the... well, where there was supposed to be a fingerprint on it. And... no, actually, he's gonna rip off a new one, like... and he's going to very... surgically adhere it, like, to the surface of the thing. Like, completely sealing it across the surface, and then he's gonna rip it off again.
And
see if he can...
sleight of hand check.
Yep. Ooh, that's good. 23.
You invent fingerprint fraud as you do this. You pull it off and you hold it in the light, and you see that perfect fingerprint of Raymond Steele.
Vox looks quite pleased with himself. He holds it up and he just kind of raises his chin quite proudly, looking upon his magnum opus. I think he holds it like below a light, and you can all just perfectly see the fingerprint ingrained exactly in the middle of that sticky note. And he lowers it. How does the rest of this process work again? I can't remember. You
Just place it back onto the scanner, I think.
Yeah, you just place it back on the scanner.
I think... I don't think that's how it works. I think you need to...
You create a mold out of the fingerprint that's on the thing, so you need like something to essentially stick onto the sticky note, and then it'll make a mold of the thing. Like.
Well,
Vox,
I mean...
Vox grabs your hand, Shiloh, and he looks at it.
What are you doing?
Does it have fingerprints?
Do you have fingerprints, Shiloh?
I don't think so. Who the hell will build a robot and meticulously craft fingerprints into his fingers? That This is what you do. You know what? We can roll for it. Would my father be so meticulous if he didn't even give me hair? It would actually be fucking. I would be very angry if he gave me fingerprint and not hair. That would not be cool. I'm just saying that would not be cool. But it is for you to decide.
It's funny. You'll have fingerprints. I mean, Alora has fingerprints.
Oh my word! What are you looking at? My father didn't even take the time to give me hair. Do you really think there would be? Oh, I have fingerprints. That is very interesting.
Fox just lowers your hand and he kind of looks at his glove.
What are you alluding to, Hevox?
Keegan, would you say, with my injuries, that I would potentially be missing fingerprints? And
Oh fuck!
this is obviously reaching a bit. You can say no, but
I would say you
I'm
still
just
have
wondering.
something. Like you might even have cuts over your hands, which like it doesn't take all of the fingerprints away, but it makes it real fucked up. So yeah.
I haven't I haven't used my bionic skin. I haven't built that yet. That would be very handy now. I could just memorize the pattern of the fingerprints and literally just turn my finger into that finger. But yeah,
Okay,
I don't
well-
have it at this moment.
next best thing, Fox will just look at this glove. I think it's quite a tight glove. It's not like one of those big bulky gloves, and it's relatively same in size to a normal hand because it's latex.
Yeah.
So he's just going to take the sticky note and he's just going to assess it first just to see what finger it was.
I'd say easily.
And then he's going
easily enough. Yeah. Some larger fingerprints, probably
thumb. Okay. Then he's going to just look at his own fingerprint and just match it with the sticky note just to make sure it's the right side. And then he's going to very intrinsically apply the adhesive to his finger. And it's kind of satisfying. It's just slowly going to peel off of his thumb. And it's just going to leave this print on it. And he's just slowly going to lower his hand into the mechanism and just softly apply it with a bit of force.
Final sleight of hand check.
Oh, please.
Fuck yeah. 26.
Oof.
Yeah.
That was a nat 19, so I got a bit lucky there.
So the fingerprint lights up, scans, it doesn't even flicker. This is done with so much precision and goes green. And the drawer immediately closes up and you hear and as the nature of clockwork technology, the entire large cabinet folds away into itself to reveal a staircase that goes down.
Not there, like, oh my word.
And as that happens, the lights go onto the bottom.
I did not see that coming.
Vox looks at Shiloh in
Yes.
amazement.
Shiloh looks back at you in a very neutral form of amazement as well. And he just says, yes, but I did not see that coming. I will be perfectly honest with you.
While these two are gushing,
And Alora in amazement afterwards.
well, while these two are gushing about how smart Vox just was, Alora's already gone down.
Okay.
Fraulein, maybe
I turn around to show his thumb to Alora and then she's just there. She's just going down.
I think I take a last glance at Vox and I say, well, let's go after her, I guess. And Shiloh
I shrug
starts
and follow her.
coming down the stairs.
As you descend down,
Oh no, I can't. No.
the it's copyrighted, but I would really love this music to play. But you know, like the fucking chop shop theme from Robots.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
that
was my theme.
starts playing. Okay.
Wonderful.
As you descend into a massive underground metal factory, you hear the clanking of mechanical hammers, a bunch of people walking to and fro. You sort of arrive on a balcony area at the top, which has stairs that lead down, like a walkway that goes all the way around, and like it X's in the middle, so you can walk like above what is happening. And you just see this massive metal factory down there. They're melting brass there. They're hammering in it. There's a mold that presses it into something else. There's make a perception check, anyone.
I will definitely make a perception check. Come on, net 20, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Going off of
Not a nat 20.
Going off of a nat 20, Charlotte, there are a bunch of Lufthansa guards in this place.
Oh dear.
The ones with the swords and the guns, sort of the normal-ish looking ones, they're standing here and there. No, not at the top over here. This is sort of like Raymond's area. But they're standing at the bottom, just overseeing this whole situation. Others are working, but it seems like it's not like slavery or something like that. It seems these members that are working are part of the Lufthansa themselves. And I think you notice there's sort of like a shift change where one of the workers like wipes some sweat off his brow. He puts on his like pro boss uniform, and then another guy takes off his and takes over his shift. Essentially, they're like rotating to like keep watch and actually be working. With an nat 20 perception check, you don't know why. Well, you might be able to make your conclusions, but they're mass producing brass piping in this place. And you notice Raymond Steele is in this room. He is at the bottom, and this also gives you a bit of insight because the guard said, Raymond, or Alora said Raymond's like her father is usually out during the day. This might have been where he was all this time, and Raymond Steele is talking to an interesting figure wearing a white lab coat with white hair.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Fuck it. Charlotte scanning the entire room. He kind of just grabs both his comrades and he just says, "Get down, get down. We have Luthheimers and we also have your dear old father waiting for us downstairs."
At the moment, there's too much noise. You can't really hear what they're saying, but it seems like Raymond eventually turns away and he's beginning to like order the people around and brushing them essentially.
What the hell is this? How long has this been here? What is he up to?
With my nat 20, did I see anything or any place where there might be objects of interest for us? Information, papers, or is it just the factory and them?
Actually,
Was there like a room or something?
sort of at the. You know what? I think this would be kept secret. There's a large metal door at the opposite of the room where you are right now, and it looks extremely well guarded. It has another one of those biometric scanner things.
At the end of this room, there's a door where I would assume some more important information would be waiting for us.
I would say with an nat 20, there is an additional door, just a smaller one.
There's also an additional door.
With a biometric scanner on it, and
Which also has a biometric scanner on it.
but that door is sort of like closer to this side. It's like at the bottom if you look down, like through the grates of the walkway that you're on right now. You see the door is like on the left corner of this group, and then the large door is at the opposite side.
So there's one door that would be easier now to reach.
Yes.
Well, if we were to pursue on this mission further, I would suggest that we maybe find solace in that room over there. There might be some important information for us, if not just a room where we could simply just hide and discuss what our next plan is going to be.
Vox signals and thieves' cant. We are outgunned. This is too dangerous.
He has a point, Fraulein. However, I know I can't tell you what you are going to do further from here on, but I will warn you that this is turning into a very dangerous mission.
Alora is kind of just quiet and
Fraulein,
not really responding.
wake up.
Can I do an insight on her and try
We
to
need to keep our
determine if
wits
we-
about us at this moment.
20?
How does it get with the
It's a bit hard to decide with a 20. You can really see there's a lot of emotions, but it's quite hard to decipher which one is the most predominant one. I think you would sense anger, fear, and yeah, what's a good word for this? Urgency in her.
Urgency.
Mm.
That's interesting.
Fraulein, what is the next course of action? We need to discuss this now.
I think Vox kind of just grabs Shiloh on the shoulder just to like drag him a bit back, and he just points at Raiden still, and then back at Alora. Sorry, I just killed a mosquito.
I think Charlotte kind of picks up on what you're trying to say, and kind of just looks at you, and then thinks for a bit. I think maybe we'll awkwardly then go. I'm assuming Alora's sitting down at this point because we kind of ducked.
Well, you're kind of crouching, so that's how I imagine it. So we're kind of crouching, I'm assuming.
Yeah, well, we can, as long as we're just like hidden behind something, it doesn't really matter. Shara will maybe just move up to you and he will kind of awkwardly then start to speak with you. We have an easy exit, Fraulein, from here on. It's just over there. You don't have to do this. You understand?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. This is an interesting roleplay. Trying to think. What would Alora do in this situation? Alora kind of looks to you, Shiloh, and you can see, like, for once in her face, you can see that her friendly demeanor has completely shifted. And you can see that there is frustration on her face as she speaks to you, and she says, You don't you don't understand. How could you? You never lived here. I can't just let this go. I have a brother and sister up there who are probably unaware what father is doing and the danger that he is putting them in. He created a duplicate of me because, like always, just like I am replaceable, they are replaceable. If they find out what he's doing, and I don't know if maybe they already know, maybe they don't, but if they find out and my father thinks they are a threat, he'll just get rid of them. He'll just create another duplicate. I need to stop this, Shiloh.
Shiloh, you notice, well, Vox, you notice, you're keeping an eye on this, the doctor and Raymond Raymond walks up to the scanner by the large door. He scans his eye, and the door opens with a thud, and both of them walk inside, and it closes.
Was it the doctor that scanned his eye?
No, I was Raymond.
Oh, Raymond. Okay.
Okay, we already know how to duplicate that, so that's good.
I think. Yeah, Vox turns around and it looks like he wants to proceed with the mission, but then he keeps looking back at Alora repeatedly, and Shiloh, I think you would be able to tell there's some sense of he's clearly thinking about Alora's predicament at the moment, and I think after some silence he just like awkwardly raises his hand a bit, his shaking hand, and he just gently puts it on Alora's shoulder. And with the other hand, you hear a in his pocket. And he just takes out yet another sticky note. And it just says, I can tell he's a bad man. We will have revenge. But not today. I understand. Also beneath that.
Also, I think well, that is a bit harsh, I think. So Shiloh kind of wants to save it, and he says, I think what Vox is trying to say here is we have an upper hand now. We know some things that no one else does, and they don't know that we know. We will go back, rally the troops, and come back at another time. Perhaps a time where it would not be so heavily guarded, or perhaps a time that your father would be asleep, and there would be no workers.
This is a hard one to decide.
I think Vox's hand just gently rests on your shoulder, Alora, just to try and, like, just console you.
But I need to see them. I need to see that they are okay. I need to make sure they're not duplicates already. Then I'll leave. And I won't do anything.
Understandable. Let's go look for them then. They would probably not think too much of you interacting with them.
No, probably not. They should be up in the laboratory or in the study. And you can see, like, she has such hesitance about leaving here as she constantly looks at those doors at the back of this room in this whole factory. And Alora's completely pale. This is a lot for her. But she does make her way back up.
Okay, you will get back up into the office. The doors. You shut the clockwork display case. Folds back. Are you taking the stacks of paper with you, or are you leaving it here?
I take the invoice for one of the. No, I take a couple of invoices.
Okay.
Invoices that preferably have like steel insignias on them, like official signatures.
Yes.
And I also take that tax fraud paper with me, like the audit that was just nonsensical. I grabbed that as well.
Yeah.
Is there a window in this
No.
office? No, it's windowless. I see.
There's not a window anymore. Okay.
Right, well, perhaps Fox and I would wait for you outside, so you're not spotted by your family.
Is that what y'all prefer? It's fine.
Fox turns to Shiloh, and he just responds with hand signals. No.
What do you mean?
Can you insight check that in a way?
If we are caught, this is over.
Fox just says,
Also signal back.
he signals, I am going with her.
Laura, this would be like a language check. Make a investigation check.
Then at least
Almost not 20 or 12.
make yourself invisible.
You caught the no in the conversation with the best, so you know the simple word no.
Alora takes this up as perhaps Bok doesn't trust her. That's how she perceives it.
Girl. I think he
Well, she doesn't
maintains-
say anything, but
Okay. Yeah, he maintains stern eye contact with Shiloh. He's in fact like looking into the depths of where your soul is supposed to be. Type of stare. And
Well, Shiloh just thought, yeah, I already told you.
he just responds with, she doesn't deserve to go through this alone.
I think Shiloh kind of... He's about to signal something back. He was like, he had it locked and loaded, like a response to tell you that you're an idiot, but he lowers his hands and he just nods. Fuck. If I think I can turn invisible, but I haven't prepared it. So, spell slot level 1, disguise self. I turn into a guard. Shall we go?
Turn to the guard again.
yeah. Let's go. And you can see Alora is internally she is terrified of what she's about to find out. Or maybe not find out, but
Okay.
so yeah, she leads them to the study where she suspects settlings to be again currently.
So, walking upstairs, boss, same guard you just spoke with, downstairs. And she goes, Miss Laura, did you find your pen then? You've been down there for awfully long.
Oh, you see, my daddy's pen collection is so dried out. I had to test about 100 pens before I could find one that was actually working properly. We should really fix that. We should really get him some new working up to standard pens. Is it something my father should be worried about? Something so minute as that.
Make a deception check.
$14.
I'll give her advantage.
Uh,
Or is it good enough?
Yeah, try. What are you doing, Shiloh?
I just want to give it, but kind of like saying, wait, what? Just repeat again. What did you say? What did you tell them you did?
I told them we need to get some new pens, and this is not something my father should be worrying about, because there should just always basically be pens. That's their responsibility.
Charlotte just kind of he pretends as if he's like exasperated at this point. It's just excuse after excuse after excuse. We need to get you back to your room before I get fired, Miss Alora.
Sure.
DM can decide if that gives advantage.
Make it with advantage.
Well, that's a 5, so it's a 14.
I thought you were going back to the study hall, Miss Alora. And
Thank you, finally.
the guardian looks at you, Charlotte. You said her room just now. Slip of the tongue?
So, yes, of course, she's going to her study hall, not her room.
What is,
I'm new here, you know.
what is your
You see, he's not the brightest guard.
In fact, you told me that is where your study hall is. Your room. See, it's just lie after lie after lie. She wanted me to take her to her room. Please,
I'm sorry.
could you please?
I'm
Just
sorry,
tell me
but
where
would
the
you
study hall
please
is.
Drop your weapons, I'm arresting you. I didn't recognize you, and we didn't get any new recruits lately. Lord Raymond.
I just wait. I just immediately stare at him, and I just start to make signals in front of him, just as if I'm doing an interpretive dance. And
What the hell do you? Wait, I wanna try something.
I'm signaling. Huh?
Okay, yeah, you can signal something, but I want to speak up and try something.
Yeah,
as
you can
well.
do whatever you want to. I just
Okay.
want the Vox to do something now. But
I'm on my
Excuse
way
you.
to do it, but then Alora does the thing.
Well, you would be doing me a great service if you got this guard arrested. You see, he's not the smartest guard. You know, my father hired him about last week-ish, and I've been quite playing with him a lot, so you would be helping me a lot because you are making it possible for me to get in and out easier. So, thank you. I should probably mention your name to my father, you know, just casually slip it in there for your good service.
Okay, with that, this can be deception or persuasion. But I'm gonna call this DC 60 deception or persuasion. She's already onto you.
No, that's a 10, but I have inspiration. I'm gonna use my
You
inspiration.
still have inspiration. Okay.
Possibly. Possibly. One.
Yes. Let's fucking go.
Okay. The guard goes, yes, well, just get back to the study hall. Your father at my head, if you aren't there, the lot of the times. And please do put a good word in for me. You're coming with me.
Well, of course.
I'm gonna question you,
Wait,
liberate you.
I'm just doing my job here. This is
She grabs you by
outrage.
the arm and begins leading you
This
down
is an
the
outrage. I am going to form a union. I swear. This is going to be brought to the highest authority possible.
Actually-
This I swear to you right now. I will take the steals for everything I have.
Make an intimidation check with disadvantage. I'm just curious.
That's a 1.
No. She just. I think you just hear. And you're manacled now, and she just leads you downwards.
Oh no. What do we do now? I didn't mean for him to be arrested.
Alora, you just hear a and you feel a sticky note appear on your hand, and it just says, "Wait here."
So
Okay.
Shiloh, you're laid down the stairs.
Yeah, I've shut my mouth now. I'm not really say anything.
So what is your
I'm kind of hoping
You
that
can just-
Alora will get her things over with.
what is your name again?
Just tell me if we are out of sight of anyone.
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Come on, please.
There's no one
I rolled
around.
a 10. I rolled a 10 on perception. Do I see anything?
There's no one around.
Anyone?
So Charlotte's being led downstairs to seemingly like a break room area or something.
No,
I will wait a bit.
One would think that you would be working in professional environment, working for the steals, but of course it was too good to be true. You know, House Arden seems like it was the better choice. My father was right.
That sounds a little bit like mutiny, my friend. I would watch your mouth.
Mutiny!
if I was
Look at what look at what you are doing
Shut
right
up!
now. This is
and
mutiny.
she shoves open the door, and there's like 3 other guards in there, and she throws you into a central seat in the central corner. All of them like get up. What is the meaning of this? Christelle, what is the? I found this one very suspiciously following.
Doing his job.
No, suspiciously following Miss Alora around the house. And I
Following.
don't
She
like-
escaped.
I don't like his intentions. So,
Wow.
where,
Unbelievable.
where's the dispel? Where's the
Unprofessional.
dispel magic device? I just want to check something.
Oh no!
Magic. That is preposterous. What are you insinuating, my good man? It's ridiculous. It is absolutely
I'm
ridiculous.
sorry, but we are aware that certain illusion magic exists, and we detest it. That is why we must actually put everyone through this test if we are suspicious of it. Bring it here. And they bring.
Oh wait, before that happens, Alora appears, shapeshift as Raymond
Oh, my word.
Steele.
My word. I think they can get close with the machines. This is not necessary. What are you implying, good sir? This is
pick up
not
this device,
professional.
These
It
mirrors
is
start
an
coming out
insult.
of it. And then
And it's not necessary.
it's get close to you, Shadow. You can see the illusion beginning to fade, like at your stomach area. And then, Alora, what do you say when you enter the room?
Well, now what the hell is going on here? I'll pay you guards good money. And what are you doing? Wasting my time and energy.
Make an intimidation check with advantage. Actually, we're gonna do this with triple advantage, please. So roll 3 dice.
That was a nat
Okay.
1,
It is a scary
nat
dude.
20,
Wow, let's go!
and then a 9.
Ek glo ons sy weer gerol het. Dat ons sy beter
Ja.
kon rol sien.
Nee.
Ja.
Hey,
Wow.
Lord Raymond, is there a problem? I'm sorry, we found this. We believe him to be an interloper. He was following Lady Alora around, making weird hand gestures. I think I don't know. Something's wrong here, Lord Raymond.
Well, looks like I didn't get the smartest guards in the bunch. Do you really think me, Raymond Steele, would let someone near my daughter if I didn't know about it?
So, he is.
I know this guy. He does have a disguise on it, but he works for me. And there's reasons for that. And there's reasons for that I do not have to explain to y'all. Because y'all work for me, and do not forget your place.
Of course, my lord.
You will let him go and come into custody. He will come in with me.
Of course.
And you will apologize to me and to him for wasting my precious time.
I'm sorry, Baron Raymond. If we hadn't noticed, your time is obviously precious. Please.
Ludwig.
I want y'all, all of y'all, out of here.
They leave.
That was quite impressive.
Alright. You two, get out of here.
Yep, the guards left already.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking to Vox, and
Okay.
I'm assuming Vox. I'm just assuming Vox is here in the room somewhere. You two, get out of here.
Goes to the window as a sign of acknowledgement.
There's a window in the break room, isn't?
Yeah.
No, it's probably in. Yeah. Shiloh, escape through the window. I have business I need to attend to.
Alright.
And please make sure you don't get caught. Vox, you can go with Shiloh, you can stay with me, and if your disguise, if your invisibility will last.
The light just kind of flickers above you. Take that as you will.
Alright, Shiloh, please be safe. The guards are probably all at the front now. I gave them a good scare, so be quick. Run out the back. Get out of here. We'll meet you in the street, in the main street in front.
Shadow just nods his head. And he makes his escape. He also signals to Clockwork, who's probably still on the ceiling, to keep an eye on. Well, I would say keep an eye on Alora and Vox, but Vox is invisible, so he just signals them to just keep an eye on, and then to signal back if something were to go wrong. Please don't let anything go wrong. And Shadow makes his escape.
Okay. Alora, you're going upstairs. Vox, I'm assuming you're following her?
Yep.
Okay, Alora, where'd you go?
I go to the study, where I presume my siblings are.
Yes, you, not the study all the way, you were, actually it was weird to see you alone in that study hall. Maybe something of that changed, but you go to I would say there are separate study halls, and we'll say there are three, because we have got three separate. So you know that duplicate Alora's in...
I have two.
But there's
Oh, you
three
mean
in
for three in
Yes.
total? Yeah,
So
yeah.
you know that that duplicate Alora is at the furthest one. There are two doors that are next to each other, and then the duplicate Alora's study. So you can choose one of these two doors. I would say you actually know this because Faldo was so meticulous with this. Priscilla would be in the first one, and Marcus in the second one.
You would choose Marcus because they have a better relationship. So if you think you should go into that door first.
You go in, and Marcus immediately gasps and goes back to some paperwork he's been doing. And you see that your lecturer was... How did she look like again?
She was an old lady. She's a very old lady. She's... What do I describe? Go in. She's basically as you would imagine, every old Afrikaans teacher, very old and very mean-looking, but extremely mean-looking. That's basically how you can.
She frowns so much in her life that she has a permanent frown. And she goes,
Okay, next up on the agenda, it is going to be the mechanical part of the... Oh, Lord Raymond. It is good to see you, sir. To what do we owe this visit?
I want to speak to Marcus alone, please.
Of course.
No.
of course, and she walks outside very quickly. Vox, are you coming into the room or staying outside?
I will slither in.
You slither inside, and Alora, as you step up, you notice Marcus immediately starts sweating. He continues with his work and he says, hello, Father. Oh, sorry. Hello, Father. We just finish the accent. Hello, Father. I was just finishing up my work for the day. I'm sure you have been paying attention. My grades have been only climbing ever since that last chat that we had. I assure you there's nothing to worry about.
Alora kind of forgets for a moment that she is Raymond, and she kind of feels this big wave of empathy for her brother, like she always has. So her demeanor kind of softens for a bit, but then she realizes, oh, she's Raymond, she can't let her demeanor soften, and she makes it hard again, and then she's... that's good. I'm glad to hear it. How are you? I want an update on your latest projects, please. I'm losing my country accent. I want an update on your latest project, and I want now.
Alright. You can just gonna insight check that shit. This is the first time his father showed interest in him. So, you know, with the... Just make a deception.
Oh.
Make a deception.
You could technically check in his projects because it reflects on his name.
Also, just remember with disguise self, you have advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no!
That's
Wait.
the actor feat.
No.
No.
15.
He goes, alright, Father. Here, as you can see, and he just shows you very well, perfectly drawn diagrams for some sort of invention. It's not really important what it does. It's like a, I don't know, some sort of automated factory mechanical arm or something maybe that is able to work on its own. It's maybe something like that. I've been developing this one for some time, and I think I'm really close. Just need a little bit more time.
Okay, so how Alora is going about this in her head now is there's a long silence after this because she wasn't listening. She just checked it quickly to see if he had any involvement with maybe what's going downstairs. So what she's now thinking is, should she tell him the truth or should she keep up this facade? So I'm gonna let the dice decide for me what I do here. Above 10 is I drop the disguise and I tell him the truth. Below 10 I stay as Raymond and I keep it a secret. Okay, 7. I stay as Raymond and I do not tell him. So, well, alright. I assume you are up to date and that everything's going smoothly as I
Yeah, yes, of course. Everything's going smoothly.
Oh, and then before she walks out, and he doesn't even acknowledge him. Before she walks out, he says one more thing. Oh, and your sister, Alora, asked that you would meet her, I don't know, in the street somewhere at... I'm trying to make something up. You have to right now, I'm gonna say this. And I need some materials picked up, and I sent your sister, Alora. I want you to go beat her and the sister with that in about an hour.
Why would you send her, Father? We have servants for that.
Because I said so. Are you gonna question my authority, boy?
No, of course not, Father.
Alright. And then Laura walks out, like, slams the door behind her.
You almost hit Vox in the face.
Yeah. And then she is gonna listen to Cressida's door to hear if the lecturer is now in there.
Just a little detail that you noticed as you went out of the door. It seemed that the lecturer, the older Picon's teacher, was listening in on the conversation almost, and she turned like just the thing through her hair as if she did nothing, and she just like nods to you and smiles.
I do not appreciate being listened upon.
Of course, Mr. Raymond, I'm sorry.
You should be happy I don't have your head for that. And he walks to Cressida's door.
She heads inside.
Because the teacher went into Marcus's room, Raymond / Alora is gonna go into Cressida's study.
Okay. Cressida's sitting alone in the study, working on her work. She looks up. Ah, Father, it's good to see you again. What do I owe this visit?
I just wanted to pop in, see if you were doing like what I asked you to do. See how well you're faring, if you're living up to the standards of the steel name, but you're my older. I know you're probably fine. Right?
Of course, Father. I'm really taking a liking into that new technology you showed me the other day. And I'm working to crack it. But I feel I'm close.
So what did you find out about this new technology?
So I'll check that. Section, please.
Oh shit, man. No, 8.
The technology that you gave me.
Yeah, but that's not my question, Chris. I asked, you were supposed to analyze it. What did you find out about it? I want to know if you know your work.
Make a persuasion check.
Uh, 19.
Of course, Father. You said it's called clockwork technology. And,
Oh no.
And well, this moment is so refined that you asked me to dissect it to see if I can reverse engineer it as a test, of course. So that's what I did, and I figured out quite a few things. One is that it doesn't work with magic at all. It seems to have some sort of perpetual motion engine inside of it, made completely out of mechanical parts. It's truly marvelous. I don't know how you invented it in the first place, Father. It's incredible.
Yes, well, my inventions have always been incredible, like you put it. Alright, well, continue on. Alora makes her way very quickly out of the room.
Alright.
I just want to ask, there was emotion detected by both of the siblings, like it's not like they're robots or something.
Yes.
They're acting normal.
Yes, they're not.
Come. Alright. Alora's gonna... Knowing Vox is still there, she's gonna probably go to the nearest bedroom that's empty, climb out of the window with the trellis, and then make their way out. If she can. But she's, I think, dropped the disguise because if they see Raymond climbing out of a window, it might look more suspicious, so...
Alright. So, make a stealth check for me, please.
Disadvantage on stealth checks, this is good. Oh, not 20? A 19 with a disadvantage.
Easily enough for this.
Ian,
for this-
not 20 something.
I will use my reaction to equalize and then give you the nat 20.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you!
You head down Alora and Vox, you follow shortly after being invisible. The stealth rolls in that high, so for the sake of brevity, you all are able to escape with the information you have gathered, seemingly undetected. And you are in the streets of Zishis. Where do you go next?
Where Shiloh is waiting for you.
Alora, so I just imagine, is Vox still invisible? Or did he drop his invisibility?
I think the moment we are out of the residence and around the corner, I will reveal myself to you.
You just see Alora's plain, blank face, no expression, pale. And she makes her way to Shiloh, and she doesn't even say anything, she's just quiet.
Are you ready to go, Fraulein?
You can go.
I kind of just look at Vox, and I show my hands as if to ask, what the fuck happened? Actually, I literally show my hands and I signal to him, what happened?
All went to plan.
I see. You want us to go back to the HVC? You're going to be fine here on your own?
I'm just imagining, you know when you ask someone, are you okay? And then you just start crying. I'm just imagining this is are you gonna be okay on your own? And she's just like, yeah, I'll be fine.
What phrase it then?
I'll be fine.
Okay, good then. Vox, shall we go?
Vox doesn't know if he needs to do anything. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. So Laura's having a breakdown and he's just standing next to her, just.
Hy sê letterlik soos die twee emotionally distanced mense gevat om haar emotional
Die rest van julle is nie veel beter nie. Sergey en
Ja,
Alexander
dat is
sou nie omgegee het nie.
Oh, is fair.
think, Laura, is it becoming more prevalent that you are having a mental breakdown at the moment?
Well, yeah, you can see her breathing is starting to get quicker and quicker. She's like trying to keep it together, but it's not really working.
Caroline, but is something wrong? You're having breathing problems? What, is it something in the air? Is it allergies? I don't understand what's going on.
I think Vox's gestures for Shiloh to just do it with the remark is needed. That kind of expression. And he very awkwardly envelops his hand on her shoulder and just attempts to pat her in the weirdest way possible. Like,
you see her breathing get even...
That's what you do when they are choking. Obviously, she isn't choking. She's hyperventilating. We need to get
to shoot
and Laura just breathing even like quickens and quickens and quickens at this stage. She's just like, she just almost like runs away almost into an alleyway.
Isn't there like an alleyway right next to us?
Yeah.
I don't know, probably. She just runs into the alleyway, where she then puts her back against the wall and her hand on the chest, and she's trying to calm herself, but then she sits down the wall, sitting in a fetus position and just hugging her knees and just with her head like
Laura,
crying.
Here. So, and there's a hobo sitting next to you. Yeah.
This is your first time?
Yeah, I had a few of them episodes before. Most time was when I lost all my money at the gambling days. Next time's when we lost my wife. She left me for some hooky cute prick in the upper copper district. The third time was when someone almost ran me over with their Walker Mech transport system. That's why I got this.
And he has like a... Like his one leg is missing, and
he's like, "Yo, tell me all your sorrows, Missy. Perhaps lending an ear to this sorrow might alleviate your problems."
He just hears a boing in front of him, like water splashing, and if he looks up, it's just this dreading physique just staring down at him. With this evil grin.
Oh, another visitor. Hello, welcome to my Alice. How my part of wisdom on yours today. For the cheap price of one copper coin, I'll tell you anything you want to hear.
He just hears as a knife disappears out of my cloak, and I just look at him.
Now, I'm assuming you're holding a knife. I can't really see that.
you see the guy's blind in his eyes now.
Oh no.
I would please ask you to refrain from that. I'm just a humble soul enjoying the soft and fragrant ground next to this old dumpster house of mine.
Vox's aura of confidence just implodes after seeing the dude is blind, and he just regrettably unsheathes the blade again. Or sheaths the blade again, and Al just hopelessly stands in front of this blind old idiot.
So, mister, tell me his name. Let me share some wisdom.
Is Alora just through this having a panic attack?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Shiloh finally arrives as well.
Missy.
Say you are.
Missy, do me a solid. Take a deep breath. Trust me, it works.
You do
I really know. She's creeped out. She's freaked out. She's not stopping. This situation is not calming her down. She's in an alleyway with a random stranger, creepy old dude, and everything else is just freaky.
The man softly clasps your hand in his dirty ass hand.
Oh, she does not like that. She stands up and runs away again.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Fraulein!
You better not have heard that, Missy. I can tell that she has a very pure soul to her. better ones after.
Who is this?
That one's special, you know.
Who is this?
Who am I?
I look at Walk.
Who am I? Well, my friend,
Just walked away.
Walk away.
I
I'll
am no
walk away.
one and everyone at the same time. Oh shit, I think they just walked away, didn't they?
I didn't.
Damn it!
Fucking,
This always happens to me.
I don't understand what happened in there, but obviously something is making her go crazy. I say as we are running after her to Vox.
Vox just signals back. Let's just get back to Forazon, please.
Why
And she
Forest you didn't know?
Huh?
She's not running back to Forest necessarily. You don't know where she's running to.
Charlotte, just
No,
make a post perception check for me, please.
ooh, it's a 21.
This guy was covered in a lot of dirt, but he had like
Yeah.
elven ears and some features that were reminiscent of something.
Wait. He had Elven. Wait, what?
He was an elf, and
Yeah, it was an elf. Wonderful.
and he had certain features that were reminiscent of a
Bruh.
certain elven race.
Am I correct in saying a certain lunar-based elven race?
Possibly.
Is it?
Well,
Okay.
we wouldn't know because we walked away.
No, I would know, but I don't know. That doesn't really mean anything to me at the moment.
You saw a lunar elf. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I saw a lunar elf,
Yeah.
but that doesn't really. I literally live with one. It
Okay.
doesn't really, not really something at the moment.
So
Unless,
that-
unless there is something that should be weird about.
No, there isn't. Just take it for what you
it. Okay. No, I understand what it is. Yeah, we're just trying to catch up with Alora at the moment, and Shiloh is trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Where's Sylvester?
He's here, yeah.
Okay.
Where's Alora at the moment?
Where's
Alora?
Alora? Yeah.
Is there a park nearby? Because I feel like Alora would have run to there, like sitting up against the tree.
Yeah, I think we
Crying.
you caught, you're way faster than us, I think. So
Yeah.
we lost you, so now we're just looking for you, and then eventually we find you in this park. Is there a park where Alora could be chilling at right now?
There is. The closest park would be the Elving Plaza or the Grand Hallowed Garden, but they're far away from, like, it's not in a direct line if you were heading too far as house. So no. But I mean, they might like a small patch of grass with like a bench. That's what you mean.
Yeah.
So where do we find you, Alora?
She's not on the bench. She's next to the tree, sitting at the base of the tree. Still like a bit calm, not more calmer, but still like crying, but not like panic attack state anymore.
There she is. Fraulein, this is getting very upsetting at the moment. Please, could you vocalize what it is that we should do so that we can stabilize your state?
Vox pauses Shiloh midway through with his hand, and he just gestures
What
to him.
is it? What is it?
He gestures to him. Just shut up. Give us 10 minutes.
Shiloh kind of looks at Alora and kind of throws his hand up like an Italian man. Fine. Do what you think you must do. I will just be standing here, I guess.
Alora,
Making no diagnosis whatsoever.
I think you hear the weeds close to you just like move along as Vox's boot becomes visible in your periphery, and he just kind of sags down with a reasonable space between you two next to you, and he just kind of sits there, not saying anything.
Charlotte does keep an eye on this, by the way. Just want to say. Doesn't understand what the fuck this is going to do.
Is Vox still invisible? No, he's not invisible anymore.
No.
No.
I am within the visible spectrum again.
I would say there's silence for a bit, but I would say Vox's presence does bring comfort to Alora so much that she does start speaking, and she says, well, before today, I would have... If my dad asked me for anything, I would have done it without thinking twice about it. Even though I know everything that he has done, and I know what a bad man he is, but I still had that little bit of hope, you know? I still had hope he had redeeming something about him, that there wasn't just this empty, wicked shell of a man. But now it's just proven to be true. And if he's like that, my mother is like that. And that's expected. Deep down, I should have known they would have turned out like this, but Cressida, yeah, she's Daddy's favorite and everything, and it's not a surprise that much, but the fact that she's working on, I don't know how much she knows, but it's just a lot. And I feel like I lost more family today than necessary. And I feel alone.
There's a bit of silence. Fox is just kind of playing with his hands, not to look weird. But then I think after a while, you just hear once again the accommodating voice of your good friend Sylvester just streel against your ear. He's just like,
Oh, my dear. I'm sorry that you had to go through all that.
you just see Sylvester like slowly like go up your mouth onto your shoulder. He just looks at you with puppy eyes.
What do I do, Sylvester? I have no one.
That's not true, my dear. I know your family might seem problematic at the moment. And I know this team that you are part of isn't...
Sorry to interrupt. I just had an idea, and I'm sorry to just break the flow of this whole thing now, but is there a chance that you would retcon the last couple of seconds? Perhaps you, as Vox, would rather speak directly to Alora rather than with Sylvester, and I have a way for you to do that.
Maybe
And-
if Vox wants to say
Yeah,
something.
okay. Yeah, I just thought it would be interesting if
Thing is,
maybe
I-
rather nonchalantly, like he doesn't really want to, but he kind of what do you call it? You thief scan to Shiloh, and Shiloh kind of speaks for you. Exactly what you are
I mean,
saying.
but this is
Oh,
Sylvester.
yeah.
This is
What you're doing now.
Sylvester speaking now.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Vox would do that with you.
Okay,
I think
fair enough.
he's not comfortable with relaying his own emotions, so he would much rather let Sylvester.
Okay, then it's fine.
Do that.
Never mind. Please continue.
Okay.
What should I do, Sylvester? I have no one. That's what I said.
That's not true, my dear. You have me, and Vox, right, Vox?
Vox just stops playing with his hands for a moment, and he just gives this awkward nod, and he's like,
And you have Shiloh. Yeah.
And she awkwardly looks at.
He's
Well, it's
arguing
kind of-
with Clockwork in the distance.
He still needs some elbow grease, admittedly, but I'm sure he's working on that. And he just looks at you, Shiloh.
He's just sees Shiloh grab Clockwork and stuff it in his range coat of holding. Then just folds his arms.
Okay. My point is that, well, I can't speak for everyone, but I do know. I'm not trying to be arrogant here, but me and Vox, we know what you're going through. Especially more Vox than me. He won't speak to you about it. Yes, I know Vox, I won't get into the details, but we understand the pain of not having good connections with your family members, and we also understand that that's a horrible thing, no matter who you are. But at least you're not completely alone. No, we're still here. We've got your back, even if it doesn't seem like that. Or at least I'm here. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm really sorry that you had to go through that, my dear. And I imagine it must have been very hard on you to speak with them.
He kind of stays. Sorry. Good talk.
Sorry. When's the last time you were actually able to talk to your siblings, my dear?
He stays quiet for a bit and thinks. Well, I can't really remember the last time we had a proper conversation.
I see. Well, at least to me, they seemed like somewhat good-hearted people. Are they good-hearted people?
She looks confused when trying to answer this question, but she perks up and she says, well, I don't know what to believe. I mean, Cressida, I can expect this from her, because she would do anything to be the top achiever in the family and keep father happy. So, I'm not sure by her own means if she is good. Then again, I don't know the whole story, and it's confusing. But then again, Marcus, I mean, him and I have always been close, and I just can't imagine that he would do something. So he's my only hope.
So, do you think that if your father might have not been around, hypothetically, do you still think you'd be friends with them? Your brother and your sister? Do you think they would be better people with him not around?
We all would have been better people if he wasn't around. And then she kind of looks to her arm, and she's technically wearing, let's say she's wearing a short sleeve shirt for this fashion, but then you can see there's like old marks and scarring. It's not alluding to what it looks like, but it's something else. But marks on her arm as she says that.
Sylvester kind of tries to hold his gasp in when he sees that. And he, after some pause, I think he's just like,
Did your father do that to you, my dear?
And you can also now observe Vox is also staring at you, or at your scars, at least.
She kind of feels insecure about it, and she covers it up with her other hand, and then she says, yeah, well, indirectly, I mean. I guess I deserved it. You can see she is very hesitant to talk about this, and it's hard, but she pushes through and she says, when we were still younger and disobedient, that teacher you saw and my father decided when we didn't listen, we needed a harder punishment so that we would be forced to listen. And there was this room, this dark, old, shabby room in our home. It was cold and dark as night, and you could just see her, she gets panicky as she talks about this room. And
It's all right, my dear. You're in good hands. Don't be afraid. We're here to listen.
he would put us in there if we wouldn't listen. And I mean, the longest I was in there was only 2 weeks, but it was the worst 2 weeks of my life.
2 weeks? That's bloody inhumane!
Well, I mean, I could have lied. Marcus had a month in there, but... Anyway, so we had to deserve our way out, and he would do that, but they would do that by giving us these difficult puzzles and challenges that would test our abilities and bodies to the utmost drastic of measures, and well, we would hardly get food or water, and we would hardly see the sun. But we listened. We listened. After that, my only friend was a spider. I called him Harry. Yeah.
Harry the spider, you say? My dear, I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry.
And before he finishes his sentence, Vox just kind of gets up and he walks like directly in front of you, Alora, and he kind of just sags down onto his knees, and his arm kind of unfurls from his coat, kind of like showing it to you, and he kind of unbuttons his glove and he slowly takes it off, and what you see is just this bleak white hand, extremely sinewy, very malnourished, and absolutely littered with scars from top to bottom. There's not a single piece of like clear normal skin. There's just scars everywhere. And Sylvester is now also staring at him.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Vox says he understands what you are going through. And
Alora,
he's also sorry to hear that you had to go through that.
he looks at Vox. She looks him directly in the mask. There's technically eyes, but not really. And you can see her eyes fill up with tears as she then almost like there's a bit of a silence there for a moment, and then Vox is gonna hate this. She's gonna lunge forward and wrap her arms around his shoulders and give him a hug.
Damn. I think he almost stumbles backwards, kind of not expecting it initially. But he kind of steadies himself with your weight against him, and both his hands are like in a Y pose now, because he didn't expect you to do that. And he's just kind of looking down at you with his hands in the air. And Shiloh, he just kind of looks at you. And then he looks down and slowly his arms just kind of envelop you. And he just lightly pats you on your back. And strangely enough, for something as tall and brooding and intimidating as him, his hug is actually quite comforting in a sense. And after embracing, I think Shiloh, you would be able to notice that, I think we're standing, in my headcanon, we're standing underneath a tree, and the light just kind of pours through the leaves and stuff. There's a small breeze going, and all the luminosity from the sky from the light going through the leaves, leaves these patches of light scattered all over both of us figures, and one of these lights fall perfectly into the eye slot where Vox's eye is, and for a brief moment you can actually see his eye, and there is the most depressing, dark sorrow you have ever seen in your life. Just pure sadness. And you could have sworn you saw a hint of a tear. But then that piece of light goes away.
Thank you, Vox.
Laura, it's quiet for a while, and then all of a sudden behind your back you just hear behind you. And Vox just kind of lets go of you, and he gives you a note in your hand. And do you read it?
Yeah.
It just says, he will pay. They will all pay. And that's all it says.
Laura looks up from the note directly towards you, and she looks you very intently, very seriously in the eyes, and then you can see slowly a smile starts forming on her mouth, as she then nods her head, agreeing with you.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The embracing has stopped. He now takes, snaps out of it and takes a few steps back.
We're gonna smash cut from there unless anyone has anything else to do. Both of you take inspiration, please. Vox and Alora.
Thank you.
And let's. Okay, we just did a whole session essentially. But I mean, I've got time, so we we can still be straight here. Let's go around the table and then we'll RP what is necessary. But Alora, after you all abscond from this with this information and return to Forazon or whatever, there's 2 weeks ahead of you, Alora. We'll focus on you for now. What do you do for these 2 weeks?
Okay, so firstly I had the meeting with Marcus, which I don't know how it's gonna go, to try and see if I can make him into an ally. Then I would have prepared potions.
Okay.
I think I would have helped around a lot for people, because that's just how she would just go around asking people for help if they need help with anything, for errands and things, especially, well, she's the closest to Shiloh and Vox now currently, so she would constantly be asking them if they need help with anything. And yeah, I guess also depending how the Marcus conversation goes, that would also depend if she maybe saw him again in the next 2 weeks, I don't know.
I would say, I just rolled a luck check for you. I would say you found it incredibly difficult to access the Steel Mansion again. And I mean, it was already a massive risk going there in the first place.
Remember I asked him in Raymond Steele's voice?
Oh, yes. Oh, no, it's true. Oh, yes, you asked him to meet you somewhere. Yeah, actually, on the same day, an hour later, you meet up with Marcus. You sort of just...
Vox and China can be there if they really want to.
I mean, it's an hour away from the present time, so if you guys are there, you're hiding in an alleyway. Alora, you obviously gave direction, and eventually you see Marcus walking up the street towards like the alleyway or wherever you told him to meet up. He looks nervous.
She's just gonna walk up to him saying, well, you're probably here because of the errand Father told you.
Oh, Laura. He looks flabbergasted that you're speaking to him, and he just goes, yes, I'm here reporting for... I'm sorry. I'm here reporting for duty. What does Father want me to do?
Let's not speak out here in where, the walls of ears, like Father always said, so let's just talk here.
Alright.
And then she leads him into the alleyway. I don't know, Vox and Charlie, you can decide if you want to be in this conversation or around the corner.
Actually, very short after your interaction with Vox, Shiloh just went on his own back to the HVC. He didn't say anything.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Did Vox also leave? Was Vox there?
I came with, but I gave you guys space to talk.
Okay.
What is it, Alora? I shouldn't be away from the house this long. I know it's an errand for Father, but it's quite unlike him to send me this far out of the house. What is it?
It is unlike him to send him out of your house because it was me who sent you out of the house and not him.
What? Alright. He looks around nervously. Is this some sort of test? I'm sorry. I can go back to the house right now. I don't want to cause any trouble.
No. Please, Marcus, please stay. You need to hear this.
I'm so confused. You're talking like your old self again. You sound...
Because the Alora in that house is not me.
What are you talking about?
How long has it been since I left home?
Like a
month?
Yeah, like a long time actually. Month, maybe. Going on 2, maybe.
I've been out of the house 2 months, Marcus.
I don't know what, but you've been there in the house studying all this time. You surpassed Priscilla and me in artifice. You're celebrated apprentice artifice under Raven's
And let
shield.
me guess, I didn't sneak out once.
His eyes narrowed. No, you didn't.
I didn't blow up anything once.
You didn't.
Is that like me, Marcus?
What are you saying? Are there two of you or something?
I don't know. But all I know is I left home 2 months ago.
He
Because-
starts crying and he hugs you and he goes, I knew it. There was something off about that other Alora. I don't know what's happening, but I missed you.
I missed it too.
Father has.
But listen, Marcus, and she takes him by the shoulder. You need to get out of that house.
What?
Run away. He'll just replace you with another duplicate. He doesn't care.
I don't know if I should be doing that. I don't know what might happen if I cross Father. We must have just been lucky to get away, but I don't know. Maybe someone's even following me right now or something. He's been so
He's a
hard on the
ticking time
word.
bomb, Marcus.
What?
He's a ticking time bomb. He's gonna kill you eventually. One day you're gonna walk into something you're not supposed to see, and he's gonna get rid of you and replace you anyway.
Not supposed to see. Is this about the new lock on his study? He's been spending
Yes.
an awful lot of his time there. And him and Priscilla have been talking a lot in private. I don't see her as much, only in passing when we head to the lecture halls. I don't know.
Marcus, he's working with some very dangerous people. I know, because me and my friends we sneaked in there this afternoon. And I pretended to be Father, and you have to believe me when I tell you he's working with some incredibly dangerous people, and you need to get out of there.
Make a persuasion check.
$16.
He goes, it's good to know that you're still around, and in fact, whatever that thing is that has replaced you is not you. I'm serious, it's really good to hear your voice, but I'm sorry. I just can't undermine him.
I can help you. I'm part of an organization. I'm sure we can hide you. We can figure something out.
No,
You just gotta trust me.
no, Alora. He's gonna find me, and he's gonna find you too. And I don't want to think of what he's gonna do to us.
He doesn't care about finding me. I've been out there for 2 months. My face is probably everywhere. He hasn't showed up once.
I can't. And
We're dispensable, Marcus. Don't you get it?
I can't do this.
If he can
Alora.
make a duplicate...
He tries to begin walking away from you.
Fine. But one day, you're gonna look Father in the eyes, and you're gonna know it's too late. And I have to live with myself. So walk away, you coward. You could have been free.
You see, he has this intense internal struggle. He's like dying on the inside at the moment because he wants to believe what you're saying, but the years of indoctrination by your father, his mind is unable to believe in him, and he's crying, drying up his tears as he goes.
Alora just gives a big sigh. Vox having heard all of that.
To be sure that was 20. He was
Yeah.
has been indoctrinated his whole life. I'm sorry.
Okay, if he dies now, that's just gonna be more fun. I wanted to use inspiration, but it was like, what's the chances of getting higher than a 60? Not that much. And
Okay. Your 2 weeks continue, Alora. Is there any like things that you do? Is there like a routine that you do to go to Farazon like every day? Do you have artifice or potions or anything?
yeah, I would say I would stand up in the morning. I would go to Farazon, have a lesson. In the afternoon, I would make potions, help the others. Try to do something like Laura style, like try to make the team bond. She's going to be very focused on making this team bond. Try to fix all the problems in this team because this team is falling apart. So that's her goals.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, in that case, for now, as you learn your things through these 2 weeks, I'll tell you what exactly happened for that. But yeah, you can you go through those motions and you become more magically inclined. So yeah, you're now level 1 wizard, and you can add like a few spells for you, those who are pre-existing in the book. And I mean, Farazon has a library of spells, but he first wants you to learn those, and then like you can request new spells from him or even create your own. But for now, you're just a wizard. So, moving on, Shiloh, we'll go with you now, since you had just left from the conversation. What do you want to do?
Okay. I'm hoping the thing that I want to do is not going to take too long. So this is over the course of 13 days, correct?
Yes.
I'd say I'll do maybe the roleplay thing I'll do. That's I think literally from he left Alora and Vox, and he immediately went into the thing that he wants to do. I think that's also happening that day.
Okay.
Shiloh wants to go back to the Attaway, the youth division, the place where he was working, and
Which is funny because the Attaway Corporation is just down the street from Farazon's mansion.
That is very convenient. That's where I'm going.
Okay.
I'm going to the Attaway Corporation.
The Attaway Corporation. It's a university.
I have disguise self. I'm hoping not to fight, so I am wasting my first level spell slots. I do disguise self again into a random oak.
Okay. The Attaway Corporation is a university / workshop / mini factory situation. They do a lot of research here on technology and combining the safe technology with the sorcerer's bloodline of the Attaways. This was, at least this was where the first airship prototype was built, those type of things, and obviously all those blueprints and things would have come from the Attaway house, specifically Thomas and Björn Martin that lived on their premises. So you walk into this place, it's very dynamic environment, very, very fancy. There's like a large archway to walk through when you arrive. There's a large grassy piazza area in the center with a bunch of tables. There's like a cafeteria here, and then inside it's just like this multi-story building with a million windows on it, and those are either like laboratories or research rooms, things like that. And you can see a lot of professors walking to and fro through the space. A lot of young people that are probably doing internships or things like that here. And the place looks, as you walk into it, those memory banks reshuffle, and this place does look familiar to you.
Okay. Can I make a history check to see if I can figure out where the best place would be now to go to ask for information? Or is there like a reception desk where it's very obvious?
There's a very obvious massive eye with like the way
wonderful.
decorations and things. And you see this very profile of elderly woman with long braided hair sitting behind it, tight figure, tighter clothes, and she's just like, "How may I help you today?"
Is it still morning?
It's like
I don't think it matters. I'm just gonna say, Guten Tag, Fräulein. I was hoping to acquire some information. Is this the right place?
That it is. Depending on what information you want. Are you a student or professor here?
Neither, actually. I am. He's like silent for a second, trying to think up of a lie. And he just says, I'm an independent journalist, hoping to write a story of an incident that took place here not too long ago.
Make a deception check.
Fuck it. Ek haat die -1 charisma met alles in my. Deception. Was it there? Yeah, hello? That's a net 20, let's fucking go!
Okay. Hilarious.
Yes! Wat is met die net 20's vandag?
Ja, nee.
So, weet je wat gaan jullie doen met 45 hier?
Wat er
This. I think they said something about this journalist that was coming in late today. You're a bit early, but I appreciate your enthusiasm and your preciseness on, excitement on being at this place. I wasn't sure that you were going to document incidents, but you can feel free to roam the area. I will I'll give you a staff pass for the day. You will be able to access some of the high laboratories. You can speak to some of the professors there. Just make your way around, and I'm sure you'll find our campus quite suited to this modern world and the works that we are doing here. So please, one moment, and she does something behind the desk and hands you an access card. And she says, welcome, Mr.
Ludwig.
Mr. Ludwig. Of course. Please, you go on soon. You have this access card now.
Nee, goed. Shiloh's very surprised with himself that he was able to pull that together. And he nonchalantly walks into the belly of the beast.
I think just like casually, casually walk in there. There's a bunch of people walking around carrying documents. You see signs that lead to laboratories, lecture rooms, and things like that. And then you see something called the containment and testing facility, which rings about. Get a flash of a memory. Behind that thick glass.
Well, first of all, Shiloh kind of takes a minute to take everything in. I think his memory of this place gets more and more vivid as he goes on, and he just silently stares at everything. And I'm assuming this glass, this glass is like a window. It's
in that vision, it was a thick iron steel door with like.
I'm assuming the vision of me staring from the inside out is. I think then I kind of halt seeing that, and it kind of sparks a little tiny bit of dread in me, which is unusual. And he kind of brushes it off for a second, and he immediately looks for someone that looks like they have been working here for a while. Someone that might look like an older student. Because I know the incident took place, 2 years ago, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we established, or a year, no, I don't know. So yeah, I'm looking for some seniors walking about, maybe some lecturers or top scientists or something. Someone
Mm-hmm.
going to ask some journalistic
Make
questions.
a perception or investigation.
To perception. It's a 10. It's a 9.
You find like someone who looks to be like a fourth or fifth year student walking around with a bunch of documents.
Excuse me, sir. I literally go to stand right in front of him.
Hello, can I help you? I'm very busy right now.
If I could just have maybe 5 minutes of your time, I was hoping to ask some questions for my entry into my blog.
He blinks and looks past you. I don't really have the time. I'm working for deadline. Make a persuasion check.
I will give you a credit in the story. Your name will be seen by many people.
Make it with advantage.
What's that? Yes! So voor ek wil gaan. Wat wil ek doen? Persuasion?
Ja, persuasion.
Okay, dankie tog. Daai was 'n net 1 vir 'n 0.
I just want to say I'm going to switch to my phone quickly.
That's a 2. That's a 2 with my advantage.
You don't look like famous reporter. Sorry, don't have time. And he pushes past you.
Okay, I look for someone else.
Perception or investigation.
Ek gaan investigation. Ek het 'n +4 op investigation. I was amper 'n net 20. That's a 12.
Okay. Yeah, you see like a dude, like an older gentleman, big ass mustache, graying hair, just speaking with some students, holding a like clipboard, and then he like nods and they sends them off when you approach.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, who are you? May I help you today?
Sir, my name is Gunther Schneider. My name is Gunther Schneider, and
Yes.
I'm currently writing a journal article about the Attaway Youth Division and certain things that it is known for, as well as tragedies. I am hoping to ask you a couple of questions about a certain incident that took place here not too long ago.
His eyes narrow, make a persuasion check. This is, he believes that you're what do you call it, a journalist, but it seems that...
No, of course, Okay, is it 13?
Well, make it quick. I not really at the liberty of talking about those things. Don't know that much, but I will tell you what I can.
Yes. First question, sir.
Yes.
Were you present the day that the explosion took place?
I was present that day, yes.
Do you, by any chance, remember the details of the day regarding regarding any students that may have been hurt by this explosion?
Well, it is as the news articles would tell you, there was two students who were conducting some sort of experiment, and
2 students, you say, sir?
yes, it was.
Now I have their names, by any chance?
It was. One moment. I know the one was Makina's boy, unfortunately. It was a very sad day for that genius scientist. Shiloh Makina was his name. Shiloh Ludwig Makina, to be precise. And the other one was. It's a nom, therefore.
Esther. Mark. Sy was deel van een van die noble houses, actually. Dis nie House Orden nie.
Esther Orden.
Ek dink. Ja, dit was. Sy was deel van House Orden.
And the other was was the girl of it's okay. It was the girl of Baroness Esther Arden. Esther Arden. It was a truly tragic day losing those two. The Atways.
This is Esther.
Yes.
She perished as well.
No, she was just involved in the incident. As far as I know, the two of them were working on the experiment. I don't know what. Yeah, I saw that actually what the experiment was gaan. Het jy gespecify wat die experiment oor gaan?
Ek het nog nie. O, wat ek nee, ek het daai vir jou gelos. Ek het daai vir jou gelos, buddy. Ek het gesê ek weet nie waar jy sê wat dit moes ek het actually gedink jy het al geweet at this point.
They were working on some sort of energy experiment. As far as I don't know much of the details. But according to the records, the core or whatever they were designing under these materials, it overloaded, and despite the very rigorous precautions that were taken, it seemed that they were not as adept as they seemed, and the device overloaded spectacularly. Esther Arden was able to escape, but it seemed that the boy Shiloh was locked inside the room, and the explosion it went off, destroying everything inside and part of the building. That is why many of these holes you would find very new, especially those in the containment and testing facility area. All upgraded to standard to be able to handle such things.
Thank you. And this Shiloh Machina, tell me about him.
Well, he was quite a brilliant researcher, although a bit obnoxious at times. He would always think that he knew best, but he was a good kid. He believed that through his inventions he would make the lives of other people better and improve the world. But it seems that his fate dealt him a very cruel hand, and unfortunately his dreams could not be realized, which is unfortunate.
Shiloh is gonna silent for a second. Thank you. Just one last question.
Yes.
Thomas Machina.
Yes.
When was the last time he was seen or heard of?
Well, it is sort of a famous mystery in Zichester at this moment, but about, how would I say, a month, maybe a bit longer than that ago, he disappeared from the Attaway house after some sort of a fire was set to his laboratory. Apparently the Detective General of the Grand Garrison were able to find the body. So he is missing at this moment. That's what I know.
I see. Oh, thank you very much for your time, sir.
It is a
Please.
pleasure, Mr. Gunther Schneider. I am Professor Charles Xavier.
Xavier Charles.
My name is Professor C. Xavier. Nice meeting you.
Toch even zijn bad om te zeggen Seymour Bart. Okay. Thank you, Professor.
Ensure
Please
to credit
continue
my
with your
name in
day.
that little report of yours. I would fairly like to know how it goes. Struggling professors getting their names on things. Anyways,
I will make-
I've got work to do. My back.
Thank you, sir.
And he struggles off.
Shiloh kind of stands in a little tiny bit of disbelief, just standing there in the middle of everything. And just thinking over all the information he just got at once. And then he stares into that thick window in front of him, where he knows something took place, and I think he's gonna slowly make his way towards it and look into it.
You look into the testing chamber, you can see there's someone doing some work at the moment there. Make a history check.
I will do so. It's a 25.
You look into you focus your eyes on your reflection for a moment, and you swear you see this very sweet girl on the other side with her hand against the glass, looking worried, teary-eyed, and with just like red fire, and her reflection runs off and blink, and it's your reflection again. And you almost fall back into a memory. We're in a laboratory. Father is working. You're busy in the beginning phases of creating clockwork. Kieran Attaway walks in. You know why I'm here, Thomas. You're late with the schematic for the Generation 3 airship. I believe we've been fair from our side, so where are the schematics? I told you. As of now, the antigraph core design is unstable. In its current state, it can't possibly reach the top speed of which could be dangerous. Kieran summons in air energy into his hands. Thomas flinches out of habit, looking over countless bruises and scars over his face and body. Don't make me do this again, Thomas. It's embarrassing, dear, that I have to discipline an old man like yourself. We haven't till the end of the day. Don't disappoint me. Thomas looks this way as Kieran leaves, looking into your bruised face. Alright then, let's get to talk. You go and grab a prototype of this anti-grav engine. And we're just gonna call this out. You are determined. You want to help your father. You head over to the Attaway Corporation. We know there's a testing facility there. Maybe a few tests would be able to increase the speed at which you're able to finish this. And so go there into the testing chamber and actually, it would make sense. Yeah, and you work in this testing chamber alone. This is just a prior memory, not that night when the explosion happened. But you remember this is the first time that you hurried in here, and from then made much use of this chamber for many of your inventions, or testing out the inventions of your father in order to help him complete them earlier. Though your efforts were mostly in vain, you hoped that your efforts helped, because you believe in yourself that inventions will change the world. You just have to change the mind of the atoms. in the process. Completely get this model. From that, just close back to that memory once again. Years later, even of that woman on the other side of the glass crying and she disappears from the as fire focus your vision and you come out of the vision.
I think that all happened in the span of like maybe 5 seconds, and I was completely away. My goggles started glowing again, and when I come back to reality, my hand is on the glass. I think I kind of look at it and I'm thinking like, "The fuck? What are you doing?" And he just takes his hand away, looks around. I think he got everything, all the information, at least enough information for now. He's got it all right here up in his noggin. And he will make his way out and ignores anyone that looks to speak with him.
You go out, you have 3 more, many more days, 2 weeks almost. Anything else you're doing?
I think before he continues with everything else that he wants to do, I think this whole endeavor maybe took him a very long time. I think afterwards he also didn't immediately go back to the HEC. I don't know, at what time would Alora and Vox have returned to the HEC?
Depends. They're busy with their own things, so you're unsure.
Okay. Never mind, I'll do that. Because he has some things that he wishes to say to Alora, but I think I'll do that in the next session. We'll just keep it in for a week or something. As he returns, probably on his way, he's gonna do a little shopping.
Okay.
Because he has some things that he wishes to start building, and he wants to build it now.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're trying to build the ice thing, so that's the gold pieces.
That's the big, that's one of the first thing
So
that
the
I
gold pieces
would like some
for
shopping to do.
The resources concerning that.
4 gold pieces. 50.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck. Alright. 50 gold pieces removed. Whew. Looks like the arm, boys. Looks like the arm. Okay. Now what?
Anything else you're looking to shop for? We'll just handle all the shopping.
Yes, I am looking to shop for materials. Let me just look at my notes here. Plasma on gun. I think he's only gonna shop for. Yeah, he wants to look for materials for a certain contingency plan.
Okay.
What would I need for that?
Which contingency plan? Which person?
The one that is the most important at the moment. Dat ek ons
Okay,
met jou bespreek het voor.
Investigation check.
Investigatie. That is 17.
How much gold do you have now?
How much gold is 10 platinum pieces? That's 100 gold, right?
Did you
No?
take away the 50 gold from the Richmond gold?
I'm trying to.
Just
It
convert.
doesn't want to for
convert
some
it to
I'm just
gold.
gonna.
Just convert
Yeah.
everything to gold, 100 gold pieces. So,
Okay, one platinum piece is 10 gold pieces, so it's gonna be 5 platinum pieces. Okay.
I think you begin doing schematics. Actually, do a technology check. This will depend on how expensive the thing is.
14.
Okay. For this device that you're trying to create, it's distortion of certain things. To be able to create a pulse that powerful, to create the device for that, I will tell you now, you'll have to spend all of your remaining gold to do so, and it needs a power source in order to give off that powerful pulse, and you're unsure like if that power source would even survive each time you use it. So basically what I'm trying to get at here is it's an EMP device, and each time it is used, there's a chance that the battery just fries itself. And the more you use it, the higher that chance becomes. And then the battery will have to be replaced. And the battery was the most expensive part of this thing because it's a high density sort of energy source, which costs about 25 gold pieces to buy at once. So if you're going to want more bursts of that, you have to spend the gold pieces to develop or get the resources and develop those batteries, essentially.
Okay, so
it's
if I use all the rest of my gold,
you have it with one charge.
okay, that's all I need.
Okay. Cool.
And I use all my gold to buy these pieces.
Okay. And then throughout these 2 weeks, you create the schematics for your modification, you're able to install it within yourself, and also you create this contingency device, which I will give to you later.
Very nice. So I now have my freeze ray.
Yes.
Okay. That is it for Shiloh. Shiloh spends basically the entire week planning, designing these machines and building it.
Okay.
That's how his week is.
Okay. Cool.
Kian,
Yes.
I just have two things. I just want to say it. I want to learn Thieves can't, and the second is I want to try to get Flulon in the puzzle.
Okay. So we'll do some Arcana checks between you and Fulon. Make an investigation check for Thieves Con. This is gonna you like find a book or something on it, or you ask someone to teach you. Make an investigation check.
Why did I close my D&D Beyond them so dumb? Wait, let me just open it on my phone. Alora. I'm on the phone, not a time to be slow. Okay, so investigation. That's a 12.
You learn the basics of Thieves Con. You can, let's say you can pick up on details in a conversation and you're not fluent in good speaking it yourself. There's like a few gestures that you can give, but maybe you can, I would say in one sitting you can say one word. You can't form complex sentences.
Okay.
So you understand it and you can't form complex sentences when responding to something. It's only one word.
Okay.
And for the Fulon thing, if you roll an Arcana check, yours is
16.
16. I'm just going to find Fulon's thing real quick. Fulon Lorraine who's not proficient in Arcana.
Neither is Alora.
There's one, like, afternoon or something, Fulon goes, "Alright, Alora, sit down. We are settling this right here." And he puts one of those devices in front of you, and he has one as well. On 3, we go and we don't stop. First one to finish it wins the bet.
Alright. Well, good luck. I know I don't need it. And then she starts.
He's already busy solving it. He goes about it and he gets that ring that you got on your first attempt to glow. And he's like, "Oh, I'm getting closer." Yours doesn't glow white at all, but you know, you sort of like gotta almost figure out a formula for this where nothing is supposed to glow until the last thing is put into place. And he goes, you seem to be struggling a little bit there, Alora. See, I got a whole ring glowing so far. Yours seems to be a little bit inert right now. Get ready to make me that anti-aging potion. I hope you're ready. And as he says that, you click in the last thing, and the whole thing immediately starts glowing with elemental energy. And he's just like,
Yay!
and he just
Well, that'll be one coupon for a secret or any information I need. Thank you, Flula. Pleasure doing business with you.
he throws the thing behind him, it clanks somewhere and lands in the corner. He'll probably never use it again. He takes up like an invoice book and he tears it out and he writes on it coupon for one secret for Alora, and he signs his name there and just like tears it out angrily and gives it to you. Thanks, you have that now. Just add to inventory.
Ja.
Kijk, ons een beetje langklas van andere mensen horen. Okay. Solan is heel hier.
Yo,
Sorry,
ons het net op een hele rand gegaan also.
bro, ek wou actually die hele squad hier gehad. Ek kan nie imagine.
Ja.
Hulle sou net hier gesit het en net geweet het van what the fuck.
Hello, by the way.
Hallo.
Er zijn meer mensen included als het dus... Die hadden... Ik weet niet wie gaat opdagen nie. So ek het niet... Ek het geweet Vox en jy gaan nie wees.
Okay, Solan.
ek is toch hier kijken, maar ik ga net weer nog lang kan
Nee, dat
blij
is fijn.
mee.
Dus ik kan naar je titel schrijven. 2 weken. Je hebt gezegd, well, you wanna get close religiously to your
No.
God. Is that basically what you're doing? Is there anything specific that you'd like to do?
Okay, so de eerste ding was basically ja, dit te doen. Sy oorspronklike plan was soos om maar soos 'n shrine toe te gaan of dit. Christina het toe gesê hoef nie. Hy kan basically enige plek gebruik. So ek dink maybe sal hy na haar luister en selfs in die mees crowdedste plekke probeer soos die daai connection te establish. Ek dink maybe die tweede ding wat hy wou sou doen, sal hy maar op hold sit vir nou. En ek dink maar net dan ja, dan die tweede ding is maybe net soos bietjie training te doen. Maybe soos omdat hy dit maak seker nie saak nie, maar net hy doen net soos physical, magical en mental training. Dat hy maar net self het 'n bietjie sterker kan wees.
Okay. Maak vir my 'n religion check asseblief.
Okay. My religion sal 'n 17 wees.
You spend quiet meditation almost each day to try and connect to universe. And there's one specific day where you're trying like at night, during the day or whatever, but there's one day where you go when it's sort of like that like between 12 and 1 when the suns are at their highest. You go to like the top of some abandoned building, maybe even the building that the new HQ is situated on, and you just bask in the sun, thinking of the things. And that moment, you almost open your eyes and you're sitting crossed or like on your knees in the middle of nothing. There's just space around you with the twin suns very close to you in this moment. larger one, outboard, these sort of flares bursting out. This power of the sun is immense. You felt it a little bit before, like almost being in this weird vision. If you're close to them, it's almost overwhelming. You notice there are those sunspots in the air on the sun, or black spots shift around. Eventually, you once again hear this omnipotent voice echoing through space. I see you have been attempting to reach out to me far more than you previously had. Your prayer seems sincere.
I just seek some guidance. I have a few questions to ask.
Many come to me for guidance, for wisdom on what to do, but very few have the resolve to see through what I ask of them. What wisdom would you glean today? I have already given you a task, yet you still come asking me for hints.
This is something related to what you seek from me, but also at the same time, it's something unknown. A few nights ago, I sensed some fiendish powers from one of the party members. I would like to know if you know anything about it. What is it connected to?
Your acquaintance has struck a bargain with an entity of the lower planes. This entity is one of shadow, one of poisoned words, and one of secrets. I know not its true name, but I know its nature. It is a demon of secrets. That is all I am willing to impart. What you do with this information is up to you.
So, you're not gonna give me a recommendation, a course of action? Something you think
Are you so
that will be best?
spineless that you require somebody to instruct you on every little thing that you do?
Oh, that is Kangry.
I have trusted you with the power of the twin suns. And that already says enough. You still have a long way in going to prove that my decision is worthwhile.
I'm sorry for.
Don't be sorry. Be better.
Damn, bro's getting grilled.
I see a kind and gentle God who hears me.
No.
But I thank you for your guidance.
Very well. Despite your clear ineptitude, I have seen much improvement in you as of late. You're on a bright path. Keep to it. And the sins of this world will reveal themselves for you to strike them down with a righteous judgment. The flames of the twin suns.
I shall see to it.
The sun explodes, and you and you come out of that vision. You didn't notice, but you've been in the sun for the whole day. People have forgotten that you're up here. You're just sitting there. You don't feel sunburned at all. Just wake up in the sun's already setting.
Okay. Like I said, I think like in the race of the 2 weeks, Solan will do some training. But I think like in the meantime, you see, I don't know what to do.
I mean, Shiloh is working in his workshop. The whole. If you want them to build something for you, you can
Yeah,
just
you don't have
come ask.
armor, by the way.
Yeah, we have a plan for that. Unfortunately,
the armor
I am
is
very low on funds now.
the armor is something to look at, but I think Solan would like to actually investigate Silas a bit more. But the thing is, which I'm not too sure, which I actually might need a bit of time to think on, is how he's gonna act.
Would you like to?
So yeah.
Would you like to confront Silas? Silas, he's yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm trying to think, what would Solan do? Like he just, Helios basically just cocked him out, saying he needs to think for himself. And I'm afraid if he thinks for himself, he might do things which
Should like shit on the floor.
he should not do.
Yeah, like shit on the floor.
Okay, but if you'd like, you can think on that, and then we'll move on to Silas for a minute.
Okay.
Last. What are you doing?
Silas has plenty of plans, as I said to you. I think...
Wacht, ik ga gewoon slapen.
Okay.
Want dat is al wat.
There we go.
En dan kan ik slapen hier. Mooi, dank je voor die session, kids. Dat was wel goed, dat was lekker.
Cheers.
Hoi.
So, I think I have a kind of a time span I guess we could use. Sorry if my voice is quiet. I'm trying to talk not too loudly because there are people. So most of the things I want to do, I can do it in a week and let's say 2 days.
Okay.
The 5 remaining days, I'm going to focus solely on the last one I wrote on the piece of paper, and that was meditation
Okay.
for the emotion control. Wink, wink. So, for the first week and 2 days, Silas would I think he'd start with making a new mask, a more discreet, more outing-like mask, and not like a wolf skull. So he will probably but he's proficient in weaver's tools, so he would make one out of materials that he can find.
Okay.
Sturdy, obviously.
So
It'll probably just be half face
okay. So you can
for now.
you can keep that design for yourself, and obviously you have a lot of time, so there's not going to be checks in this. If you have a few days, you can
Okay.
do it to the best of your ability.
Yeah, he will do it as he goes, the day by day, as he trains physically. And one thing he would like to do is breathing control, so breath training. I think he would go to nearby shore, or even just at night when everybody settles and he goes for his daily wash. He will take that time to like submerge himself fully in water, and train to lengthen the amount of time he can stay in a non-breathable area.
Okay. Fair enough.
So, for example, the sewers, if the mask somehow breaks, or when he's underwater.
Okay.
So he can hold his breath up to a certain amount of minutes, and then just to have a little extra something to hang on to, you know.
By the way, Charlotte, that's another point. All of the breathing masks that you had previously created, they're all shot full of holes. So if you'd like to take the time...
Yeah, no, they're broken. Yeah, I would say definitely. If thing is, we're not planning on going back into the sewers now, right? Or I can't remember. No, we're not.
You have to go to the temple, so yes.
Yeah. But we're first doing the. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, he definitely fixes, makes some adjustments, etc., etc.
So do an athletics check, Silas, for the strength and those things, and we'll make a constitution saving throw with the training. See how that goes.
Okay. Because he needs training on his strength and whatnot. Oh, that's a 21 athletics.
What's your current strength score?
Oh, 9.
I'll give you 1 point in strength. Sure.
Thank you. Hell yeah. Okay, lovely. Wait, hit? 1. Oh no.
It's, you just take, you're gonna take other modifier.
Yeah, I found out. Alrighty. So I'm messing it up. Wait. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Then make a constitution saving throw for the breath thing.
Connor's absolutely shit as well. Almost a nat 20, that would have been cool, but that's a 9. Obviously, he's gonna do this over a period of time.
Yeah, but that kind of represents your success over this whole period. So,
So, okay.
So it was very good, you could have possibly gained something, but with a 9, I would say, you don't get nowhere. But, what's your con score at the moment?
13.
Okay. That means plus 1, so you can hold your breath for 2 minutes. So I would say, just to be nice, I'll give you an extra 30 seconds. So you can hold your breath for 2
Lovely.
minutes and 30
Okay.
seconds.
Perfect, thank you.
You're speaking about unarmed combat and armed combat.
Because of the whole thing not having your weapons with you immediately that happened at the previous combat, he wanted to train more in unarmed, but that was with the strength training as well, so
Yeah, that would go with the strength training.
yeah, it does, yeah. Yeah,
The thing
and
is,
then...
like, I'm not going to give you monk powers all of a sudden, so...
No. That's not at all what I wanted. It was just a little more training for that, so he can keep up a little bit more without his weapons, if it were needed to be.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, what do you wish to achieve with the armed combat?
The armed combat, honestly, I think the strength training goes with everything. Because I don't need more dexterity, say, but
You said also something here about Fang of Lies. Is it more like technique that you're working on there?
Yeah, probably more of technique. Yeah, because it goes also with the strength, the just combat training in general, but technique would also, like, he has not fought with Fang of Lies much, and he just pulled it out of his chest hoping it'll work. So I think it's to get familiar with what he can do with Fang of Lies and how he can maneuver it and like how fast he can reach for it and everything like that, so that he can get it in time and not be slow and whatever.
And you, so you can, as a free action, easily pull that thing out. And I would say that you learn obviously the properties of it, the charges, 3 charges a day, 2d6 poison damage per charge, and if you poison someone with it, you become invisible for them. Like that whole thing, you understand that intrinsically now.
Yeah.
And do you speak to the snake during this time?
Seeing that he didn't gather enough to talk to the snake, he would probably try and find more information around him. Just secrets that he thinks the snake would actually be interested in. But honestly, I think he was more focused on where he himself was at this point, because he did go to the snake and he did achieve things and did get more information. So I think he would focus more on what he was doing and emotionally how he slipped a few times. So he knew he needed to work on that because things were getting a little bit out of hand. So he needed to deal with that. So the snake wasn't the biggest thing on his mind, but he was still in the background trying to find more secrets, maybe about the people, his comrades, or trying to like maybe do more research like on what is in Shiloh's, that board he has in the room. I think he would look through that board of information and just see if he missed something. Oh, not? Okay.
Because we don't have that room anymore. We're now he has like a portable.
Right.
He has like a
It's
portable table.
we're in another
Yeah.
space now, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
I mean, there are
Never mind.
files and things lying on his table, but it's nothing, none of those things anymore. He doesn't really need the board anymore. We kind of figured everything out. At least he did.
Okay, I mean, I don't think he would think he missed information. But no, I don't think he would have gone to talk to the snake recently.
Okay.
I'll look through my secrets again and see if I missed something,
So what is your
and come back to it.
what is your like daily routine look like? Is it just you going out doing your thing and then just sort of returning at night, or do you interact with
So
the
basically, I think Silas would be out of the place very early in the morning, and I think he would go for a run when it's still dark, still quiet,
yeah,
as a just a
portion?
what is it? Not portion. It's like a step towards
Oh.
what he was gonna do in his meditation, just to clear his mind, and obviously the training makes it easier, a bit more stamina, whatever, and then he would come back and would maybe sit like around the people when making his mask or whatever, listening to everyone talk. Maybe someone spills something, maybe he hears something he didn't before. But then he would go do his training, and afterwards at night he would do his meditation slash control training, if you could call it that. I have a little bit something for that, possibly.
Okay.
And obviously then the breath training.
Yeah.
But it would look like a normal introverted type of schedule.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think many people notice that Silas has become a bit more distant. He's not as necessarily as jolly as he usually was during this time.
Bit less chirpy.
Less chirpy, very focused on this goal of being the clockmaker, it seems. I would say there's like a day where, like, Silas, you're maybe either early morning going out or returning from late afternoon from your training, and there's all of you that's in this call is there. Is there any conversation that happens, or what?
Well, I would say this. Shiloh has clocked in every minute detail of this man's schedule. I'm telling you right now. Every morning that he has left thinking no one saw him, every night that he came
he didn't
in.
mind if anyone saw him.
I don't care if he didn't mind.
At 5 in the morning.
Every time when everyone was asleep and you moved, Shiloh clocked that shit because he can see you while he sleeps. And he does that. Just saying.
Okay.
I think maybe
Congratulations.
maybe one night you're maybe particularly late or something, not exactly on schedule, that Shiloh's clocked it in, and you come walking in there, like most of the lights are off, many people are sleeping except for Silas, Solan, Shiloh, Solan and Vox, and Solan. They're still like awake, and you just enter slowly.
Out of breath as well. Only slightly, but out of breath.
I haven't,
Shiloh's just building his
I haven't
things.
seen someone sweat as much as you since. Well, the old war between Vaskazistan and Sisteria. I swear, not even those people are this dedicated.
Training needs to be done somewhere.
Indeed.
Feel a bit out of shape, not gonna lie.
Well, do
least I'm glad you dedicated to something. How's that sword work going? Would you like to go a few rounds?
We can see if you can keep up, old man.
Oh, I did take the challenge. But, might I say, don't be too quick on your words. I was quite the fine swordsman back in my day. Now I just,
Right,
kill
right.
from a distance.
Yeah, I noticed. But we can see, for one.
Alright. Right now. Let's go. And he
Wait,
pulls out a
what?
fucking golden rapier, just gleams, it's crusted with jewels and things.
Right here? In...
We can do it upstairs. And we would appreciate an audience to see how I mop the floor with this guy. Anyone in?
You enjoy that.
Solan,
Yes.
winner gets a secret?
What?
Winner gets a secret.
When I get a secret, is that what you're saying?
The winner gets a secret.
The winner gets a secret. You're the second person wanting to pry into my life.
Yeah. What that
Okay,
mate say.
sure.
So lees sê hierdie aand is voor of na Solan se godly
I think it's pretty.
energy.
I think it's pretty into it. So, yeah, you already had your godly intervention, so it's there. All right. You know what? I'm gonna take you up on that. If you want to freely give away your secrets by losing to me in a duel.
Not secrets, just a secret. One.
Same old, same old.
One.
One is all I need to decipher your mind.
We'll see about that, big champ.
Come on. And Charlotte says upstairs. Does anyone come with to watch?
Silas definitely looks back at the rest, just like slightly grins and just walks up the steps.
Solan will head upstairs, but not immediately. He first wants to talk to Shiloh.
Yeah.
Then he'll head upstairs.
They head upstairs. Shiloh suddenly approaches you at your desk. Box, are you going upstairs?
Considering the context of the time frame, I don't think I would be in there at that point.
Okay.
Dus het net ek en Shiloh wat onder sit dan basically.
Yep. Shiloh suddenly walks up to your desk with your room.
Yeah, if you walk up to Shiloh, you would see that he's standing over his desk. I think because I think that the room there's no windows, right? Because this is like a basement, so it's quite dark in there. And Shiloh is like he has Clockwork is hanging by his tail from the roof, and Clockwork's eyes are just beaming onto the table, and it's like you see Shiloh just like he moves Clockwork like he would move a light. So it fits what he wishes to do now. And if you were to approach him, you would see, Shiloh is building things, something out of something. You would have absolutely no idea what the hell it is he's building, but he's building something, and he's completely ignoring you.
I think just to show interest, Solan will ask you, and he'll peek over your shoulder and he'll say, What are you building over there? Looks complicated.
It is. And he continues building.
What are you building? Care to explain? And he pulls out a chair next to you.
Well, Herr Solan, yes, I do care to explain. So if you don't mind, I would very much like some privacy as I finish my invention.
Guess I'll just go interrogate Silas on my own then. And he slowly starts walking.
Still busy building the thing. Wait. What
You
are
know-
you talking about?
Wait, wait, what are you... sorry, I guess I was thinking out loud. I guess that now that you heard, I might as well share it.
Share what?
You remember about 2-3 nights ago?
Of course I remember it, I have keen mind.
While Grant was doing a sense heartbeat, I detected some fiendish powers from Silas. Now,
Fiendish energy.
demonic.
As in demons. Demonic.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I see. Another one of your religious aspects. But did you feel a sudden push on your mind looking at Silas? Something uncomfortable. Thinking your god was himself was
I
touching your
know.
brainwaves, telling you what you are looking at.
I know you don't believe in those things, but I can tell you there's something evil going on. And I know you had your suspicions about him. Didn't you? The late nights out, the secrets. Oh, and by the way, yet again, I know you don't believe in these type of things, but Helios did kind of mention that Silas is working with a demon of secrets.
Ah, Helios himself has spoken with you, telling you what you want to hear. I see.
Do you want to figure out if there's something suspicious going on? Even if it's not divine powers, maybe there's something else. But I invite you to just come with me.
Alright, I will humor it. I will admit I definitely do have my suspicions with Silas. There is a lot of some things that he is not sharing with us. I mean, that seems to be the norm in this group, so...
Secrets.
Nevertheless,
How ironic. Now let's go.
yes, ironic, I guess, and he follows you.
In the top abandoned building, Silas, roll initiative.
Duh. That would be 11. Oh, that's bad. Anyway.
You also didn't roll good. Yes, what's your initiative?
11.
You rolls a 10, you go first. What are you doing?
Oh, damn.
On guard!
He just smirks at Fulon and takes out only one of the dual blades.
Fulon puts his
For
one arm behind
this
his back
moment.
and flourishes his blade, and he touches the edge of your sword. And the moment that happens, combat initiates.
Flash, yes. Attack. Wait, I just want to see bonus actions real quick. Yeah, no, not yet. I attack. Oh, so close to a nat 20. Does a 16 hit Fulon?
That just hits.
Lovely. I don't want to deal actual damage, so what is going to happen when he was going to hit Fulon, right? So, as they touch blades, Silas jumps in like a cartwheel over Fulon, and then as he's in the air, takes out his blade and puts it against Fulon's neck, and then steps back and shows his sword to Fulon again.
Foolish, he attacks you.
Lovely.
That is going to be a 24 to hit.
Yeah.
He
Maxim.
stabs
man,
you
don't play like
for 12 points of damage and draws blood
Rude.
and holds the blade up. And he's going to.
Salus is.
Wait, no,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, it's. Yeah, go for it.
Jeez. As he stands again in front of Salus, he sees like just a flash of gold go through his eyes, and then he will attack again. Actually, wait. Uno momento. This is bonus. Okay. First, he will hex his strength,
Okay.
and then
The
he
chill
will
goes
trip
down through
attack.
his spine. What the hell is that?
He will attack him, but also tripping him at the same time. Is that possible?
Not if you're not a battle master. You can go for the
that's
trip attack,
true.
but it's not going to do damage.
Oh, that's not gonna work then.
What are you doing? It's high intensity. If you take too long, it's going to take his turn.
Okay. Fine. I'll hit him again with my sword, and I can't push at the same time, so I guess. Can I take back hex? No?
No, it's there.
22 to hit.
That is.
This time it's gonna deal damage. That is. I don't get sneak attack, obviously. 9 points of damage.
He shakes that off. He poked him like in the shoulder or something. Alright.
Poked him in the shoulder.
I will show you that even with your little underhand magics, you will be futile! And he lunges at you. Another 24 to hit.
Hits.
11 points of damage.
Okay. Jeez. Okay. Salus will obviously just attack again, but he will use his bonus as attack as well, like he usually did.
So you're taking out your second sword.
It was already taken out.
Oh, okay.
From the first one, he jumped over him and took out his
okay.
second sword.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. Here goes. 18 to hit. First one is 9 damage.
You're gonna uncanny dodge
Second one.
that to make it.
Okay, second one to hit is a 23.
Yep, that hits.
That is 9 minus 5, so it's 4 points of damage.
Interesting technique. He's going to sort of parry that sword away a little bit from that uncanny dodge, almost doing like a Matrix style situation. And then he's going to stab at you. He's gonna miss. He goes to stab at you. You fully bring in your two swords, parry it away, and then you hear and he draws his gun in his second hand.
Bro.
If you can use magic, and he's gonna use
What the fuck?
he's gonna use Jedi shot,
Bro.
and a bounce and pierces once per point spent. I mean, I don't know how many points this guy has.
Don't bring magic to a gunfight. Am I right?
He's gonna make a disarming shot on you. So
Oh my god.
he's gonna blast at you with his gun.
Just one though. Like, I have 2 swords.
Yeah.
You can't
Mhm.
both of them, but
His
yeah.
handgun is a 14 to hit.
Misses.
You are narrowly able to dodge that as the gun. It fires off very silently, and it doesn't fire a live projectile. It's just like a stun shot, just dodge out of the way.
He just hears miss, and then Silas is in front of him.
There you go.
Is he done?
Yes, it's done.
Okay, I'm gonna attack him again.
Okay.
But this. Do I want to take it out now? No, I won't do that. He's gonna attack twice. Shit. He misses his first attack because it's a 14, so it doesn't hit, right?
Parries it out of the way.
Lovely. That is a 23. Oh, fucking hell. That's a 3. But, he just uses bonus action. Never mind. Jesus.
Parries it out of the way. Full-on bonus action disengage, does a backflip and lands in one of the rafters of this room. And he fires at you with his gun.
Lovely.
That's a natural 20.
Oh, no, man. I'm dead.
Please make a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw, you'd say. Come on, baby. 12.
You drop your weapon
Better than what I expected.
while you take 18 points of piercing damage. As it fires like on your hand, it doesn't pierce through the hand, but it like stings your hand for 18 points of damage, and full on.
Well, Silas is sitting on the ground now because he should be unconscious.
The sword flies out of your hand.
Can I just put him on 1?
It doesn't lethal damage or anything. Full on jumps
Yeah.
down and lands. Walks a bit closer.
I lost.
You're not half bad, I must say. Still a bit
could
rough
be
around the
better.
edges. I can tell you have a very... There's clearly training behind your sword fighting, though I imagine after many years of perhaps not being so dedicated to that training, Blade has told a
It's
little bit.
still a little behind, I have to say, but that's why I'm trying again. And training twice in one day? It makes one tired.
Well, I definitely commend
But
you.
thank you.
No problem.
The gun is nifty sometimes, eh?
More than nifty, I might say. It's just, I see it as an extra accessory to the whole idea. Honestly, this thing is an accessory, and he puts away his rapier. I haven't strung that thing in quite some time, and if it wasn't for nifty over here, I don't think I would have won that. So,
I commend you.
I think, of course, as we know, his
You want the secret. Wonderful.
one in the moment. I commend you, and I sense a bit of hesitation at the start. There can be none of that, but I really appreciated you essentially using all that is available to you. Using whatever magics you use.
Look, I could have used more, but I don't want to rely on that all the time, you know? So I tried something a little different.
Yeah, sentiment. Magic is powerful, but
Sometimes a little dangerous.
yes, take it away. What are you then? That is a very important
Exactly.
question everyone has to ask. This is apparent for many people in the city, especially when I to bring ability into the city and but some people fixate too much on magic, not the person behind it. So,
I'm first a fighter, so to me it's the same.
right. As for secret, what can I ask?
Oh no. I said you get a secret. I didn't say you can ask.
Very slippery tongue out there. Very well. Tell me
I
something.
do not know what you mean. Alrighty. Is Solan upstairs already?
Well, me and Shiloh did talk, but I think maybe
I mean, if you want
because you guys did kind of do it kind of quick, so maybe as we come upstairs, you guys just finished, I think.
no, so would be, you guys just chat together.
No.
Fine.
I followed, so I'm also there.
So, for one, the secret, like, you see on his face, he gets a bit more serious, right? A lot more serious, actually. I thought that I would take this secret to my grave.
Yes.
He looks away a bit. Honestly, never thought I would tell anyone this. And it's really hard saying this.
Yes. One gets up real close to you.
And he actually steps towards his bag. And he soon takes something out as he walks closer, but it's behind his back, right? And his face is very somber, and the other two can see it as well. And he walks closer and he goes again. This. I guess just have to rip Band-Aid off of it, right? And he holds out in front of him a book. And he says, "This book
Yes.
I cried over it for the first time." And you just read on the front page, "The Fae Diaries." And he hands it to Toulon. Best book ever. And he walks out.
I mean,
Long.
And he-
His hands are shaking. I wish the holy texts have made their way into my hands. It's the hidden volume. I'll be needing some alone time. And he walks away.
oh my word. Oh no.
Silas walks past you two with a grin as he walks downstairs.
I think as you try walking past Solan, he pushes out his hand, like stopping you in your tracks.
The grin doesn't fade, but he does stop and looks to the side to you. Yes, so?
What's with the grin? I'm just wanna have a word with you.
The grin? My secret.
Oh, that's so. You said full on the walk down, like with the
He's
book.
gone. Like he walked out of the room. He didn't even go downstairs. And he was mumbling to himself.
I wanna have a few words with you. I think it's best if we take a seat and Solan will look at Shiloh. No? We're just gonna talk standing?
What if I don't?
Alright.
There are a bunch of like crates
He-
and things there.
He looks up at you. What state are you in?
I think it's... what is it?
It would be dusk, it's light.
Oh,
Wait,
But
how
actually look down on him.
Okay, lovely. Silas looks at you and says, "What if I don't?" But he still has a playful grin on his face. It doesn't look like sinister or anything. But
just make it easy.
easy.
Je zag dat hij zo ominous klinkt. Dus come on.
That's all we do.
You don't want anything to happen now, would you?
Easy. So
Okay, let's just get to the point.
there's a hard way, Solan.
Let's just get to the point.
Fine. Let's sit
You-
and talk like civilized gentlemen.
You've been...
Right.
You hear Flon's laughter in the distance.
It starts so early. I'm only on the second page.
Go, continue.
You've been keeping a few secrets from us, and I would like for you to come clean.
Well, that was quick. I just
All I
revealed
did
the
say, let's
secret.
get...
I mean, isn't that enough?
Well, I'm
You
all
can see
ears.
he knows, but oh no, you heard. That was my secret.
No, not that type of secret.
The grin
You know,
fades slightly. What do you want to know?
I've
Solan?
heard you like to deal in secrets. Is that
You
right?
see, it just like the vibe changes, but his facial expression doesn't like change. Excuse me.
You heard me. Now, that's what I'm saying. Maybe just come clean. I'm not the same as the church.
And you think I can just believe you with that? You think it's that easy, Solan? Trust someone. You must be fucking mad. I don't
So
need to come clean about anything to you. Why should I?
Because
Because
you are dealing with a demon. And
I'm done with this conversation. Silas stands up and starts walking.
Solan also stands up and stands in front of you.
Out of my way.
Seeing you didn't want to do it the easy way, I'm very sorry. And Solan will cast Zone of Truth.
Excuse me? Can I not?
Ek is so jammer oor hierdie.
Keegan, hier is 'n probleem.
Yeah, I'm very sorry about
Chicken.
this.
What's the saving throw? Is that on truth?
Hier is 'n regtig groot probleem.
It's a
Charisma. Oh,
Your charisma is huge. Your charisma is huge. Jy het hierdie.
no. No, this
Now-
is no.
It's
Keegan.
happening. It's happening.
Keegan?
Now, you can forfeit your rights if you have nothing. Okay.
Fucking
You
jy
can
kyk.
for-
Oh, dis amazing.
Dit is die perfekte Miami kop.
Oh no.
Forfeit your rights.
and
Can he stop you before you cast
Forfeit your
something?
rights so you can forfeit your
It's
life.
Because
happening
you're not doing it discreetly, so can he just stop him?
Do you have counterspell?
No, like RP roleplay. Just like put his hand
I mean,
up.
Okay. If Solan adheres to it.
Wait, Solan. Stop.
Actually, you don't know that he's casting Zone of Truth.
well, the thing with Zone of Truth is the person knows if the spell is
Yeah,
being
if it
casted
fails.
and if
If it,
No,
Okay.
but like, what do you have? Is it semantic? Is it visual? What is it?
I'm gonna say this. The thing is, Silas does not know what Zone of Truth is, so this magic just went. And
okay, maybe he wouldn't like straight away do it. Like I think you can see like he's making ready to cast a spell, and he's telling you you have one last time to come clean. What do you say? We're gonna talk, or am I gonna need to force it out of you?
So you don't know what you're asking me to do right now. If I say a word, it'll cost me my life.
inside.
In seconds. His eyes are piercing into your Solan. Dead
I'll also do
fucking
an
serious.
insight.
I rolled an 18 on my inside.
I rolled a 9.
it's an 18 with Shiloh, so the last shot. Fuck it. Silas.
Silas.
What was it?
Al
18
drie van die
Shiloh.
S's wat die slag.
Ja.
Shiloh,
Is troops.
from the side, you see Silas. He is dead serious. Okay. He is dead serious. As he looks at Solan.
Shiloh walks up. I would say maybe Solan probably explained to Shiloh what the plan is, right? Like what he's gonna do, what power he's gonna use if it doesn't work out.
I don't think he would have.
Okay. then never
Seeing
fucking
you
mind, I
don't,
guess.
seeing you don't believe in divine
I
magic.
believe
don't
in
think he would've-
magic. I believe in magic, not divine magic.
Okay, continue.
No, I don't think in this
But
case he
if you
would've-
didn't explain it to me, Nevertheless, I was just about to tell you, do what you wanted. I think that's what he's gonna say. He's just gonna walk up to him and he's gonna say, Solan, I don't think Shiloh. Fuck it, ek is Shiloh.
They verstaan jy my pyn.
Ja, fuck, sien hierdie gaan nie werk nie, want ek weet nie wat Solan wil probeer nie. In daai geval bly ek stil.
Fuck. Wait, let me continue.
Walks up to him, says fucking nothing, goes back to sitting.
I walk closer as if to almost be like, almost confirm that I have Solan's back here. Even with that, I know that you're dead serious. I'm just like, so for now, I'm just standing there, looking,
So-
waiting for something to happen.
Even if I wanted to tell you, I could not. Alright?
Okay, I will not force it out of you, but then let's just talk.
I
Person
can't tell
to person,
you.
then you can tell me what you can tell me. Then... No, sorry.
He sighs and just like looks to the side and then back at you. What else do you want to know?
What can you tell me without putting your own life at danger?
Silas turns around, goes sit on the box, and like his hands are like clasped together, and like he's resting his face on his hands.
Oh,
Just let me think. Alright.
I think in this time, Solan will look at Shiloh. What is?
I was actually really hoping you were gonna call Zone of Truth.
Maybe.
Shiloh looks. Shiloh looks kind of. He's staring. He's staring at Silas. He kind of knows that that's not. We don't want this. We want answers. He still doesn't speak.
Look. He looks up. I am not using whatever I received as something against you or anybody we're working with. I'm not a threat to you. Alright? I felt
If it is true.
Sorry.
Shiloh will just wait for you to start. Never mind.
Jag kan prata.
Shiloh will maybe just not happy with those answers. Just say, you may believe that, but if got the Alora whatever. But if what Solan is insinuating about you is true, that you might be a victim to one of those parasitic creatures that we came across earlier in our missions. I don't care what you naively might think, you are a threat to us and a threat to yourself.
wow. Of course, that's something you would say. What do you want me to do, huh, Shiloh? What's the plan in that big brain of yours, huh? You don't know what I'm dealing with. You don't know what I'm fighting. You don't get it. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to solve shit. I don't need all of you trying to crawl up my ass and get secrets from me.
No, that's your job, isn't it?
Job. Oh my god. I really can't with you. I really can't.
What's your end goal? Why are you really here? Like, I know all of us has our own personal goals for being here. What's yours?
He stares at Shiloh for a bit more, and then directs his gaze to you. And stares at you for a few seconds, and then just says, "You should know, shouldn't you?" And he waits, and he says, "Elitha."
So when you say that name, his eyes goes wide open. Where did you hear that name?
How did you know her? I can ask you a bunch of questions as well. I'm here for a reason. And that reason is to get rid of this corrupt fucking system. And he's close to you now. I'm not here for any of you.
You know what? Fuck it. Solar gaat zijn of truthcast.
Wow.
Fuck it. You shouldn't have bugged the bear.
But it's not safe.
Well, to be fair, the bear came to bite first,
Yeah. Come on.
but nonetheless.
Oh, that's just fantastic. I can't
Jy
even
moes
beyond.
gerus was hy van 10 gemaak het. Want
Ek
Solar is
haat-
in sy weak state.
Wow.
D&D Beyond.
How does this look? How does this look, Solan? By the way.
I think maybe as he casts this, like there's definitely like a golden circle that forms, and maybe like around the parties that needs to make the save. Almost like these halos above their heads, I would say, and like maybe like Solan's eyes would also start like glowing as he casts it, with his hair maybe like almost like floating up.
In other words, it's very obvious that you just did something. That's all I wanted to know.
It's obvious.
Shiloh will...
Silas's eyes goes wide.
So you don't know what this is, but you feel
I
something.
don't know.
Yeah, but I feel it. I see
Solan,
it.
what did you
and
just
it's like, ooh.
Shiloh asks you, Solan.
He's not going to answer you, but I think he'll be able. Yeah, he's going to ask you then again. I think Solan will also stand up now, and he doesn't want to really intervene with the things which you mentioned earlier, but maybe more about now what you just mentioned. So he'll ask you again, where did you hear that name? With his, and maybe as he speaks, like his eyes glows like there's a stronger, like orange yellowish glow.
So just to reiterate on this, you create a magical zone that guards against deception in a 15-foot radius sphere centered on a point of your choice within range. Until the spell ends, a creature that enters the spell's area for the first time or starts to turn there while on a chart does not saving throw. On a failed save, the creature can't speak a deliberate lie in the radius. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails to save. An affected creature is aware of the spell and can thus avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond to with a lie. Such creatures can be evasive in its answers as long as it remains within the boundaries of the truth. So, like, you can give vague answers.
Yeah, cool. Silas's eyes glow golden. And he just says, "From my patron."
And And
How long does this last?
By the way, did you hear Shiloh when Shiloh asked you what you just did?
no, nee, hy het jou gehoor, maar ek dink maybe hy het jou nie dadelik geantwoord nie. Zone of Truth,
He asks you again.
duration is 10 minute, maar
Okay. What is it?
Solo for now.
Shiloh, Solan will just tell you he can't lie to us. He can't lie to us in the circle.
That is very interesting magic.
What do you have to do with Elisa? Why bring her name up? What are you meddling in?
That's
I have nothing with Elitha but the same, almost the same genetics. I only know that you knew her. She was here. And you were with her and I was curious. I wanted to know what you were doing with my kind as a twin sun's god.
And what, be seeing him a Solarian elf, I'm not allowed to even talk to Lunarian elves? Is that what you're saying? No, I don't trust you.
That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying the Church of the Twin Suns plagued us with mass genocide. So to see a Lunarian elf with a Twin Suns Solarian elf did not sit right with me. Point.
Well, Shiloh, you have any questions to ask?
if you were to explain to us who your patron is, would you die?
Yes. He said it right after your question, like directly right after.
I see. And he goes to stand right in front of you and is going to ask, do you believe that your dealings... Oh, no, I'm not going to ask you like that. Just simply, do you believe that you could possibly pose a threat to this group one day?
No. In the way you're thinking, I wouldn't be a threat to you. You're not my target.
If you were to choose between the team and your goal, what would you choose?
I would leave the team and go for my goal.
If it meant that we were to die, every single one of us, perish for the good of your goal, what comes first? I want to hear it from your mouth.
If we were in such a situation, if push comes to shove, my goal I must choose because it's for the greater good. But I would not kill you.
Amazing. You have truly convinced yourself in such a way that your dealings with whatever it is will not most definitely pose a deadly threat to us all. Well, that's all I needed to hear. I'm gonna get back to work. Then he starts off.
By this time, the zone of truth is beginning to fade.
Was dit 10 minute?
Je kan vinnig nog een vraag vra as jy wil.
Nou ja, ek dink die Solan het nog 'n vraag, maar ek dink maybe sal Solan homself soos kan affect deur Zone of Truth. Dat hy ook soos die waarheid moet praat, sal hy sê. Ek dink in daai case sal hy dit doen. Hy sal willfully die charisma check fail.
Okay.
En hy gaan net vir Silas sê. En ek sal sê hy het al sy rug gedraai, soos hy is ook op pad om te loop en hy gaan maar net soos in vir hom sê She was my everything. I gave everything up. I gave my status up in the church. I gave every single thing up. Just so that you know, to be with a Lunarian elf, to be seen as a disgrace. Just so that you know. And Solan will walk inside.
Cool.
Silas will just like stand there. He doesn't really know how to feel since he was forcefully put into something to tell the truth, but what Solan just said was also a really big thing. I think he would just like slowly go sit down on the crates and just like be in a haze at the moment, thinking about everything he just told and heard, whatever. But he's a little shaken, slightly. And he knows now that he should work on some things more and try not to be so secretive, but still he has to have his boundaries. But this was a bit of a opener to him.
You notice a bit past the deception. Just a tail, pure black snake, or no, pure white snake, just slithering underneath the crate. Throughout the shadows, just two eyes blinking out. Taste the air. Slithers.
His breath shakes slightly. I think after a while he would like go down and close himself off in his room and start on his meditation thing that I wanted to do, but my power goes off at 2, so I'm not sure if we can do that.
But yeah, we'll speak about the meditation thing, getting your emotions under control. But yeah, I think that's more like a RP thing. I'm not gonna.
That is, yeah, it's RP thing.
Yeah, I don't think it will take like should benefits and stuff like that. Okay. Cool. If your guys are still up for it, we can quickly do boxes things.
We didn't kill Silas.
I was so worried. Oh my.
Yeah, we thought we were gonna kill you. We thought that we were gonna kill you.
Take inspiration, please. Inspiration.
Thank you very much.
Volgens jij op voor jou denk ik
Crazy.
Loud and clear, Buckaroo. Roger 4 reporting over.
Let's do some things.
Okay, my kraag sit oor 15 minute af, so ek gaan skedaddle.
Myne ook.
Hey, twinsies. Okay, julle moet 'n lekker aand verder hê.
Bye.
Is hierdie recording? Record hierdie?
Ja,
Wonderful, ek gaan box in due time dan kyk. Ons level nie op nie, hè?
Nee, ons het opgelevel laas keer, dude.
Ek weet Alora het 'n level gekry in Wizardry, maar
sy was level 5, dus sy het nooit level 6.
O ja, jy's reg, hè. Okay. Toodaloo boys. Bye.
Adios.
Ek voel luister na my krag.
Wat so cool.
Wat so cool.
Ja, ek denk dat ik ook mag gaan.
Cheers.
Ga ik het vroegochtend. Maar sterkte. Lekker rond verder. Bye bye.
Hoi, soet wees.
Shame, minder roleplaying vir jou.
Right, socks.
Actually, voor julle inkom, ek moet seker gaan.
Cheers.
Sorry, ek bonnie, geniet dit.
Rolly, adios, man. Adios.
Right.
Oh, lijkt mij of het een one-on-one, eh. Ja, lekker.
Wat vond jij die steeds op in?
Well. Would you say we left off with the last time?
Sure. I mean, you have got 2 weeks. First day you spent on the Alora thing. Throughout the weeks was the whole Sardis thing. So yeah, you've got 2 weeks to your disposal. Choose whatever you want to do, and if there's something you routinely want to do to improve yourself, that's something you can also do.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's get the big stuff out of the way first. So, I think upon being called back to Forazon's place, it kind of planted a seed in him, like a reminder of some sort, that brought him back to the memory of encountering that dark object in Forazon's keep. And this has been plaguing him for a while, because he sees this as a potential way to give him more insight into the whole magic thing he's got going on. So I think after coming back from the steals, I think, and once Alora is again in a stable state, because I imagine she's been, she wasn't too happy after her brother walked out on her. I think instead of heading back to HQ, he will go straight for Forazon's place. He'll of course skulk his way into the mansion again, and he'll just keep an eye out for Forazon to see if he can find him.
So it's later in the day now, I think 5, 6 o'clock. I think make a perception check.
Ek gaan sien op my foon, kan jy dalk vir my...
What's your modifier?
Fuck, ek dink dis plus 4.
Okay, some of your stuff.
Ja, sorry, my foon gaan soos praak, maar daarom kom my krag binnekort aan, so, ja.
Roll 16 on the dice. The perception is...
That's good.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, you see Farzan moving across the window. He's got pajamas on and like a little nightcap.
Okay. Well, as to not give him a heart attack, I will only sneak up until I am within a 5-meter vicinity of him and not directly behind him. And once I come into that radius, I'll just straight up just wait for him at one of the doors. Yeah, let's see what happens.
You hear him brushing his teeth. He opens the door, still brushing his teeth. He makes eye contact with you for a few seconds. He stops. Ah! And he freaking freaks out. Back, demon, back! You're not supposed to be here. Ah! And he like begins casting, like draws runes in the air with his toothbrush.
Vox just like surrenders his arms in the air, knowing full well that this guy could probably incinerate him to ashes at command, and he just surrenders. He's like,
no, you just notice
with his hand, like, "Whoa, buddy!"
You notice the Fulgur rune that he just drew, and the rune like begins charging up with lightning energy, and he's just like, "Oh!" Just dismisses it. It flows into greenish, yellowish particles.
Vox just signals with Thieves' Camp, sorry, but I'm not sure if he understands it. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
He just says, "Well, hello there, Vox. I wasn't expecting you at this time. Now I know Patrick didn't let you in this time. What do you want?"
Vox just like raises one finger and Sylvester pops out. Oh, got a bit damp in there. Oh, hello, Farazan.
Hello there.
Looking healthy.
Same for you. How is it living in a glove for most of your life? I never actually asked you that question.
Oh, it's quite comfy. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot more headroom than you would think. And, yes, just a bit damp, I would say. Thank you for asking. Nobody has asked me this question.
Yes, is it sort of a demi-plane that you stay on, or is it just like become one with the fabric?
It's hard to explain. You know, perhaps someday we might be able to transmute you into a small dragon of my capsule as well, and then you could come with me and see for yourself.
Why wait? And he calls polymorph. And it becomes like a blue pseudo dragon. And he just flies up and sits on Vox's glove.
Vox and Sylvester just stand there with their jaws on the floor. And Sylvester's like,
it's beautiful! I could kiss you right now!
and he goes to like kiss you on the
just
cheek or
pushes you
something.
away, and even the dragon has this massive beard. Like, no, none of that.
Wow! Absolutely magnificent! You're like a spitting image of the perfect being, just like me! Oh, I cannot tell you how long I've been waiting to speak to one of my own kind. You know, I've really gotten quite at Vox so many times because he just doesn't understand, you know?
Just
He
a
just keeps
reminder,
rambling.
I've never been a pseudo dragon before, so it's still me, Farazan. I just can adapt this form for about another 56.5 minutes. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am just mere small transmutations.
his small eyebrows just drag towards his eyes in disappointment, and he's just like, "Oh, so you're not a pseudo dragon?"
I am not a pseudo dragon.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
Well,
It's okay, my fellow.
Jimmy like squishes his head by patting him.
I'm sure you'll be fine. You'll find yourself a nice pseudo dragon and a little pseudo dragon home and settle down one day. But for now, what's the topic at hand? Why have you broken into my estate again?
Oh, yes, apologies for that. Me and good old Voxy were never really good at conventional entry methods. I do apologize for startling you.
So I have noticed.
Well, not to take up too much of your time, but sorry, Vox is speaking to me as I speak. Well, we can't help but not ignore the whole conundrum that occurred last time we came to your humble abode. You know, the whole thing with the death circle and all that.
Yes.
You recall?
Fox, if you please walk us to this to the lecture hall, and we can talk there, examining the object.
are you still pseudo dragon
Yeah,
form?
is this sitting next to Sylvester?
I imagine Sylvester is like on the one shoulder and Faruzan is on the other one at this point. And okay, Vox will just he'll walk in that general direction, but he doesn't really remember where it was because the mansion is fucking huge. So he just at some point he just takes the completely incorrect turn.
Vox and Mr.
And he
Nexus,
shows-
2 hallways ago, you could have taken another route, but I didn't want to undermine you, so if you please turn back.
Vox just stops and he looks at Faruzan. He blinks and he just swings around and marches back from where he came from.
Eventually arrive in the study. Horizon polymorphs himself to open the door.
Please, come in.
And he goes into his little magic study, with the objects still floating there, continuously consuming magic from the 2 artifacts that are above and below it. Yes, well, I did some studying on this thing quite extensively, and I just couldn't understand what type of power this is. So, then I began to think something like this shouldn't exist. See, it's almost as if it is the opposite of power itself. It nullifies any magic or anything it comes in contact with. Hence, I have to continuously feed it magic in order to keep it aloft there, lest it fall on the ground and potentially consume everything it touches. Is this a similar experience you had with your magic box? Did detect quite the similarity?
You see, this is the weird thing. If this supposed source of power or whatever it is, mere existence is based off the fact that it destroys anything of the material world, then how could someone like Vox exist? Never mind bend its powers to his own will, at least to some extent. And Vox is gonna unfurls his one glove a bit, and there's just these black sparks that just kind of bounce off of his fingers onto the floor.
Horizon draws a circular rune and is going to cause detect magic. And he looks at you. Vox, and he looks closer. I'm feeling alright.
His eye meets yours and he just kind of shrugs his shoulders.
Quite strange, because to my analysis, you should be dead. I'm sorry, that's the straight answer I can give you. With the spell that I just cast to detect magic, a way to discover the schools of magic and if magic permeates a certain area, every living being, every living thing, everything, in fact, even the earth that we stand upon, has latent magical energy within it. Though some are blessed with more, like the sorcerers, who carry on a great connection to the elements through their bloodlines, but everyone has a harmony of the elements within them. That is why wizards like me can bend the elements and create spells on the things around us. But you have no magic at all. You are essentially an empty shell, and that power that you are using right now, it gives off no trace of magic either. It merely consumes the magic that permeates the air, just rendering it null into nothingness. I don't know what to say.
Fox just he takes a half a step back and he just looks around, and then his eye fixates on that black sphere again, and I imagine he's hearing the voices again coming from it, but he focuses on Farazan again, and he just looks at Sylvester, and Sylvester says,
"No, Farazan, where did you find that artifact?"
Oh, I found it, it's quite strange. I found this in conjunction with another artifact. This one I found in the archipelago between Shar and Rekia. You know, Draxus. It's said that there used to be a land bridge there, and some ancient city or something, but due to movements of the planet we go on, it's now become an long-ranging archipelago. That's why I found this, and Ethia, I found another thing quite similar to it, but not of this power, quite the opposite of it. It was a shard of light that completely eclipsed this power. This seems all-consuming, that shard of light seems all creative. I have since lost the shard of light. I don't know where it exists, but it still is. But that's all I know. I don't really know the history of Oculai Tower is what we call the city, for what might have happened in the past.
"The Oculai who?"
Oculai Tower.
I've never heard of it before. I don't think I've ever been out of Zechester. Neither me or Vox. At least not since I was a hatchling.
Well,
So you travelled then?
yes, my
Archaeological reasons?
I traveled there for reasons of discovery. In my youth, I was searching for secrets of magic and trying to decipher the complex code that this world is programmed in. And I was searching for magical artifacts or documents or anything that might give me an inkling as to what might be behind all of this. I used to I was the eldest son of our house, and I got bored with the politics in Zechester. My father and mother chased the politics for quite some time, and I merely sort of spun a little lie, saying that I was going on a research trip to basically my magic understanding, which was not entirely a lie. I got some funding from them. They loaned me their airship. And I started my journey going all across the world. I started in Ethiopia, which was the most elusive continent in my opinion, an island infested with monsters with only a singular bastion of safety, which is very relative, by the way. That place is heinous. I mean,
if you get there, it's a sort of eat or be eaten mentality. People are battling monsters in one day, and the zone, they call it the safe zone, where the city is built in, can hardly be called safe. There are monster attacks daily, and the forests surrounding it only grow deadlier the deeper you go into. The only way to enter Ethiel is via airship.
Well, why would anybody want to live there? That sounds gnarly.
Sort of rubs his fingers and his thumbs together. Money. That place, despite its small size, is one of the most prospering economies in the entire world. They sell a multitude of magical wares and parts from beasts that are magical. Some that I use in my spellcraft even. So there's, not to say they're probably the largest trader of spell components in the entire world. All wizards wish to get their hands on safe things.
Well, you clearly are a man of great arcane knowledge, and me and Vox have discussed it a lot. You know, in your pursuit of more arcane knowledge, perhaps we could aid you, in a sense, in exchange for maybe you helping us trying to figure out what exactly is going on with Vox, and perhaps in the process even help him get it more under control and possibly, you know, get closer to the truth.
Right. You keep an eye out
interesting.
for any arcane magic. If you can find the Shard of Light for me, that would be great, because that was one of my prized pieces of my collection, and it's just sort of like up and vanished one day. I'm unsure where it is at the moment. But anything interesting of the arcane, any books, any tomes, any artifacts, would be greatly appreciated, especially those of legendary make. Those are quite valuable, and I don't have any of those, which would give great insight. As for the understanding of this, I would be glad to help you, because I am also one hungry for understanding. So, if you'd like, and he walks out, let's do a little experiment. When it comes to the in-depth magics of this world, as I said, there's a harmony between the elements, and you can draw power from those elements through items, or when you're using a spell focus, for example, you can tap into other planes of existence that carry a modicum of this energy that permeates. You can almost say something like the ley lines. I assume you know what ley lines are.
Wait. Just hold on a second. You're saying there are other dimensions?
Oh, I actually. Yes, there are quite a few other dimensions. My friend, it is some people make it their whole profession. There is very secluded. Those horizon ranges that travel through these dimensions to also learn their secrets. I have been to a few myself, but I can say for certainty none of them are as hospitable as the one we currently live in, despite even all the chaos going around. There's a fire dimension with a crazed sultan that enslaves the entirety of his people. He's so powerful that no one can do anything about him. There are dimensions of complete darkness, complete light. There are those with endless oceans, those of endless fire, endless churning earth. And there's even one where there exists a storm within it that has not stopped since the beginning of time, which would be the dimension of, or rather the plane of air, which is, just don't go there. The wind will snap your neck if you don't have adequate protection. Anyways, I'm rambling.
I don't know what to say. I thought those places were things of myth, of legend, fairy tales.
I assure you.
You're telling me all this is real?
I assure you it exists. It's just that our modern society doesn't benefit too much from going to the other planes. We like to create devices or learn magic that brings that energy to us. For example, every single magical lamp that you might see across the city, prismonium and the engravings made into them, they draw a very small amount of Ignis energy from the fire plane, for example, to stay lit permanently. That's sort of how magic works. It's an exchange of energy between these two planes. Well, that's the higher form of magic, at least. And it is only through this that people can achieve, well, I'm sure you've heard of sorcerers of legend, like, put that name, for example. We've got someone like Urion the Inferno, for example, a figure of immense power that lived about 2,000 years ago. Is said.
Yeah, some fanatics have rambled about that Oaken. They say he's got quite the part to play in, I don't know, some sort of lunatic's book or something. I can't remember the name. Something
Yes.
near more something. I don't know.
Yes, I believe it's called the Will of Mir. That's an ancient book. The language in there is so outdated, but I have read it before. Quite interesting.
You know, I think it's a load of gobsmack. I'll tell you that. I've read the first 2 pages, and it's just absolute lunacy. But sorry, I'm getting off track.
Lunacy or not, it's clear to see that someone like Urion's exploits were quite profound in this world. Though he ended up becoming, according to record books at least, a cult fanatic, started a church, and later on the line, Helios had to sort of end that church because they grew out of control. But anyways,
I see.
He was able to pluck stars from the sky and use their power to alter the very fabric of reality. And something like that is certainly magic I can dream of, but it requires an immense amount of power. And there's not enough power in this world or in any singular bloodline for someone to do that. Though bloodlines may give you access to a close connection to the other planes, and there's boundless energy that you can drag upon you, be you skilled enough and be able to have the right constitution to be able to handle that amount of arcane energy flowing through your brain and your body at the same time. Basically what I'm trying to say.
So, does Vox have a bloodline connection to, I don't know, well, I don't even know what to begin to describe this type of magic. Evil stuff, I don't know. Dark magic?
Dark magic is a good one. I mean, I don't know, but their dark magic has been mentioned in the Will of Mir. I'm not sure if it correlates, but let's call it dark magic for now. Though this magic has strange properties, if it is to be believed it is similar to other magic, it is reason to believe that there might exist a plane that permeates with this type of magic. If that to be true, you can make an adequate connection to this plane. I believe you might unlock a great amount of power from that. I mean, you're already doing it in small part, because that type of energy does not exist in this world. So that
the problem is we don't know how. It just kind of happens. What's that, Vox? Voices? What? Well, Vox says... Funny you mention the possibility of an alternate plane which inhabits this energy, because Vox has kept telling me now that he can hear some sort of voices or something seemingly originating from that thing. And Sylvester just points to the orb.
You know, sometimes voices might be considered a psychological disorder, but in this case...
It might also be true in his case.
Fox just looks at him.
Well, in this case, that might be the plane calling out. Can you make out these voices, or does it just sound like chittering around?
Vox will walk closer towards the orb and he'll just kind of just stretch out his hand, I guess. This time not touching the thing, considering that the place almost blew up last time. But just stretching out his hand and trying to listen.
And perception check.
Okay, my krag is nou net weer aan. So, gee my net 'n paar sekondes. Kan jy nie check vir my maak dan sou ek die volgende doen.
Because it went on. You switch your hand out and you do hear something. It sounds like TV static almost. But crashes of lightning, but almost like the inverse sound of it. It's like an implosion. It sounds like it sounds weird. And you do hear ramblings. Something that sounds like language, but cannot make out what it is. It's just these whispers, this weird broken tongue.
Okay. Vox's eyes closed the whole time and he tries to peer in further to try to make out some sense of what these ramblings might potentially be saying. And his hand gets a tiny bit closer to the orb.
Make an Arcana check.
Hold on a sec. Excuse me. Character. Socks. Arcana.
Yep. Actually,
Okay, that's...
give me charisma. Charisma is spell poster.
Okay. Okay, wow. Yeah, that's an 8.
For a moment, it feels like that orb of this void in space object, whatever you want to call it, gets wider and almost wants to tear at reality, but we're just imagining, and then it just goes into it again. Well, I do know a few methods of connecting to other planes. I mean, I do it on a daily basis when sort of casting my own spells. Show you the ropes and perhaps works in a similar way.
But how would we know where to find this potential plane, if it even exists to begin with?
Well, it's very difficult to locate planes. They are essentially all around us, everywhere, but just on another plane of existence. They are in our space, but also not at the same time, which is how we can pull energy from them. And there's usually a field that you can get through if you study arcane arts for quite some time. But I don't know. You can try the same methods. Perhaps you might gain more of that. You know, this is a long shot, but we usually channel magic traditionally when I teach it through draconic runes. If you know of any language, anything that's connected to this weird power of yours,
We don't know really. We've only recently started to really question the origin of all of this. There was never really any academic backing for it whatsoever. I mean, Vox did undergo some training where it was in the arcane arts and not this.
Alright. Let's see. Let's start with a small exercise then. You walk outside. You see usually when spells are cast and he like brings his hands together and he opens them up and it's almost like this glimpse like a tear in reality that you can see as he creates a fireball in his hands. Just you can make tiny microscopic incisions into the fabric of reality. Now that is essentially you expending your own magical energy to be able to gather this power, and that is why you can only do a certain amount of times a day. Do you ever get exhausted from spellcasting?
Vox just nods his head.
That is a good indicator because that means you're expending something within yourself to be able to gather this power from this alternate dimension. So, why don't you do me a favor? Look for some ghost telekinesis and like assembles a target dummy. Show me what you got against that thing. Do as much damage as you possibly can.
Are you sure it's safe to do it here?
Yes.
I mean, we wouldn't want to destroy all your beautiful tapestry and all that.
Well, the space is pretty big. You may be, and it's gonna cost. He like draws the square in the air, and it goes to wall of force behind the target dummy. Just a precaution.
Oh,
I think both Vox and Sylvester look in amazement as they've never seen this type of magic before in their lives.
Impressed. That is the impenetrable wall. Try to break that, motherfucker.
that looks nifty.
I'm going to attack it.
Ag, fuck toch. Nog heel tijd gepraat. Sien ek niks gebeur nie. Vox looks at the thing again. And he's just like... Sylvester's like...
You said as much damage as possible, right?
Yes, and Forrest of course to take magical himself again.
Yeah. Vox kind of takes this like how would I describe it, like a monk type of stance where he essentially just lowers his center of gravity, spreading his feet out a bit more, and he just kind of clasps his hands together in front of him, and suddenly his hands begin to shake a bit, and his cape starts to like slowly flap as if there's wind, but there isn't any, and his hands like slowly like drift apart, but in this gap between the hands there's just these dark electric like channels just constantly weaving between his fingers. It's like very erratic in nature, and eventually they convulse into this giant, like essentially a mini version of that black hole behind him. And this thing eventually just pulsates with energy and distorts like the light around it and shit. And after like a while, he just charges it up, takes his arms back, and just lets rip a giant lightning bolt out of his hands.
And full damage.
Ugh, that was garbage. 21.
You reduce the target damage to just a stump, essentially. Horizon looks to you. Whoa. It's gone. It's elemental signature. The raw metalness that it was made out of is just gone. The magic permeating this air is now flowing back into this space where this bolt just went through. You just consumed it all. Quite intriguing. And I might say, this does bode well. Because I did detect slight distortion in reality.
You did?
Yes. It seems this power is drawn from somewhere else, but you have an innate connection to whatever this place is. You're an enigma box. I've never seen something like this before. This
Vox just looks at his hands.
This is quite intriguing, but things you do with this magic, because it seems it doesn't simply just destroy physical matter, it destroys, or nullifies everything. Even the space between you and this dummy warped for a moment. I think I could refine this, teach you a few things. This will be essentially creating a whole new type of study of magic, but if you're willing, I'd be happy to assist you with that.
I think Sylvester and Vox exchange glances, and then they both like childishly look back at Farazan, and then Sylvester just puffs out his chest and he just says,
Well, who wouldn't want to be part of history?
History indeed. Alright, I got so many ideas, and he begins rambling on, and throughout this 2 weeks, he begins teaching you, like, he watches how your magic reacts to the world, and then he suggests ways in how it can be used. Like, he speaks about one thing, which is potentially the transposition of matter. And he says the fact that you can destroy essentially reality between you and this power, you could use this power to essentially move things, teleport things short distances by destroying the literal distance between that thing and a location. So that's where you can learn the transposition spell, where you don't switch places by teleporting with someone. You switch places because you literally destroy the space between you and them for a moment, and that's how you sort of switch positions, and then that space restores itself essentially. And like that's how your teleportation works. Should you take like a Misty Step or something like that, it's basically you delete the distance between you and something. It doesn't make sense, and it's not supposed to make sense, but that's what he explains to me. And he also begins explaining about this possible other realm, how you can draw power from it and stuff like that. And he explains to you other few things where you can essentially dissipate this magic potentially in a larger area and weaken other magical effects. You can't maybe not null everything like anti-magic sphere can, but you can like space out a few of these particles and soften the blow of certain spells on you. And you notice that, but you can actually have this magic trace somebody for short amounts of time. It's attracted to their magical essence, and you can, in a way, encode this magic to do certain things. It's just very hard and primitive at the moment because you don't have a language to write this magic. So Farazan's inventing this language with you at the moment. So I'm speaking of spells like Conduit of Chaos, which is that third level thing that looks like a little warp in space that zaps things when people attack. Like you get cast it on an ally and then it follows them around and then it zaps things. Or he's talking about like the entropy ward ability on level 6, and like the arcane erosion thing where you can potentially siphon the ability of other mages away for some time by weakening their magic, by interposing it with smaller particles of your own magic. And with this you learn control over your magic, and I think it becomes more sophisticated. Like I think through this time Vox just sort of unleashed his power, and that's where the erratic lightning and things come from. But now Farazan teaches you like you can create small particles of this magic. They don't last very long because they consume like anything around them, and it seems like they consume enough that just blink out of existence. But he speaks with you on that, and I think through these 2 weeks you will level up to level 7, and you will the things that he taught you is like the entropy board and the entropy board and arcane erosion. You have a creature, but when you cast a spell on a creature, you force them to make a saving throw with their spellcasting modifier. On a failure, you roll their magic for 1 minute, causing you to deal half damage with spells, like that thing it teaches you. It teaches you to place some of this energy as a ward on a creature for 1 minute, which gives them resistance to 1 damage stun. It teaches you those things, and Butley figures out a bunch of spells with you. It's very haphazard at the moment because the language does not exist, but within 2 weeks you've gotten pretty far. So yeah, I would say that is what you're getting with all this.
Very cool. I'd say Vox also writes this down in his own little journal. He because he's a bit of a nerd, he just creates symbols for his own spells and stuff and runes, and just shares his knowledge with Farazan just for fun. Yeah. Okay. Very cool.
Okay. Anything else you're doing in these 2 weeks?
Just one minor thing, then I'm done. I think it's a very good thing that I also had this interaction with Alora, because I think that kind of planted yet another seed in my head about my view concerning nobles in general. I think Vox's philosophy or his paradigm has shifted more from originally hating all magic users to rather, in a sense, hating all nobles with access to too much resources. And because of this, he started to think, especially in the more latter days of constant inner monologue, that he did not share with Sylvester, by the way. He did not share that. He started to consider the clockmaker's words more and more as the days went on. And he knew that something huge was going to potentially happen after those 2 weeks conclude, and that he might not even return alive from this whole ordeal. So I'd say, yeah, actually when he was heading back from Farazan, in the, what do you call the train again? The fancy train? The Alvida. I'd say he took a bit of a pit stop, and he would walk to a cemetery. Yeah, let's call it a cemetery. It's kind of like this. I'm gonna make up shit now for my own lore, but if it doesn't coincide with your world, just tell me. But I imagine you do know about the whole tragedy with the train and certain individuals, right? So I imagine, since it's an entire train that collapsed, there would be some sort of memorial thing erected in its honor. So I think Vox would head over to that thing in the first place. And how I imagined it looked like, it's just this one large stone pillar, with in this courtyard, which essentially just is decorated with flowers and notes and stuff all across it, with candles and shit. And on this obelisk, there's a list of names of all the victims, essentially. And just for extra sauce, I imagine it was raining on that day because, it looks cool. And yeah, I think Vox would just walk up to this thing and he would just stare at it, just entering deep thought, with the rain just kind of hitting against his back, his silhouette illuminated by the grey overcast, the lighting, and just kind of look at the names, and his eye would center on one specific name, one that stands out from the rest, at least to Vox. This name being the name Agnes Campbell. A name he holds very dear. And I think he would just stand there in the rain for a very long period of time, like for a full hour, just look at it. And he would eventually like dislodge something from within his coat, and he'll just like unfurl his clasped glove essentially in front of him, and he'll just slowly open it, and like with the rain splattering against it, it just unveils this beautiful fine silver necklace with this jewel in it. And he just stares at it like for a prolonged period. Then he looks at the name again, and his hand just kind of extends outwards to it, and he just feels it. And then with his other hand, he just clenches his grasp. And he looks at his hand, and there's like this mini bolt of lightning behind him, just for atmosphere, the sound of thunder. And he pockets it. And I'm just gonna say, for convenience sake, that this thing is like built very close to a cemetery, because obviously it makes sense. And then he would walk further down the aisle of the cemetery, and eventually he would come across a very elegant grave. You can see this thing is like of, you know how people tend to decorate graves.
Yeah.
It's like of, this one is clearly of much higher stature than the rest. And he just kind of stares down at it, and eventually he kneels, with the rain still pouring onto his coat. The drops just kind of sagging across his mask, just falling off of the point of his chin. And he just looks upon the name of which makes out as Maria Valborn, deceased wife of Byron Valborn. And yeah, he essentially does.
The rain
Sorry.
stops. Does it stop? You look around, it's still raining. But in like a 2-meter radius around you, it's not raining. And
Okay.
you hear footsteps of high heels on the cobblestones as a woman with the most magnificent afro curly hair we've ever seen and white robes walks towards you. No raindrops fall upon her. Her eyes glint with gold as the Auric comes to stand by her side. I thought that I might find you here. But that's a lie. It's actually quite a coincidence.
I think Vox just kind of slowly turns around, and she can see he's surprised by her presence.
It's not easy gazing upon these cold stones that lock away the souls of our loved ones. But it is in their memory that we must carry on. That we must strive to be better. Don't you agree?
Well, Fox is gonna signal this to Thieves' Cant, because he didn't. I think the camera will see on his one hand it's bare, he did not bring Sylvester with him. And he just signals to her at Thieves' Cant. I believe those responsible for injustice need to be held accountable. And he just looks at her.
She smiles. A fine sentiment. She sighs. You know, I had a husband once, long time ago. He was struck down on the battlefield. Continued to shower by a terrible beast of the skies. Fire-breathing dragon rendered him ash. I was powerless in that moment to do anything. And from that day, I've always been asking myself, what could I have done better in that moment? But then after a while, I realized sometimes we are not enough. We come short, and as a result of that, people get hurt. Sometimes those closest to you. I try my best, though a foolish endeavor, to never let such a thing happen again. You might say, there's always pain in this world. Just trying to listen to it. And glad to have you by my side for it.
Vox nods. But then I think he turns around and stares back at the grave again. But his hand is still exposed to her. And he just signals. Would you do everything in your power to avenge him if you could? If you only had one chance yet.
Her eyes narrow. Often I feel that is a choice you have to make for yourself. For me, I choose to believe in his memory. I choose to believe in what he had stand for and live my life accordingly. But I know that dragon is still out there somewhere. I would like to see justice saved in one way or another. So my answer, you're going to hate me for this, is yes, and given the opportunity to bring this creature to justice is rather enticing. But if I were to do that, I would have to give up everything that I worked for you. I would have to abandon my accomplishments here and focus all of my efforts on that. Because one does not simply slay a spirit dragon. And
Vox looks at her.
And what would I this wild goose chase, there's a great good chance that I might not even be able to succeed in my endeavor, capturing that dragon, condemning it to an eternity of prison, killing it even. It would consume me, and I fear for that. Fear that I will become another person. Person that Uranus would not be able to look up to anymore. But give me that sentiment. It is your choice to make ultimately. Just don't lose sight of who you are in your pursuit of justice.
Vox kind of looks like he wants to say something to like this. There's hesitance in his eye, but then he kind of retracts it. Looks back at the grave.
How are you getting back home? You need a ride?
Vox looks at her. He says, I appreciate, but I need some me time.
I can respect that. And she walks off. There's like this bubble of non-raining around her. Watch her walk off a bit. And then
Just before she leaves, I think she feels Vox's glove gently grip her wrist. And does she look back?
she stops in her tracks. Slowly turns towards you. Just make a very quick perception check for me.
Perception. Okay. 23.
Have you ever physically made contact with the aura before? When you go to grab her wrist, she doesn't flinch at it, but you do detect that something's off about her. She doesn't feel squishy like if you would, for example. It's almost hard. It's scaly.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yes.
I think Vox is kind of startled by this feeling, but his emotions quickly override him again, and he just gives her this desperate look in his eye, and he just signals to her with his hand, "My lady, you are not safe. Get out of the city."
And she laughs horribly. Her laugh is it's an abomination. She just goes, oh, I would not give up this city as easy as you'd think. Whatever this threat is that Faruzan has spoke to me about, well, if you cannot quell it before it comes to my doorstep, then I'll have to use force. Let me tell you one thing. The perpetrators of this Gicester law do not want to face my judgment. Their eyes glow fully golden for a moment, just a brief moment, and they fade away.
I think Vox's reaction is a mixture of both tremendous dread, not only of the clockmaker, actually less of the clockmaker, but more of the Auric, given that look that she just gave. But I think if she were to do an insight, she can see. He almost tells that in a way that he feels like she's not going to want to see him again after this interaction.
I was going to want to roll. Sorry, just say that sentence again.
I'm sorry, he looks at her in a way that seems like that it looks like he knows she might not want to see him again after this interaction.
See something. She has like a thing where she basically succeeds on the inside checks. Let me just check something real quickly. It's called Divine Awareness. So she just looks at you. I just hope you make a decision that feels right in your heart when the moment comes.
He just answers, I cannot deny my destiny. He's like a goofy mom. Yeah, that's what he says. And then he just repeatedly utters the same gesture. Sorry. He just says, I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. And I think he'll start like slowly backing away from her.
She keeps her eyes trained on you. She smiles softly, but she has this look in her eyes. And I cannot deny mine either. And she sprouts two gigantic dragon wings from her back, and she takes off at some supersonic speeds into the sky and almost blows you away.
I hold on to my mother's grave for dear mercy.
You see her unfurl the wings at the top, and like the force of her flying just breaks open a circle in the clouds, and she just flies towards the Golden House.
I think Fox just looks back at her in awe, as if he just saw a direct miracle from God ascend upon him. Then eventually just looks down back at the grave where his hand is resting on. And I imagine the sonic boom that her wings caused has literally pushed away the rain momentarily. And there's like a moment of silence, and it just comes dripping down again. Fox just gives one final look at the sky, and then he just sighs beneath his mask. And I think he'll make his way. No, wait, he'll just get the grave, and just because I don't have a way to say this, I'm just gonna make him do this thieves' cant. He just says, I will not fail you, Bob. And he turns around and he's gonna head back to the HVC.
Okay, I think we're gonna call this 8-hour and 40-minute session here.
Holy shit.
I can't believe Cold Down like piano, but the developers like, you know, but it was good shit.
Was it so fucking long?